the last stage and also compete for our $7,000 and $80,000.
To be honest, I'd be really ready to start getting a team together for that kind of prize pool. But yeah, the girls have got plenty of opportunities to get to those finals on the 23rd and 24th, get a shot at that prize money. I think so far the girls have done a really good job. I mean, we saw towards the end of those respective days for those groups, we really started to see them do very well and get very close to each other. The last last couple of points were really just 1 or 2 points away. So really nice result from them, even though they didn't make it maybe to phase 3, or the finals even. But as we look at these maps over here, we can see Sandhawk is in the middle again. And what we've seen from phase 1 at least is that Sandhawk really is a turning point for a lot of teams, Wolf.
Yeah, turning point for these teams, but these are going to be the maps that you can see as well. Miramar and Erangel, I think we've also seen their fair share of action. And to look back, I think here also, now, sure, you mentioned the rise for these teams. Group A, Group B, it was very close towards those qualifying spots. But I want to start off with, I think, Bonfire Female, who were the closest, right? They were 1 point away in Group A. And they now need to prove themselves and pick themselves back up again.
They do, and it is disheartening for them that just won that 1 point away, but it means they have more opportunity to play again, more opportunity to practice against these teams, and with a win from phase 1 already under their belts, I think they can come into today feeling quite strong and feeling pretty good about it. So I think we're going to see some really interesting things from them. I'm not super worried about them, but yeah, they're probably a little bit annoyed they have to play tonight, but I think they'll do well anyway.
Yeah, and also speaking of teams who were picking up the momentum, TPES, I think, are another one here. 49 points, right, also in the same group. And again, picking themselves up on that second day alongside Question Mark just behind them. I think the one team that I really wanted to pick out, though, from Group A was Slytherin. And I think that was a team that really caught my eye at the start of day 2 for their respective Group A, where they had this really good start. We saw Slytherin have always been this aggressive team, and I'm curious to see how they'll be able to continue that aggression coming through, because at the end of day 2, it sort of fall apart for them, didn't it?
It did a little bit, yeah, it did, and it was very unfortunate because they were looking pretty good. They had made leaps and bounds from day 1. They had made a lot of improvement, but to me that kind of says that we can look forward to even more improvement from them. If they can improve that quickly, what are we gonna see today with 2 more ahead? With all that sort of improvement that they're able to see. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they have in store for us. Because, yeah, you're right. Slytherin in Group A and Group B, rather, Phase 1 did actually have some really good stuff there. So I'm excited.
Yeah, and in Group B as well, it's not just our bottom 8 Group A teams who have to compete. Group B, as we say, PNCR, they were also the closest in that 9th position, 43 points. Yakut there and Babies just behind them at 41 and 37 points respectively. However, $1 Million Babies, I think, were the biggest surprise out of the teams competing today. They started, I believe, day 1, or ended, should I say, day 1 with 35 points, and then they only got 2 points when it came to that second day of games. They look like a completely different team here. What happened there, Stuart?
It's really hard to say, because you're right. It was night and day between the 2 days. So I don't know. It almost feels like there's some internal stuff going on, maybe a little bit of, a bit of argument, bit of kind of maybe one's off and the others are annoyed about it. I don't know. But if it is that kind of thing, that would be the best possible outcome, I think, because that means a couple of days later, they're back on form. So hopefully that's all it was. But yeah, it is an odd kind of thing that a team can be so night and day like that. But hopefully it is daytime tonight.
Yeah, I'm hoping that they can get some points and the sun will shine for them on the maps. But as you said, yes, it wasn't just $1 Million Babies who have had these issues. I think there's been some issues also when we come to the bottom of the leaderboard as well, Neptura. And you've got two teams in mind, don't you, at the bottom?
I do, unfortunately. We were rooting for them the entire day two of their respective groups, but it just wasn't working for them. And I'm hoping we'll be able to see a bit of a comeback from, of course, Women's Moment and Wild Pixies. I think both of them had some really star moments, but they just couldn't keep that consistency going, and they couldn't keep it, even the consistency in game, to get to those top spots often enough. They were doing well in the early game, but just falling apart in the mid to late. So I'm really hoping maybe we can see a little bit of a change in that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also looking actually at Before You as well in Group A. I thought Before You were one of those really curious teams, right, where they actually got 7 placement points, but their elimination points, they got 23 of those throughout the first 2 days. And they were also, in terms of their team fighting, were up against the likes of Galatasaray and those other top teams sometimes when it came to the beginnings of the fights. And I think that was that one fight in Miramar, right, we saw them fighting in Picado. So we know that they have the ability to be able to fight against the top teams. I'm hoping that we can see a bit more from them. And hopefully we can see a bit more of their mid-game rotations and their ability to also, as we say, move around the map and make it to that late game. Because I think that is generally the consensus, right? When we look at these teams at the bottom, it's their mid-game positions. And it's their mid-game ability to make their way into the placement points.
Yeah, it is. You're right. Before You is definitely a team that surprised us in the second day, just because they were doing so well, as you said, against top teams. They've got that kind of forward thinking. They're taking fights in Picado and other places like that. And then it wasn't working day two. So another team I think we've got to see more from coming into today and tomorrow. They can't be a one-day wonder unless they want to win all the games tonight, and then they're free to do whatever they want tomorrow. But in order to do that, they've got to show a bit more consistency in this phase.
Yeah, that is a crucial thing to note, right? We've only got 2 days here in the phase 2. It is a bit of a fast track through these phase 2 moments. And also you've got to remember that with only 10 spots going through, I think momentum, as we mentioned, but also fatigue coming through in this week could be a factor. I noticed that there were some teams when we came to day 2, by the end of day 2, they were struggling, I think, a little bit more, and they were tiring out. I'm hoping with that day that we've had, break, then come back now phase 2, they can be a little bit rejuvenated and be able to compete, because it's a long journey ahead for all of these teams if they want to make it to the finals.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the way that the tournament is formatted, I think we're seeing kind of just, this is the end of the long haul, right? Next week, they have several days to prepare for that, and then several days after to prepare for phase 3, or for the finals rather. So I think a lot of this has come in where it's that first initial week of so much going on at once. And so we might see, hopefully after a day, 2 days rather, that it's going to be a lot nicer. It's going to be, everybody's relaxed, everybody's back on form. But I think they can also look at it a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel, right? Where it's kind of, this is the end of this week, this is the final bit that we have to do, and then we can relax a little bit longer. So I think, yeah, it's going to be an interesting night, interesting weekend to kind of see what the mentality of the girls are and how they view this.
Yeah, and I'm also curious in one sense to see on the other end of the spectrum, now that we've also not got our top teams competing, and yes, we will see our 5th and our 8th teams as a reminder next week in phase 3, with alongside our top 10 qualifiers from this phase in this weekend, and then our 1 to 4 place teams from Group A and B. They will be moving all the way to the finals if you are just joining us, so we will see those teams, if you're wondering where they are, later in the tournament this month. But to go back to my point, and that was that now that we don't have these top teams, right, we do now have an opportunity for these other lower place teams to be able to stand out. Are you maybe expecting to see the 100-point mark reached again like we saw in Group A and B?
That is a good And my answer was no, but actually it has to be probably yes, because I was thinking, we had 4 days in phase 1. We didn't. We had 2 days of group, so there's that. In terms of the outstandings, multiple double-figure eliminations per game for a lot of these teams, I don't know that these teams are be able to do that consistently enough to get that 100-point mark, but I do have my eye on a couple that may even do that. $1 Million Babies would be one, if they can be back on form. Question Mark potentially, and Bonfire Female definitely would be a team that would probably be able to do that quite consistently. Overall, no, we're probably maybe a little bit shy of that, maybe 80s or 90s I would expect. 100-point mark is probably pushing it a little, but I still think they could do it.
Yeah, and I also think that definitely, the opportunity is there to push it. I also am just really curious about how, as we mentioned, these teams are going to rotate through that mid and that later end game mark, because this is a thing that I think for many of these teams, in the first 2 days, they may have been swept aside by our top teams competing in this tournament, and now they get the opportunity. They get the opportunity to be able to show us what they can do in the mid and the end games. And I'm hoping that this will be a good learning experience or a good opportunity, as we say, for these teams to be able to prove what they do have. And I think practice in terms of what they, as we say, they can do for moving back into those later stages if they can get there with those top teams again.
Yeah, absolutely. It frees up so much to not have these top teams competing right now, because you're going to have teams, they're not going to be there to block any rotations, as you said. They're not going to be there to get those third parties. Some of these teams are new rosters, kind of. So you could be seeing teams that may, kind of make a mistake here or not be as proactive there or something like that. And so they're not going to get party those teams that do have that sort of idea, to third party this or go over here and gatekeep that sort of thing. So you may see a little bit more freedom, a little bit more forgiveness for mistakes. And so you'll be able to see what teams can actually do without, being punished too heavily for, small mistakes in that mid game. So I think, we're definitely going to be seeing how these teams can actually perform despite all that, and how much they can actually shine when it comes to playing without that kind of pressure.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be the really exciting thing to see through these 10 games that we've got for you this weekend. We're going to be starting it off, though, as always, with a wrangle, and I'm really excited to see how also the drops are going to change on these players, because there were a fair few, I think, similar locations where these teams were dropping, and especially around, as we mentioned, those bottom teams in Group A and B, which are now here. They tended also to drop around some similar locations. It also, I think, frees up some opportunities where the likes of Georgia Poll was home to, for example, some of the top place teams in some of the groups here, and then now allows those teams who are now such as $1 Million Babies or PNCR to move a bit more free around such locations as well.
Mm-hmm. No, definitely. I think that's going to give them so much more relaxation. I think a lot of pressure is going to be off them. They're going to breathe a little easier now that these teams aren't really ganging up on each other or hot dropping or challenging those drops. I do like that Sosnovka is in pretty much fully just that tiny little spot in the east side is out there. But most of the island is in circle right now, which gives me much hope for maybe some bridge finishes, Novo finishes, military base finishes. We love to see it. But it is very much a difficult zone, I think, Wolf, because in relation to that plane path, we're looking at a lot of teams to the north side, a lot of teams to the middle. So if the zone does continue to go south, we're looking at some early action.
And I think that definitely when we're looking at these teams, I do like the initial drives coming through from the Lakers and also Onyx, these two teams moving towards that kind of shoreline of the Erangel mainland and getting also a preparation in case that zone does decide to hard shift towards the Sosnovka Island. I think we will expect, as that end of the stage 1 looting phase does come through, more of those teams will move through to those bridges. series. Even Lakers, you can see they're opting to actually go to Sovnovka, and I also like this because it is an opportunity, given the plane path was up further higher, they will know that they will be the first to cross the bridge, and they will be guaranteed first access to this island as a whole.
Yeah, absolutely. I think looking at the map stream that they don't have, obviously, but looking at it, it's also a good play because no one's in Milta right now. Most likely no one's going to be on that eastern bridge for a while. So when that bridge on the west side starts getting crowded, as we're seeing already happening, they have another point of entry onto that mainland if the zone does shift up. So that's a really nice play from Lakers. It's going to work well in their favor. The only thing is we have a straggler about to go straight through Yakut there. She looks like she was going to grab a vehicle, and now she has to try and sneak past without any damage here.
Yeah, this is a bit of an aggressive, I think, or risky play coming through from Lakers if they are trying to grab that extra vehicle. I can definitely understand why. Obviously, given the situation coming back across the bridge, if it does shift back up north, you want that ability. However, there are the opportunities, as we do see some fighting between Question Mark and KMG. Just going to be 1 to 4, I think, for now. It does kind of look like Question Mark a little bit split here overall in terms of their positions. But to go back to the Lakers, I think, yeah, definitely will allow them that opportunity to rotate back in multiple vehicles. But yeah, I think there was also the opportunity for both to rotate, as you said, across more of the western or eastern side, should I say, of the Sovnovka Island. Yeah, as you say, sure, there are opportunities where teams could later rotate through towards Milta side and that more eastern bridge. So again, it does offer that less risk on moving further into that direction on the South Island.
Yeah, that's true. Honestly, I'm not sure why they went for a vehicle over there at all, to be honest, because plenty of vehicles on the island. If you know you're the only team, and certainly the first team on the island, there's plenty of vehicles for you. You didn't have to do that. So I think that was slightly unnecessary of a risk to take, but you know what? It worked out, so it's fine. Just like in future, I'm not sure that would be the best move going forward. I am seeing, though, Wolf, just looking at this leaderboard here, we do have quite a few teams with only 3 up. So Question Mark did lose one, so they came in as a full squad. KMG, on the other hand, did not, and if I'm reading this correctly, Women's Moment didn't either. So a little bit of a disadvantage coming straight in here.
Yeah, I think, though, to be fair, there's nothing really much to say about it. If they don't come in at the end of the day, that's their problem. They're going to have to deal with it as best as they can as a trio. I think in terms of some of these teams, it has been an ongoing mistake. But, we'll leave it there and we'll move on and see how we deal with it. It's Question Mark. Also, as you mentioned, down to 3 players. They have lost one, though. So it is going to be a little bit of an interesting rotation through from them. I'm glad that they've come back together and come back onto the hillside. I would have liked for them to move maybe forward onto another one of these southern compounds or buildings. There are a few still available, and it is somewhat likely that you could get a bit of loot there, but I do understand that, again, it's fair enough moving into these small little shacks and whatnot on the hillside, grant you that high ground, and also grant you a little bit more loot on your way towards these compounds and buildings shortly.
Yeah, it does. It's definitely the safer play, although it's only KMG up there. It is interesting, I guess they didn't really think about KMG actually making that their drop spot. KMG have been going there in their group, as have Question Mark in theirs. So I think, I'm not sure what went on there. Maybe a little bit of a miscommunication there or something, but they have gone their separate ways as the zone does start to move in now, and we are already seeing several teams lining up along that western bridge side. They look like they might be, skeptical, wondering if that zone is going to be moving over onto that side. The rest of the teams, though, look like they're going for a school potato hill finish. So will be interesting to see which of these groups are right. But for now, Wolf, we're still seeing a lot of teams out in the zone.
Yeah, definitely a lot of the teams out on the zone. I'm not too scared for now for $1 Million Babies and the likes, as you mentioned, of KMG. As unfortunately for Women Moment, it does look like we are going to lose one of their players here on a long range through from Mia. It's going to be a confirmed elimination also. So when we went down to just 2 players here, I think this is something that they have also been really struggling with when it comes to the first 2 days of play. It's their rotations, and it hasn't been the best when it comes to allowing time for info before those big moves.
Yeah, it really hasn't. I think another thing that a lot of teams fail to see sometimes in their rotations is the way that they make those rotations ends up actually going into sight lines that they're even unaware of, right? So I think Women Moment didn't need to come down that hill. It is a combination of, as you said, no information. They didn't take the time to get that information to know that there was somebody down there. But at the same time, if they didn't have the information, they didn't have to go down that hill completely. They could have just stayed up top and made that station. So it's those sorts of little things that end up making a team lose players. And I have seen teams that will go like, well, I don't understand what's happening. We just keep losing players on the rotation, and you actually go and watch them, and you're like, yeah, because you're doing this, that, and the other, and you're going into those sidelines. So it is something that's very subtle that often teams miss, but in the end, it is super crucial.
I also think in terms of the rotation, it's a big ping. First of all, back up with this zone to the mainland. I would have actually been really curious to see if Lakers would have moved further towards that eastern bridge. Actually, when you look at the potential drop locations, right, Milta isn't really one of those locations that a lot of these teams are going for. Similarly, Prison also, and towards those Milta power locations. Teams just generally aren't dropping in these spots when it comes to these bottom 8 teams from each group respectively. Yeah. So understanding the research coming into the game, there would have been a much more opportune position for these teams to move onto the eastern bridge. Whereas on the other hand, right, we know a lot of teams have been really focusing on that western side and that sort of southern end of the mainland of Triangle. I would have really appreciated it if Lakers actually could have done that slow rotation towards that eastern side with that information. Regardless of NTX also going to be losing one of their players, KYS Virtue. Just going to pick up one on the rotation here of NTX.
They are indeed, but KYS Virtue got to start thinking about their back as well. You got TPES coming into view there as Women Moment Piper as well as, so not great there. NTX, though, making a full push, full send all the way over into Pachinki and getting shot down as they do. That Piper does get rezzed back up, though, so Onyx do get denied a 1 point to start off the game, but those nades are coming in. Nice push from them, actually.
Yeah, I think Onyx, you can see this player right on the northern side as well. I think that is the extra portion I really like about Onyx's move here, is they're continuing to pinch it down Women Moment. Yeah, you've already got one player very far out of the fight. It's going to be realistically a solo, which is trying to defend against a whole team of Onyx, and I do expect Onyx will close as soon as we move back towards before Yuvo and NTX moving into another compound and another fight. But before you, Nicole on fire has set themselves ablaze, but they will be able to get back and recover from the teammate there. Slows down the potential engagement, and yeah, NTX, I think rightly so with that mistake. Might not have realized it was a mistake coming through from before you, but are very quick on the trigger to get out of that compound.
But it might be from the frying pan into the fire a little bit here. Yakut made a very quick rotation up to Pachinki Hills. This is really heads up from them as the zone goes up this direction. They know there's going to be a lot of teams either moving from the island or moving from the coast. So I really like this from Yakut, actually, Wolf. And NXT, I don't know where they're going exactly. It almost feels like they're trying to go outside of zone, but it looks like they might hole up in a shack or just go all the way around up to that western side of the zone as well. That would be a good play from them. It's very much covered and not in anybody's way up there. So I would appreciate that. But look, Wolf, the Lakers have gone to the eastern side.
Yeah, and I think that's true just from, looking and gathering the information, and again, that patience that we've been hoping that a lot of these teams would be starting out with. And at least hopefully learning through this second phase. But yeah, you don't have to push further and fast. Yeah, they might have gotten away through that western bridge. They could have got there, but the eastern bridge, they've guaranteed themselves. So they get all 4 players back. They are absolutely, I hope, stockpiled with loot from the South Island all to themselves. While Pixie are in front, to be fair, I think while Pixie have been a bit of a vulnerability when it comes to the teams inside of their own group, I'm curious to see if they can pick themselves back up here in now phase 2, but it definitely isn't one of the scariest teams. But I think for Lakers, who have been showing some dominance when it comes to team fights, they can break through them.
Yes, indeed. I'm looking at Onyx because now you see Onyx are in a little bit of a gatekeep position, just slightly. Now it's good that they have half the team inside at the moment, and I think unfortunately for Women Moment they're actually down below onto the C level. So I don't think there's much opportunity for them. Yeah, there's not much opportunity for them to do any gatekeeping. But it's a shame because that would have been a really nice play from them. Interesting to note as well, you could actually went down to NTX, almost as if to flush them out before moving on, which would be a really interesting play because it's such long distance, but I haven't seen anything come of that just yet. Meanwhile, KYS are just keeping tabs on PNCR here, this rotation coming through. Looks like they might have wanted to fight, but decided against it, which honestly is the right call here.
Yeah, definitely. I think also maintaining this Potato Hill is question mark. Are also going to be maintaining their unfortunate series of events in this first game at PNCR Destiny. They're trying to grab this last one. They will be able to find it, and that will be another 2 going down. Marley might have just put themselves into the line of fire of PNCR. I'm not sure they might have also wanted to take those shots, but it is a bit risky against PNCR to move back in that same direction. They knew that there was a team in that area or general vicinity, so PNCR going to move also a little bit closer to the zone as they wrap around here towards the east.
Oh dear, Onyx pushing a little too far potentially, and NTX actually are unscathed. They moved up behind Onyx, so now, unfortunately, it's all gone wrong. Monica is going to go out because you could.
Yeah.
No, backstabbing the team. That is a big shame. They were looking really good on those cliffs.
Yeah, I just don't know why they didn't push down Women Moment more. I mean, yeah, Women Moment clearly were in some trouble. If you're going to take a fight in that open space, you need to take it fast, because as you can see, as soon as that zone pings back towards that northern side, those teams coming from very pier, of course they're going to be rotating in. It's not quick enough on the first team, and then end up as naturally, of course, getting third party, fourth party as teams start to close in on that smaller space of land inside the zone. That zone is going to move to the eastern end. It's going to be a bit of a wide shift for those teams coming in from the west. I think $1 Million Baby is a long journey that they've also been having. Keep in mind, they're coming still in from the zone as well, but TPS, the first of those teams to make it in. Right now, I think Bonfire Female, dead in the center, not the greatest of spots, but has some cover. I think realistically, when you're looking towards those Potato Hill and the hills towards the more eastern side of the zone, that's definitely where the stronger parts of the stage 4 lies.
Yeah, it could definitely be there. It depends on what compound they actually have. I didn't quite see it on that map just there, but KYS looking to get rid of this edge of zone position from white here. This could be a nice play for them. If they get rid of white, this is a great compound. One of my favorites on a wrangle, cough, cough. But I think, yeah, it could be a really interesting compound to use. It's got great views down to the entirety of zone. Oh, that was a nice nade, but isn't going to quite do enough there. 24 KA, she's doing her best. Nice cover from white, though, coming in here as well. The Lakers just being blown up here and there. Oh, no. Nades herself. Oh.
Yeah, a bit of an unfortunate oopsie there coming through in perhaps the worst time it could have. Slytherin, no, they're not going to make that oopsie. They're going to be looking for an elimination, but as I say, that a caster curse to versus QSE is going to fall down. Hopefully, yes, they do have the backup, and as you can see, unfortunately for before you, there's too many angles that Slytherin are coming from, and Slytherin up to 4. What I kind of expected from Slytherin, I think one of the favourites coming into this group.
Yeah, really, really nice. But another favorite does go out, Wolf. That's going to be $1 Million Babies in 14th with 1 point. KYS is pushed, though.
Yeah, unfortunately, $1 Million Babies. We're going to have to see if they can come back, show us what they did do in that first day of play. Unfortunately for KYS, also going to take their big hit is they're looking onto the compound. White going to also find 24 KA, finish them off, as you can see in the elimination feed. And unfortunately for KYS Virtue, it just isn't looking like their game. KMG also looking to defend their position, and Molly coming through the window is going to move Sesha further forward. It is going to allow PNCR here a bit of an opportunity to continue to merge themselves closer with the building and be able to have a bit more cover as KYS somehow they've still been able to find it. I have no idea how, considering that White, they looked like they had that, but as you can see, the 2 at the back have just fallen apart. There was only 2 inside the compound, and they will also completely be removed.
Oh, there we go. Women moment. Not going to lose that duo, but White do lose everything. Down they go, 12th place, 3 eliminations. KMG falling up right behind them with a great nade from PNCR there, and the zone does favor them, so that was a really nicely timed fight. That was well worth the effort there, and they have 4 eliminations to start us off, but looking at the leaderboard, look how many teams have squad wiped right now. 4 of them.
Yeah, right. I mean, PNCR now with Bonfire Female in the center. I think Bonfire Female, they're going to be a really hard rock to be able to push here. A lot of the teams, a lot of those that could contest with Bonfire Female alongside this kind of farm side outpost that they've been able to get for themselves, haven't been able to. That hillside that PNCR have, I think, yeah, the solo with question mark, maybe they can do something. They're more likely just going to be healing out on the edge here. Are the only ones that could do anything from the high ground. It is also very open space around before you, so it is going to be particularly difficult, I think, for a lot of these teams who are still yet to come into the zone to be able to do so successfully.
Yeah, definitely. We do see quite a few teams still trying to make their way into zones. How many have decided, didn't quite get behind the rock in time, unfortunately. Question mark, good effort, but just left the buggy a little bit too far. But it is interesting to see how many teams are still outside of zone right now that have decided to make that late rotation. Yakut being one of them, she is a solo, of course, and honestly, kudos to her with 3 teams on this south side in this compound, all looking for an entry in. The Lakers, though, losing 1, just trying to get that back angle, wasn't able to do it. Wild now in a little bit of hurt as well.
Yeah, again, and this is why they can't leave that position, because they've got that solo behind them, they can shoot on them, because they have Wild Pixies in front. Wild Pixies do fall down to Bonfire Female being naturally closer to the edge of that zone and BF. However, Lakers, with that bit of opportunity and with that time, have now got themselves a position inside of this zone, albeit it is very much only a rock and a couple of smokes. They are clearly obvious to Bonfire Female here. Bonfire Female, though, yet to also take care of a lot of these other teams. TPS, another one of those, edging their way in along that more western end.
They are indeed. Interesting to see some of the long-range weapons coming on out. Oh god, what are they called? The DPS coming in there. Nope, that's a shotgun. I haven't played the game in so long, I can't remember. That's awful. But the nades are doing some really good work here. DP, there we go. It's a DP. That's what I was thinking of. Nice nade, beautifully done there. PNCR now back up to 5 eliminations, but only a duo as KYS Virtue start pulling a few strings.
KYS Virtue, big stuff from them. They were coming from the bottom of their group, just above Wild Pixies, so really great to see them be able to show up so far in this first game. Got to see if they can continue on to PNCR. They're moving one up too fast there on the staircase. However, from the back end, the surprise angle through the smoke will finish off PNCR and get them out of this fight. And now they need to move further into zone, and so it's moved in deeper again. TPES Esports now have got themselves also a position alongside this farm, but it's only big enough for so many teams, and 3 of them trying to control their own plot of land.
I think this game has been such a great game for so many of these teams, to be honest. I mean, PNCR, yes, 6th place, but 7 eliminations. I mean, that's a great result for the first game of the phase. So I think they can feel very happy with this. Oh, but Slytherin Falik has a great spot, but all too noticeable, unfortunately, there. So she's going to have to balance this with pot shots, great sprays, and everything without getting knocked herself. But Pew Pew continuing to do work here. 4 of the eliminations are all her. She did a squad wipe, and she's got those eliminations for her teams.
Indeed. I mean, Pew Pew definitely has been the core member, I think, the fragger here for the side of Slytherin. QSC also a really vital, I think, support player in the side of Slytherin as well. So these two have been realistically the standout, I would say, for this team. All of them doing their bit, though, as Lakers, you can see, very much trying to get away from that dog, try to make it as difficult as possible for them to be spotted, and hope that the chaos here continues to move through. But that is a disastrous moment, as one of them will fall. At least, though, they'll get an extra position, as KYS Virtue will fall now, the whole team before Lakers, down to a solo player. Bonfire Female now up to 3 eliminations with that extra 1. TPS going to be the next to get knocked as Slytherin, trying to edge their way alongside the wall. Pew Pew there, but also Feleka's position on this high tower is absolutely a standout spot. I mean, to have this amount of high ground at this stage of the game, the houses will protect them, but if this zone comes out into the open and onto Slytherin, they are gaming with that position.
They are, absolutely. And with how open everything is, they have an angle on every single team right now. So she just has to not get knocked. That's got to be her priority, because even if she doesn't get any more eliminations, she has information. So she just has to be very careful not to lose that spot right now. But Cupquake gonna be going on down at Pew Pew, watching it all happen.
Yeah, and you can see that relay of information down to Pew Pew on the ground. Now Feleka is going to move that zone, of course, has shifted all the way back up to TPES, but can they keep this position? That is what is so crucial now. They have lost 1, which is the danger mark, as they are defending on that more left side. Lakers are going to fall as they try to move in a bit too early. Caught now on the edge. This Bonfire Female wrap around on the open behind them with 2 points of pressure. Pincering now onto Slytherin. They need to be quick here, moving into this fight, as Bonfire Female also going to lose 1, at least on the far ankle. Pew Pew now going QSC, a bit sandwiched, as that zone only going to now move in also.
Gosh, yes, indeed. I mean, the zone did go the way of TPES, but it is stage 7. We are going to be seeing that zone just continue on in now. I don't think there is much zone left anyway. I mean, we still have 11 people here. We have 11 players alive in this teeny tiny little zone. I mean, that is amazing. It's just unheard of. I mean, you don't see that very often at all. Each with their own solid position here. TPES having that compound, Slytherin with this ridgeline, Bonfire having a little bit of a harder time.
Yes, hopefully hold this position, as you say, with these cross fights, but it's not over yet for them. They need to be able to defend this spot. They have so far well. These knocks only delaying our course Bonfire Female and Slytherin. Another one, speaking of, and make it two, is TPS.
Whoa.
Going to be able to find a second one with the nade. Lisa helping out into the fire through the smoke with those explosions. Slytherin really just hoping the Bonfire Female going to be able to catch a break. However, now also as those nades turn their attention to the wall, that same position as Slytherin have been holding, a vulnerability potentially with those extra nades available. Slytherin moving in. Will come as free. The trio as Cupquake moves in to the other end. But unfortunately, Cupquake isn't able to get a QSE. As you know, PP will fall, should I say, is it will be TPS rooting to lose at position on Bonfire Female, but for those extra eliminations on Slytherin. Successfully so far, but is it going to be a finish as Faleka is able to grab another two? Cupquake and Soul Girl all going to fall for now, in Faleka moving in, trying to now catch out a Bonfire Female, but gets baited in by Bonfire Female into Lisa, and unfortunately it does look like it could be the end for Bonfire Female if they lose this last player of themselves. TPSO broken, damaged, Bonfire Female making it in, Susu going to be there, come wrapping around the end, going to get caught, down to 10% HP, trying to fire through the smoke, grabs at least one extra elimination point, searching for more, trying to find a close range. They need that with the weapon in hand. Isn't going to be able to match it as easily from that long range right now. Susu stepping back as respectfully as they can to heal up for now. Lisa and Soul Girl, though, both alive. Now it's a double problem. Lisa.
Got a lot harder.
Yeah, is Lisa moving in. That's also the heal coming through from Soul Girl. 11 eliminations. This could be a big first win for TPS. Barely didn't make it into the next stage. But by golly, are they showing up here in the first game? Bonfire Female Susu is still wrapping around. They swapped positions. Is Susu here? Is looking like they are low. They're trying to bait them in to that close range. It can blow them up in close range. But they're not going to be able to get there. They're trying to hide behind the wall right now. They're going to swap into long range weapon. I wondered if they had it, and Susa will be able to find it now. Trying to still search around for Soul Girl, hoping to find it, but they blow them up. They find a shotgun. That's a one. As Suso brings it down to the solo, they've got also the first aid kit. They can heal up here, but they need time. 3 seconds as Lisa's wrapping around. Not going to be quick enough to find the extra assassination. And now is actually Susu with the health advantage. Lisa is with now stage 9. The blue zone's closing and it's not going to stop. And Lisa's stepping inside, trying to now use the information, use the smoke, get upstairs. Will be able to use the advantage. Now be able to hear the footsteps as well. The staircase, so crucial here in the 1v1 for themselves. Susu, you know what they can do in that solo, but a smoke is there, makes it so hard, and Susu's waiting, trying not to give the position away. And I don't think they realize that they might be upstairs. I don't think Lisa knows, of course, with that smoke when they're going to be able to move up. The healing there won't come through Lisa. Susu is upstairs now, waiting for now. Lisa's going to jump out the window. They refuse to have a misposition here in this fight. Susu's going to use that window animation. Susu's trying to get out that window without it, though. Smart from Lisa here. Hoping to find the angle, trying to catch both sides to see when Susu jumps, but they missed it. They missed the animation, and Susu's got it. They lose the shotgun. They use the close range, and they bait TPS into the victory. Susu, my lady here of the match for sure in his first game. Never sure. I don't think we've had such a close 1v2.
No, we haven't. Wow, I mean, what even was that? It was a massive game of Ring Around the Rosie. It wasn't even PUBG anymore at that point. My goodness me. I mean, both girls played that pretty smart. Obviously, the zone was not conducive to just both of TPES going after her, right? It was far too open. She could have taken the 1v1 very easily, especially with that DBS, which causes a lot of teams to hesitate getting into that close range. But both of them played it super duper well. And, Susu to come in there and just grab it, very well done for her. Unfortunately, just to get that final angle that she had been looking for, but well timed by Susu to actually end up getting that angle just when her opponent was most vulnerable. So very, very well done from Bonfire Female. That's going to be a 17-pointer to start the night off.
A big win. I think you gotta be able to believe the teammates here elated with that win. Neptura,
totally.
That's also going to help I think, momentum for this team coming in. They started to get those points on board in Miramar on their last day. They just couldn't quite do it on Erangel, but to do it here on this Erangel, that's what matters. And that's going to be able for them to be, if not at the top, I believe it will be very close to it. I mean, of course, you cannot neglect TPES. 11 eliminations for them, and that second position, still a very valiant game by them.
Oh yeah, brilliant game. I mean, let's be real here. TPES made their way into zone in the last couple of zones where Bonfire had that compound for a very long time. So it was a really it was an interesting juxtaposition of both strategies, both teams, a team who didn't have to move and a team who did. And it was a really nice play from both of them. They were able to keep going, getting all those eliminations as much as possible. But Wolf, I'm noticing 32 rescues. I think that's the most we've ever seen so far.
Yeah, and that's gotta be, I definitely think, with the teams, the nature of that zone, a lot of fighting happening towards the end. You get to see, I think, also the rescues happening a fair amount from the same teams. Those final few squads definitely making those rescues happen multiple times on their members. And also, again, with the Lakers, I think another one of those teams who did have a couple knocks were able to get back up and make it in the final four. The healing done as well. Pretty massive, one of the biggest healing amounts that we've seen so far in the tournament. Also, due to just how long that game went on, went all the way to the final seconds of stage 9, it could not have been longer.
No, it really couldn't have. I mean, they really pushed that screen time as much as possible. Final few, I think Slytherin did a great job there. They did a really, really nice sort of, kind of stopping the other two teams from kind of doing anything. They were really good mediators in that way, making sure everybody stayed in their spots. But a really, really good show from them as well. Again, Slytherin, a team that we wanted to see more from. So really nice to see them have a strong third place start.
Yeah, I think for sure the top 3 teams, you could argue Lakers as well, if we put them in the top 4, all the favourites to get out of this group and into the top 10 and make it into phase 3. I mean, TPS, Slytherin, and also our winners here of the first match, Bonfire Female, very much on the rise when it came to that day 2. You can see it now coming into the first day here of phase 2. Going to be a tie when it comes to the elimination points. TPS are able to also get 17 total. Slytherin there with 10, also tied with KYS Virtue. I think KYS Virtue, that fight also versus PNCR, another reason where I think they as underdogs, 15th position in their own group now to get that 4th spot. And to take it to PNCR as well is a pretty big upset for his first game.
Oh, it absolutely is. And I think they're really playing into what we were talking about earlier, without the larger, more experienced teams to kind of stop them when they make a mistake sort of thing. I think, KYS were able to really start playing well. PNCR also had a great game. And I really liked White's position. Unfortunately, they were only able to make 3 points with that. If only they had held on a little bit longer. But otherwise, and they did a great defense, I thought. And yeah, it was a really nice showing from most. Unfortunately, the 16th we couldn't see too much of them, but it was really a really nice work from all these teams. I think for most of them, a really solid start.
For sure, a really strong start from a fair number of these teams. There are a few at the bottom, of course. Women Moment, Onyx. I think Women Moment, not so surprised about, but especially Onyx and to those teams again that I think even before you as well at the bottom right, all these teams who we can expect it to show up, hopefully, in our first game. It is only one game, though, so it is the smallest of stat pools that we could draw from. So far, we're going to have to see what we can do on the later games today and also tomorrow as well. Plenty of time to come back.
Yeah, absolutely. We will be seeing most of them, or all of them rather, come back well. I think this has been a really good start to the night. I've said that already, but I'm just saying, is it going to be a really good start for all of these teams? There's a lot of potential here. Definitely going to be, looking very much forward to the rest of tonight and tomorrow to really, really be looking at who's going to be doing what, because I think these teams are a lot more relaxed now. They feel like they're coming into their own just a little bit more here. So yeah, definitely looking forward to seeing what those player stats are and also what those elimination damage records are. Here we go. Player focus. Lisa is going to be, no surprise there. And ding, 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 Lisa, bell of 1,000 damage, and also for Ursa 5 from Bonfire. Both of them getting that 1,000 damage in there. Nice.
That's what we're looking for when it comes to the trio of girls. So far out of the 5 being able to get their marks in. I think, though, you cannot underestimate even Lisa did have 1,000 damage market. Susu still the MVP for sure of that game to be able to clutch that up in the 1v2. That was all down to the wire. A few mistakes, of course, coming through from Lisa. I think really missing that window animation where the jump came through from Susu back down was a big miss, and I think that really needed to happen, especially with how Lisa played it on the ground. We'll have to see as we jump back onto the ground, though, to game 2 of Miramar after a short break. Welcome back everyone here to the PMEWL mid-season showdown. My name is Haddon Wolf, Neptura is here beside me, and we're just coming off of game 1 here at the start of phase 2 of our tournament, where Bonfire Female clutched it out in the 1v2 for the chicken dinner. However, TPES not far behind and tied with the most elimination points in that first game. Fairly interesting game of a wrangle, to be fair. Now we're moving on to Miramar, though. A lot different will change, I imagine, when it comes to the rotations here in Neptura.
Yes, absolutely. I think we're Depending on the zone, I think we're going to be seeing a lot of long rotations, a lot of late rotations. I'll be interested to see, where these sorts of teams end up all meeting in this zone. I kind of get the feeling that this Miramar is going to be fairly relaxed. Everybody wants a bit of a breather. They're ready to get going and get onto that aggression. But a little bit of a relaxed game until they get to those final zones. But the circle disagrees, Wolf. We have almost Prison, but we definitely have Los Higos there, so potentially KMG going to be there for quite a while, I think.
Yeah, some hard drops here as well as Yakut are going to be alongside Question Mark, and also Laker is fighting here against the side of White. On your screens of Bonfire Female trying to catch out $1 million babies who disperse outside of Chumacera. There's plenty, I would say, of spots for these teams to continue to exist beside each other and also go to uncontested. There you can also see PNCR and Pixie up towards the more northwestern side too on our map. On the other hand, though, I am looking also at some of our teams further out. I would like to see them, I think, move towards those locations. Maybe not as far as El Azahar or Cruz de Val, but certainly these sort of compounds you can see, especially where NTX currently are, really do offer a potential for uncontested loot to be able to then wrap around in the zone, especially down that more west or eastern coastline, should I say, as well.
No, definitely. I think the eastern coastline and the western border, I think both of those areas are actually very underrated for a rotation. Generally, you don't see teams making that western road part of their rotation strategy, and it shows because you end up getting a lot of fights in Monte Nuevo and all those sorts of areas, but no one is actually using that road. The same with the East Coast. You can see a little bit of action if the zone does go that way, but otherwise, those rotations are fairly incident free. So definitely one to watch out for, especially in these types of zones where your best bet is going to be going down, even as far as Puerto, just down around the coastline using that road. I think these teams should be aware enough that they should be looking at that as a potential shot.
And Onyx here as well, really jumping in alongside White and the Lakers. A bit of a curiosity, maybe tunnel vision as well on jumping into Monte Nuevo. I feel almost in a way that the teams haven't researched where each other's squads are dropping, because Monte Nuevo, it wouldn't be very hard to see. It was a very contested location by multiple teams in both groups of A and B. Right. And still these teams who drop in Monte Nuevo drop again here in Monte Nuevo. So to rotate here, curious why they did it. Is going to hinder them. It's going to also affect Lakers naturally, of course. White not so much. It's not going to be good. Full stop for them and the teams living in the same compound as well.
Well, I would argue it's actually affected White a lot, because what I think has happened here is the ones who have survived are the ones up top. You see White have 2 down. I saw when the camera was on them, 2 were dead. So I think that they did a 2-2 split right on top of 2 different teams here, and it's cost them half the squad. So even more proving your point there, where it just doesn't seem to be that much research going into these drop spots.
Yeah, also in terms of here, Lakers trying to wrap around Onyx, I would have liked to maybe see them move a bit more towards the north side here and try to catch off these solo players of Onyx moving in, especially knowing that Onyx have moved into this compound. Trying to attack them more one side together and pick off a player quickly is definitely something you want to try do here to get rid of Onyx, or at least force them out of the compound. Yeah, I understand that Lakers are definitely being aware of the hillside, but you can see definitely already University is actually checked out that hillside, and I assume they are taking the fact that White with Dan have moved themselves off of the hill, and yeah, then definitely even more reason, I would argue, to try wrap around more of that northern side without that hill being a problem of right looking down on you.
Absolutely, yeah, I would agree with that. I think there's a lot of buildings you could potentially use to cover you in that rotation around, but yeah, I'm not a big fan of in-town fights just because I don't like compounds very much. I think they're very limiting. Yes, they provide you that cover, but you're stuck with certain angles. You're stuck with, potentially getting surrounded a lot more. You're much more nadeable than out in the open. So these kinds of fights where teams aren't really using those wraparound angles or trying to use a little bit of long range and short range, I find really stressful. Be super looted up. I mean, look at
look at them.
A little bit. I mean, there's no throwables at all.
Yeah, they've got a couple. I would say, for in terms of looking at the itemization that they've been able to gather so far, Onyx have been able, Pmmi, to be able to get themselves some healing going on. However, Onyx, on the other hand, I think are much more at a deficit, right? Because Onyx, they don't have as much loot, having only moved in here later on. The loot will have already been taken up by Lakers as well as those white members to take down. Yeah, sure, Onyx were able to pick up one themselves, but they're going to be even more at a disadvantage. So if you think the side of Onyx, Lakers don't have loot, Onyx are going to be much worse.
Yeah, definitely, and which is why I'm concerned that Onyx did not push that. I think they absolutely could have pushed that knock. There wasn't all that much of an angle that the Lakers had on them that they couldn't do that, and so even without a whole lot of loot, I would have liked to see maybe a little bit more proactiveness coming in from them, because at this point, Monte Nuevo feels like the red buildings have been kind of all over. Stalemate that goes on for half the game.
Yeah, Lakers as well. Just gonna stalemate, I think, here. Something needs to happen. I would also like to see where the other teams are at realistically here. I mean, we know that with this long engaged fight, PNCR even coming through here in the long distance, as shots go off, I assume that PNCR may look to see what is up, maybe also take especially this high ground hill with that zone moving especially now down towards the south end, really only also going to create more problems for them. They don't have vehicles, these teams, to get out, and they are going to be moving in with a lack of information later on. And the rest of these teams, those also came, whereas question mark, TPS moving into the zone, really not too concerned about them moving in. I think they're going to have, actually, on the other hand, a lot of items to be able to play with, and do have a very open space for them to move in. Would have liked to see a bit more of those eastern rotations, as we mentioned earlier, from these teams, and utilize the fact that the play path was extremely western coming in, and knowing that those more eastern spaces should be more freely available to rotate for these squads. However, it still will be alright, as we can see, for them moving in on the north.
Yeah, definitely. I think the maps somehow feel a lot bigger. So even if these teams aren't going to be going onto that eastern side, there is still quite a bit of room up onto that northern side as well, where the majority of the teams have been moving in. There's still quite a bit of room. So I think we'll be looking at some still fairly quiet rotations coming on in. CamG just trying to solidify their position here and claim their stake in this land for the moment, while Pixies are on a difficult position here because it is so low, even when their teammates might just be a little bit stuck here under Katie Pie here, but I think they might try to just relocate and just move on out if they possibly can. KMG look like their hold's pretty good here.
Okay. I'm just glad KMG didn't get stopped on the bridge as well, to be honest. But I was also eyeing up that bridge in that south zone, and I was thinking and praying, yeah, KMG, Do they rotate around the same bridge? Do they make that same mistake again? Unfortunately, or fortunately, should I say for them, no one really from these top squads here to be able to stop that coming through. Lakers, you can see also that healing that they once had is just kind of dispersing. They've got one vehicle there. Question mark also going to be coming into the woman moment, though, who unfortunately again run into another team on the rotation. Question mark, though, going to be very happy with these two eliminations they've been able to grab for themselves. Damler fairly low, though. Do we have to be careful? Piper surprised. Not going to look to take maybe a bit of an advantage against him. Is going to wrap further into the zone. Going to have to be a very wide rotation by Women Moment. They didn't get the loot also from, of course, their teammates. So Women Moment, I do worry, may just disappear from this game. Bonfire Female also going to have to fight and make Yakut Spirit Y be able to disappear out of this game. Is they will be able to secure themselves 4 eliminations. So Bonfire Female coming still hot off of that last game.
Yeah, definitely are. Unfortunately, they do lose just one player, so it is a little bit of a damper on their parade here. But you know what? 4 eliminations, that's a worthy trade, I think. That's pretty darn good. Now the Wild Pixies have moved on from KMG now to Before You. Again, coming up here from a low ground position. It's not the best. I would have preferred maybe to see them come around the other side, down the hill instead. But each have their pros and cons here. The thing is that Before You are not going to just settle for Wild Pixies to use that house and they'll use those compounds up there. It's not going to work that way. So one of them has to move. At this point in time, it kind of looks like the Pixies have to find yet another spot here.
They also have, though, the ridge there. They have the opportunity to move down towards the south coastal line and be able to make a bit of an escape out of this fight that they seem to have put themselves in. Not too concerned about them. Here NTX, so obviously much closer to TPS, are going to have to take this fight. They will get rid of Lisa, a big fragger for the team they will lose. However, only coming in with 3 players again. Crystal down to 1. They're going to have to hopefully get their second up as Sidai, the only one left alongside him. But TPS, they're moving forward, and I don't think they'll be able to let this one slide through. It's Crystal holding the nade for now. Soul Girl is there, looking over to the spray is there, and now the position is revealed. NTX needs to move back further. Reposition as the nade will miss from TPES. The movement back, but that was an aid, a miss right there as Crystal will be able to grab themselves a little bit of unscathed on the sides, but still back into safety nevertheless. You too can get your code though at home, 1800 UC. If you put that code, it's a bit of a surprise coming up onto our screen into your in-game redeem section of PUBG Mobile. You can get yourself those 1800 UC. The first come first servers Before You are going to be continuing to look over here at the Wild Pixies and these teams on the bridge.
Now this is very interesting. The Wild Pixies using a 2-2 split right here. 2 in this compound, 2 at the bridge. I think they may have not wanted to risk the whole squad in just one vehicle there, but still an interesting split coming in from them. NTX have moved out successfully, but they do lose one in the process. And another testament to not getting stalemated out in the zone here. Lakers and Onyx have not won anything. Yes, Lakers have 1 more point than Onyx, but they're both solos and they're both still out in the zone. So not a great game for them.
Very unfortunate here. Another missed opportunity for them is Before You. Still going to be inside of this compound. Still safe, but phase 4, stage 4 should I say, closing in. And got to see how that will affect a lot of these teams. I think a fair few, yeah, sure, Foodie going to get knocked out by PvP, but nothing really should come through from it. They should be able to get themselves back to some safety. One moment, we'll lose that solo player out in the blue. Stage 4 also going to shape up a big shift though here in Apertura, all the way to the east.
Yeah. It is indeed, isn't it? Slytherin, you can see them spreading out just a little bit there. They're going to try and gatekeep as much as possible. I feel bad for White here. They did a Lakers in their wrangle. You know, they went to that island. They went, yes, we got this. And now it's moved away from them. I think White are automatically going to be going for a botation or even a swim, which I don't mind. That's probably their best shot at the moment. But Slytherin definitely have a big possibly. What?
I actually think that as well, I have to hold my pause and I hold my breath here is before you are charging in on to Wild Pixie. Wild Pixie have been confronted. It's straight through the front door, refused to knock, and they will just be able to take down Wild Pixies anyways. The solo going down. And to go back to my point here, White, if they hold a rotation and wait for the rest of these teams to move in, a lot of the eyes are going to be on all of these teams making it across that big road, that big gap side to the east on the mainland. So if White can utilize the fact that a lot of the teams will be looking over is before you're going to find another of the Wild Pixies, but utilize those eyes being on the more western side of the zone, not the south, White could sneak in here still and be able to get behind those hills.
Yeah, absolutely. White definitely still have a chance in this game. They just have to be super careful not to get seen. They have to get that timing right, as you said. $1 Million Babies, though, I kind of played them a little bit there, but they will lose one. So DLR down to a trio at the moment. No, down to a duo. Unfortunately, Kitty getting shot out of her vehicle as well. I don't know what is happening. Honestly, Wolf, what is going on with DLR right now?
Yeah, it might have been a fluke. I'm starting to believe it might have been a fluke day one. I'm not going to lie to you.
Maybe.
Days before you. Yeah. They just don't look the right. Yeah, they just don't look the right team. Is KYS Virtue are going to be in a very awkward position here. I mean, they are surrounded by teams, and they are in the low ground. It doesn't get a bit more trickier than this. The only respite for them is that, yes, that zone, they are inside of it, and there are still a fair few players that come inside. And yes, going to be one of those that cannot make it in, as they will be the next team to fall out.
They will indeed. We also lost Lakers some point in the last few minutes. So, you know, again, it doesn't work when you have standoffs like that. Somehow Onyx are still here. You can see them on your screen right now. Aquarius, rather, going to be looking over onto that side. She knows there is somebody there, but they just can't quite put their... oh, no! Hang on! Did you see that? Look! White Pixies, the solo falls to her death. So I don't know if that was intentional necessarily to not allow points going to the opposite team, but at the same time, before you getting a bit backstabbed here as they go up against, I think that's KYS, isn't it? No, perhaps Slytherin.
Yeah, Slytherin here are going to be the ones in the red. Is KMG moving their way forward before you also inside this area, just outside the edge of the blue. Bonfire female as well have fallen, keep in mind, so that is a big contender outside of the game as well when we're looking at the final teams herein. Those teams, though, definitely Slytherin if they can get their way in. We know what we can do. That zone is completely empty. There are spaces in that zone, and I'm surprised actually White here. Yeah, we talked about them sneaking in. They could actually get a position in those compounds. They're empty right now on the very east of that zone. That could be a potential big space for White to occupy and be able to take these other players out coming in.
Absolutely. I think White, I've liked what I've seen so far from them in terms of their CQC skill and strategy. The only thing they're going to have to really look for is those loyal. Oh, no!
Oh, no, indeed. Faleka, it's shooting season. It's hunting season for before you. They've lost two. That's the blue as well. All we have to do is keep them there, but also KYS Virtue from behind. Grabs the angle onto Ludusix. The solo player of KYS still putting in the pressure. as they get over the ridgeline a bit too far. The revive will come through. They won't lose any players just yet, but that is 2 down for now. It is a big slowdown for Slytherin, so will stop them fully entering this zone in a good position. PNC are going to fall down to, I believe, the explosion there as they try to move in. Before you, it's only also a matter of time as Ice Pack is only going to be able to heal. They're not moving anywhere. Slytherin, Nusix, the moment they would try to leave, are going to get caught out again. Nusix, you need to stop going over that ridge line. KYS are there, and they're still there.
Oh my goodness, and that's the second time she's peeked over that while healing, so it's the same thing twice there, so well done her. Aquarius moving on to bigger and better things at the moment though, but he's going to be stopped by TPES for now. That nade could be very good coming in here, but she is going to run off. She does realize, almost runs back into the nade actually as it goes a little far.
TPS as well, going to lay down the smokes. Will attract, I assume, a few more here of the nades. The helmet also looking fairly cracked, so unfortunate if that does go. That would be a very disastrous situation with the possibility of a headshot at this stage coming through. Very vulnerable here, Aquarius is a solo player.
Oh yeah, very. The zone. I mean, the nades continue to come over, just tickling her just a little bit there. Slytherin somehow managed to stay up as for. They're going to continue coming in now, and I think this is the call to action onto KMG. They've got that open up before you do go.
It is a story of the incapability of coming over the hillside as Slytherin. They will be able to grab QSC here onto Lunar 6. It's the third time. It happens sometimes. KMG here holding the nade, you can see it. They are together. If they get caught by this nade being cooked, this could be really disastrous. It gets thrown out. Just missed for now, I believe. It's QSC, PP6 now all up. KMG rerouting though into the zone. You can see a lot of the rest of these final teams trying to find a position in. KMG are desperate to land in a spot. This could be Aquarius also catching maybe them out if they can. As there's still Faleka here on the other end. KMG still, nevertheless, find themselves a position inside of his zone. Or should I say just outside of his zone. It's still not safe.
Wow, I was going to say, they did really well to find that building. I'm surprised no one else is in it, but it is just outside zone, so nobody's really looking at it right now. KYS, though, Aquarius is going to be moving out of this game. White are still here, Wolf. We are still seeing them, and TPES are in zone as a duo, so definitely enough is going on at the moment where they could really back their last game up with a good game here.
Yeah, White for sure. Definitely looking really strong. We knew that they had this ability for the compound. KMG though, big knock as they will even confirm away Faleka. That's going to be a crucial positional loss here for Slytherin as they lose their front man, and that will be the next going down. Slytherin just could not break through KMG. TPS have found themselves a spot inside of the zone, not the big elimination game for themselves, but they are inside the final 4. KMG, the ones with eliminations here, 7 for them.
Cupquake. Not able
KMG.
to do quite enough yet, yep.
Yeah, they are wrapping around here, TPS. They've got to be careful. You can see the smokes have come down from behind. Nina, a crucial position here. Is KMG going to actually spot down one? A question mark. Zone moves also away from question mark. And now they all need to step further down. But that road in the middle is a disastrous position to come into that zone 2. And none of them really will be making that move. You gotta believe for the next 30 seconds, this blue zone is gonna be the one to force them in. TPS will actually be the ones that have to move in last, position-wise. Yet they do have, of course, KMG behind them. The smoke's also going to be running out by this time, and they are out of smokes. So TPS, they realize that this is a moment. They come now through into the zone, but trying to take advantage of a maybe unprepared question mark, waiting to move into the zone themselves. They get their spot in. Daimler can't step up from the side of White, still being pressuring down onto question mark. Malev has a buggy position. You can see over the top, utilizing that seat on the buggy to get an angle with an nade. Really smart work here from TPS, but that smoke dissipates and nade. Yeah, time is up, and the buggy is being able to be blown up. As TPS will look to step out, be able to blow up the buggy. Could be an opportunity. Push Malev back behind the wheel. TPS grab also Maysuk. Is now Malev looking back to White. A standstill for the moment.
Oh, not so much now.
Question mark. Down to 1. Yeah, Daimler going to be struggling here. Let's go for the 1v1 onto Samina. Samina heals back up though. Can they find the shots? Yeah, they will be able to, and that will be question mark. Unable with the squad, the numbers to hold the zone, but White as well tried to step out for the moment, but KMG are very quick to punish them away, but White will be able to secure that second position for themselves. KMG punished between the zone and the final member of Kiera. The revive going to come through. Neither team quite inside of the zone just yet. Balance will fall. Will be able to pick up the loot for the meantime. Restocking for the final move, but it's 2 of TPS. As long as they split up here, they could, with this little bit of a hill, with this extra line of sight, they can come in from 2 different directions. Kiera waiting to hear the footsteps. Understands this could be the position.
Nice.
Samina won't be taken out just yet. Another nade cut through. They have the smokes as well.
Done.
Kiera wants to make it slow. They have the utility. They want to cook it up again. Footsteps. Quiet from the off angle. Smoking from the side. Utilizing the rest of this smoke nade utility that they have. Samina stepping back up. 1 smoke left for them as well, but I don't think they want to use it. They need to keep this head line of sight. Another nade chucked onto Samina. Potentially here, that will be the last of their utility. Kiera moving in. The bird is there enough, and that will be the Molotov. That's crucial. But I see the damage ticks. Kiera still waiting for the last opportunity, holding on to the edge of the White. The second player still alive here. Cupcake is just such a problem. Samina healed up. I think Kiera might just have missed their moment. It was difficult, but it wasn't to be. As TPS will be able to secure this chicken dinner and continue their reign, surely at the top of this leaderboard.
Yeah, that was really a really smart play coming in from TPES. I thought Kira probably had it in the bag there. She could have still done that 1v2, but as soon as TPES kind of split up, one last bit of cover in that open ground and 1 to push, it was over. It was done. I think Kira did a really good job there, but TPES just outplayed and used their players in a way that was going to make it possible for Kira to get that win from them. So very well done. They came in determined after that second place. I saw in chat Lisa and everybody were just saying, yeah, we're just going to win the next one then. That's what we're going to have to do. And they did it. They stood up to the plate. So well done them.
You look, TPS definitely looking like one of the big contenders, definitely looking like they can make it into phase 3 so far from what we've seen, and I think also from what we've seen too, in terms of our first couple of days we got to watch TPS. They were one of these teams that I think we were looking especially into that final game. They just missed out on getting into phase 3, want for sure this opportunity back for themselves to continue in this tournament, and 13 points to go about it. It was a quiet game, as we said, in terms of eliminations for them. Their placement points really helping them here continue.
Absolutely, yeah. I think that's the fewest amount of eliminations we've seen for a win so far in this tournament. So, yeah, a very interesting win coming in from TPAS. But I tell you what, a win is a win. We're not going to take that away from them. Wolf, the healing.
That's a lot of healing. Yeah, that's a lot of, like we said, 8,000 was a lot. Is it Sanhok or what? Like 11k?
I know, right?
That is a lot coming through. This is like old Sanhok levels of numbers. It is the longest elimination distance on numbers. 360 meters. Also coming through from a Gita here of KMG. KMG did their work, I think, but these squads, I'm just a bit surprised the full squads really couldn't do a bit more in those final moments with their numbers. Question mark, KMG. Yeah, KMG struggled a bit more, but question mark especially, they had that TPS.
Yeah, just a little bit. I think TPES in some ways had a easier time and a harder time. They had an easier time in that they had a compound to hold for a lot of that game, but on the other side, that run down into the south, down south from the north rather, is all very open. So whereas the southern teams had ridges to kind of use and continue their push into the new zones, I think TPS had quite a long run in the open there. So yeah, it was difficult, but KMG actually coming in despite that loss of the win, perhaps 10 eliminations coming in here. I did notice that, Wolf, where we saw a lot of these teams actually have some really big points despite going out they would have liked. I mean, you've got Bonfire went out super early, but they still had 6 eliminations, so those points still keep on going.
Yes, Slytherin as well, able to get 6 eliminations there for placement points too. So still a fair amount of points going towards teams across the board. Only Wild Pixies and Women Moment to not get points. I think we can sort of agree here quietly that these bottom teams that are still staying consistent are going to struggle, I would imagine, coming through the tournament, but definitely for the rest of these teams towards the top, they are all fighting for that top 10. Is Sesha, Belans, Sumina, Faleka, and Kier gonna rank through our top 5 player focus here, as still the ding ding bells coming through for Balance will be 2 eliminations and the 1083 damage for White.
That is really interesting to see that, because last game we had somebody come in with 1,000 damage and 2 eliminations as well. So definitely some big kind of defensive plays coming in here. A lot of damage done, not a whole lot of those eliminations coming through, though. As you see, Slytherin being the biggest that 2,162 damage for only 6 eliminations. I mean, they should have at least 10, 11, 12 with that kind of damage in play here. It is interesting to see kind of how much damage is actually being done. We've got a lot of defensive plays and, of course, a lot of revives.
Yeah, definitely a lot of revives coming through. A little bit less when it comes to this game overall. The damage, though, pretty big from Slytherin, of course. We knew Slytherin just had a bit of a hard time coming through to the end of that game, did run into trouble with KMG and the amount of times the KYS Virtue got those knocks was a bit illegal when it came to a few of those over peaks onto the Ridgies. However, the overall standing shaping up to TPES Esports onto the top of that leaderboard, still 30 points for them. Bonfire Female with that 1 chicken dinner as well. Right behind them, Slytherin, as we said, that aggressive team, still in 3rd, just ahead of KMG.
Yeah, really nice. I love White's performance in that game. You know, we saw it coming where they kind of went immediately for that swim for the water rotation, and it really worked. You know, you mentioned keeping it, you know, kind of sneaky, kind of waiting for that opportunity where teams aren't looking at them, and it got them all the way to second place. It got them into 5th, tied, of course, with KY but still, it is 5th place, so it's looking promising for the rest of the evening. But of course, we do have Sandhawk coming up, so what is that going to change? I mean, we've seen it in Phase 1, that it changed everything, so I'll be very interested to see if that continues into Phase 2. But the top 5 eliminations, whoa, nearly a full house there with 6, 6, 6, and then 5. Soul Girls, step it up so we can see 6 all across the board, please.
I'm almost seeing 60s from all angles with my eyes here from the top 5 eliminations. I think KMG definitely doing a lot here, Sesha, in this game alone. I believe those 6, maybe 1 or 2 came from before, as they did obviously get a lot of their points, all but 2 in this game to bump them up to that 4th position so far. Very close though. Understanding so far, Neptura, and I am very excited coming into the you-know-what map next that can shake up a lot and can give opportunity for these teams in this next match to come back on those leaderboard standings.
Yeah, I'm super excited. It is my favorite map for competitive. We're going to see so much happening, so many teams doing so many things all at once. I'm super excited. I can't wait. Let's get into a break and come back quick. to kind of just leave
Welcome back, everyone, here to what will be Sanok time for the PMEWL Mid-Season Showdown and the first day of Phase 2 here. Neptura and myself, Highland Wolf, here to cover all the action. Neptura, Sanok, as we say, is the jungle, and it's been an upset every single day and a turning point, we could argue, as well, for these teams.
Yeah, absolutely has been. I think we've seen such a great performance from many of these teams so far coming into the Sandhawk, but you know what? We saw it throughout Phase 1, as you just mentioned. We do see these teams take a little bit of a change, a little bit of a switch up after the Sandhawk. You see some of the teams that are struggling a little bit come in really good, play a great game, continue that momentum onwards. So I'm interested to see who's going to be that team tonight, because it has been a different one every single night. So I'm ready for it.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see if they can, some of these teams who have been struggling so far tonight, reach back through with a good Sandhawk win or performance here. I think in terms of the other perspective, we are looking at the likes of TPS, Slytherin, KMG. I'm missing one. Who's the last one that's in the top 4? I'm losing out. Bonfire Esports Female. That's the last one. That's our top 4 right now. Yep. Who are pretty inside the top. I think they're gonna probably, if they keep this performance up, have no real problems in this phase. I also think that Bonfire Female, a good heads up to notice that Galatasaray, if I can get my words out here, are the one team that we're dropping in boot camp. So that space now open. So the research done there, well done by Bonfire Female, gets themselves that central position.
It does indeed, and as the zone continues that way, yeah, they are going to be fairly central, and they should have a fairly easy trajectory into even more of a central position should they want it. I mean, you could only one solo standing in the way of Quarry. They just have to be careful that Lakers don't move up there. I'd like to see Lakers move up there for their sake. That would be a great play from them. Painan, they are uncontested in Painan, which is very different to Phase 1. There was a couple of teams that landed there with them, so they're going to have much more of a relaxed time. But what am I seeing over in Paradise up by that way? You got question mark. You also have, I think, NTX Crystal over there and KMG. Now, KMG can for much there, but you are going to be seeing, I think, question mark run into NTX here.
Yeah, they might. Question mark, I think, should be able to stay away, but what you don't want to stay away from is here your 1800 UC in-game. Put that code that you just saw into your redeem section of PUBG Mobile app, and you'll be able to get 1800 UC if you are the first to stick it in there. Is question mark are going to be, as you said, heading around this more northern eastern side. They should just wrap around, I think, towards the coastal line would be an option for them. They can again make a sort of wider rotation later in. TPS though, on the elimination feed, now Woman Moment were a team that we were sort of forgetting about, but a split up TPS has just lost one member to them. So Lisa, as we said, was a big player for TPS, and Woman Moment to take them out. A little bit of a surprise here so far at the start of the game.
Yeah, I mean, Women Moment actually have a good position here. This is the exact position that any team in Sami don't want another team to have, right? I mean, that ridge is pretty hard to get past, so they're going to have to get at least 1 or 2 opening knocks to make any sort of moves here. Does look like the rest of the as well. Actually, over back to the north side, just quickly, NTX were a full team, at least 3, and question mark have 2 eliminations there. So it does look like NTX having a very rough start to this Sandhawk game, and White losing 1 as well. So very early eliminations coming in here.
Very interesting indeed, these first couple skirmishes. I think this also from the hot drops that we saw these teams, as they adjust, I think especially tomorrow into Sandhawk, should be able to avoid these mistakes where we've lost the players. It may see a little bit of a split up. But for today, they are going to take those elimination points and crucially take advantage of the only Sandhawk match that we'll be able to see tonight. While Pixies continuing another one of these teams who really need to show us a bit more of what they can do to loot up here and move their way in through Nakam. They are going to be just above here also Women Moment, so could potentially also join in around this ridge line and pressure around Women Moment with a little bit of a pincer here against the ridge and take advantage again then more so over TPS as well. I'm not sure I will see that. They have been a bit of a passive team, however.
They have been a little bit. We did see something they kind of seemed a little bit unsure of where to go in that Miramar. So we did see a lot of them, but not a lot of that converting onto points. But you could definitely see something come in here. I would like to see them try and make some sandwich. That would be some forward plays there. That would be a little bit of proactive thinking as well. You are seeing some really nice angles coming in from Women Moment, though. That's quite nice to see. It's a good step up from the previous two games as well. So we'll have to see how that moves forward. Trying to figure out where KYS Virtue are at the moment, because we do see a couple of their players have damage. The same for DLR, those $1 Million Babies. They really need these points. But, what was that from Cupquake? Having an angle, I don't even know where she got that from.
Yeah, Pmmi just, I think, taking also a bit too long there to punish TPS, getting outside of that compound. They had the eye line. They were waiting for him to maybe come a little bit further around. Instead, TPS, they used a back member to be able to punish Pmmi for standing up for so long in visible distance. They don't get one back, crucially, so now it allows here TPS to make a bit of a push forward into that position, and TPS is working well here to take advantage of them. NTX, don't know what went on right there. Kira, a bit of a door fight as Crystal will jump round, will be able to take an out though as they don't turn around and White pins him away. NTX tried their best, but will fall down in the last position.
A good effort from them, and unfortunately for White, they wanted to back up that second place with a better game, but you know what, down to 2, still possible. They were down to 2 when they had their second place in the last game, but unfortunately for Women Moment, they've made a fatal mistake in switching. It's what we saw from Slytherin at day 1. Slytherin and Bonfire, I think it was actually, they had that same mistake of switching places. Now it is Women Moment down in the low ground. TPES going to have this ridge line. They've just switched places completely, and I think Women Moment know what danger they're in because they were just putting that same pressure onto TPES.
Yeah, TPS Esports here, Soul Girl, going to be moving forward. And they will have to switch over. Is question mark going to also be in their leading phase here too, coming off of a little bit of a movement round from them as well. You can see about PNCR Destiny also making their moves into the stage 1 zone. As we do sort of talk about that zone moving forward, it was overall a bit of a mainland zone, so I expect these teams to be looking again, as you mentioned, around that bootcamp area, but especially at those sort of compounds that we could see just below bootcamp that usually go from bootcamp hillside then into on these more central zones afterwards. Could start to see teams formulate around there. Also, I think those teams on the northwestern and the southwestern islands making those wider rotations down towards the more southern end towards Cave actually could be an option for those southwest island teams, and for the north respectively up again towards kind of the likes of Paradise Resort. Even a botation could work as well for those teams that we saw at the beginning right up towards that Norfolk coastline.
Yeah, absolutely. Sandhawk, I think we see more botations on Sandhawk than any other map, so most definitely a play to consider. PNCR sneaking up onto question mark, though. They've kind of come together around the boot camp area, as I don't see, I was going to say, I don't see KMG anywhere near here, but they are there, so they're still in boot camp. But we do see the zone has, in fact, switched over. We have a new zone. We're just not seeing it quite yet. But question mark, I don't know that they know that they're there yet. I'm not sure if they know that PNCR are looking down on them. If they don't, that could get bad pretty quickly. But Wild Pixies and TPES now, where do Wild Pixies come from?
Yeah, Wild Pixies also, we said we wanted a bit more to come through from them. I'm hoping that we can see something from them. It is just going to be a one-for-one trade just now. Cupquake for Nirvana. They are both going to be able to revive themselves up. I feel the TPS smoke shoes. TPS also in a bit of a worse position here, I would argue. However, Wild Pixies definitely got to prove themselves. But in terms of the micro-fighting ability, they can outclass TPS. TPS have been definitely the dominant force so far in the two games. Definitely expecting TPS to be able to continue this dominance coming through from Sandhawk. However, it has been a bit more contested overall this game so far.
It has indeed. Interesting move actually from TPES to actually leave Women Moment behind in some, tried to put that same sort of pressure. So they have decided to move on, but now they've gone into Wild Pixies. Now Wild Pixies have an idea. Oh, just gets it as it goes around the rock there. So that's going to have to put them back a little bit. That was a really nice spray from Skies. But TPE is having a really hard game here so far. They keep getting as the outplay goes down now. Oh, the off
also look at Lopalop as well at the off angle, rightly so. Crucial for Wild Pixies here to reinvent themselves in this tournament as a team that can take down some of the contenders at the top. Lakers Monarchy. Forming also as T formation again, I like towards this hillside up to the T junction. As you can see there, those rotations as well coming through from those wider teams, as we mentioned, that cave rotation from the southwestern teams, $1 Million Babies. A bit more of a direct rotation, as also KYS Virtue up against KMG. This first knock will be coming through onto KMG. They will have to make that revive, but still a bit of a difficult push for KYS Virtue to make coming in.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, as much as KMG are on the low ground, they still have those angles. As you can see, Nina's up here just checking out that rock. Clear sight lines through this. Interesting that KMG decided to make that rotation quickly out of boot camp. Now, that's a good idea, quite right, honestly, because it gets very, very open. Oh, she's doing a little spin.
Beautiful
a little
dance.
Bit of emote. Very nice. Yeah, it's really nice. Dancing for the camera, love to see it. She's just passing some time because KMG have nothing but time at this point. I think they should be in zone, so looking fairly good. They just have to hold that spot. Doing a good job staying away from the windows, not giving anyone any sort of sightlines, any sort of entry knocks. So either KYS Virtue have to give up and go home, or everybody's going to be here for a long time.
Yeah, speaking of that information though, through the windows, you can see that one are there. Yeah, sure, they would have definitely expected one to be in that location, but you don't want to give away too much. If they start to realize that there is one player in one building or one on the back, they can make those wider rotations quite quickly with a vehicle or two, and quite quickly KMG can start to be at a bit of an issue. So KYS Virtue will just hold their position. You can see a few more of those players have started actually moving back away from the fight. This is more just now Aquarius keeping an eye on KMG to make sure they don't do any funny business coming up behind KYS Virtue. So it is just going to be a continuation of the looting phase for now, a disengage off the fight. Wild Pixie continuing through their two eliminations that they did garner onto TPS, still alive, by the way, with one player, but are going to be struggling. As you can see, I believe a bit of a takedown on their HP bar means that they are likely still in this blue, yet to move into stage 3.
Indeed. PNCR moving into boot camp. They've decided it's free enough. That's nice. Good to see Slytherin actually taking a knock there as well. I was just really preoccupied with that team who went all into the same vehicle. That just gets me very, very nervous, as it should, to be honest, but we'll see how that turns out. You could now feeling a little bit of pressure coming into this, as you could, and Slytherin go head-to-head for fighting a hill even. But it is going into zones. They're gatekeeping each other at this point, and it looks like Slytherin have just decided to abandon this. There's 3 down now. It's just Pew Pew left alive. She's more than capable of getting points for her team, but she can only do that if she's alive, Wolf.
Yes, some of these top teams that we saw from the first two games, as we said, the Sandhawk shake-up really changing the standing, the position of these squads. In two of the games, being Sandhawk out of the 10 is still a fairly big chunk. It's still 20%, of course, of the possible points. And to do well in Sandhawk is still a great opportunity for some of these teams who may struggle on other maps or have a bad game elsewhere to come back. Is one moment. Continue to navigate now around here. Wild Pixies, who seem to have come down into the Pineland area. One knocked for now, and again the split here coming through from Wild Pixies. They're trying to wrap around here, the Wild Pixies. One very far away on the northern side looking for that revive, so there is a bit of a disjunction. They will just end up falling here regardless, so they are down to just 3.
They are indeed, but you know what? Who else is down to 3? KMG. They did find an entry narc, but it looks like Virtue aren't going to actually use it. They don't think they have enough to actually go anywhere with it. Oh no! Faleka with for Slytherin. I thought she was already knocked down there, but okay, she is going to get knocked. Is going to get finished.
She's gone now.
Yeah, she is gone now. Definitely putting Slytherin for sure down to just Pew Pew, so that is a shame. But you also have Lakers now looking down over to Yakut, so it looks like Pew Pew should be safer now.
Yeah, Lakers Monarchy keeping an eye over this hillside. A nice high ground position for them as Yakut are moving around a little bit here, as we can see along that river, trying to, I think, find a bit of a newer position, understanding where the shots did come through. They're not wanting to directly run into that zone. However, a Slytherin member can put a bit of an upset into Yakut if given the opportunity. We know what Slytherin can do as such an aggressive squad. KYS Virtue also looking to chase a little bit here onto KMG, moving in further to the zone as they will try to again block out here the rest of KMG from entering into the zone, denying them this ability to come straight in. Kowalski, though, almost falls down, hops over through the car as they're trying actually just to here get rid of one more of the KMG members, separate them out from the zone, from each other, gets into a 1v1 situation. It's Alicia Jets, the jump down shot, and they managed to find it. The jump and the angle there available for them, but question mark from behind, putting in some work, but it's not enough. This KMG will fall, and they will be now out, giving now the space to question mark to try punish KYS Virtue later on.
I love that from KYS Virtue. That was amazingly played. It was so messy, and they didn't have that info, but they've brought it back. Really, really well done. Kowalski moving in and just switching the sides on the car just as a quick, really well played there. KMG did have that hillside, but I think they're probably regretting not being at boot camp because look where it's gone. But at the same time, there's like 6 billion different teams just in boot camp, so maybe they're happy they took the hill after.
Boot camp is a very big compound. I mean, you can definitely have quite a few teams there. It does start to get a bit hectic once you get 3 or more inside of boot camp, but it can accommodate a lot of these different players. The outside of a boot camp is where it gets a bit dodgy, right? So where you have this bit of a openness towards boot camp coming in, there is some different angles that obviously these teams can look to take. However, it is all a bit sketchy coming in. I think realistically the best way to come into boot camp would be those 2 warehouses, right? You see on the northern side, that probably offers about the most security you can get alongside the river. So teams may look to try and make that a bit of a wider rotation. Yeah, it will shift up towards that northern location past boot camp actually. So these areas could be a bit more in play. These ideas more in play for these teams rotating in.
Yeah, definitely. I think the teams here, KYS Virtue, all the way onto that hillside, really want to start thinking about what they can do to gatekeep some of these teams. I think they're going to be a lot coming up onto that eastern side. You definitely don't want to be on the other side, so either they should be making sure that they have their section really nicely down pat. Nicole with a beautiful spray. I don't even know how she managed that one, but Foley is the only only one alive right now. You could go down with 3 eliminations. Onyx on the ball here, but Nadia is the only one left standing.
Yeah, Onyx here, down to the solo. I'm not sure it's the wisest decision to be jumping into boot camp in the open, as they will get behind a tree. $1 Million Babies almost giving themselves up. They will be able to also find TPS. That's big for Onyx, taking out one more position for themselves, one more elimination point before inevitably they should go down. Quite a few, you can imagine, will be falling inside the next few moments. Before you, Ice Pack jumping in around Bonfire Female. But here comes the rest of the team as they look to put a bit of a pressure on. The smoke coming through from Onyx. They don't have any healing, you can see. I think, yeah, that will be the end, but maybe a bit further as their Wild Pixies will fall before them. Onyx will fall down with 5 eliminations, so...
Yeah, 5 eliminations, that is not bad at all. So they do get that 1 placement point and 5 points from the kills there. That's a decent result. KYS Virtue, though, with 6 eliminations, as well as Wild Pixies. Wild Pixies needed those points, so really well done for them. Maybe that's a little bit more momentum on their side. Bonfire Female, again, another big team going out fairly early here. Only 3 eliminations, so not many points for the Sandhawk. It is only down really to KYS Virtue. Question Mark still have a full squad as well, so they could definitely do something here.
Definitely $1 Million Babies as well. Another one of these teams who have been desperate for a rise. This is their opportunity here at Aptura to get into this game to show us that day one that we've been waiting for. I might have just some Razva is going to go down here to PNCR inside of boot camp, but they are looking for that car movement in. KYS Virtue are also going to fall down to question mark, is they have that compound position inside the north of the zone. Question mark still looking over before you could pick up a few more elimination points here before you edging out on the edge of the zone. I think maybe, yeah? What are you thinking?
I'm just thinking question mark have already won because that was a 6-time spray with an M249. White does go and take out $1 Million Babies, though. That's not what they needed.
Yeah, White big upset here for balance, gets that extra position. They just need to survive. They need to hold on that zone. Yeah, it does go towards question mark, and that should now really secure their position inside this game. Warehouses, the edge of those buildings. Yeah, I mean, what can you do? Question mark have it all covered. They've got the numbers. You need a couple of a knock here or two to stop question mark, to allow you some time. Damler is down, that knock is there. PNCR, they have to go for this opportunity. They need to move in. Speaking of opportunity, so do decide a question mark. Technically, they have to move further in. There is boot camp positions there for PNCR. They've got to be eyeing up that next building on the edge, as you can see. That would provide a lot of space, a lot of position PNCR. Whoever gets that spot first, though, is going to have that advantage before you finally fall down in third, but so will their Lugo drop down on the edge. The concrete blockade not going to be enough to save them. Cressy, though, will find a second off through the fencing. They go up way too far, and I don't know really what they were trying. PNCR get that extra chicken dinner win, and that'll be a comeback for the team. They needed the points. They needed to show us what they could do in this phase. That's them showing it.
Wow. Big GGs. I was thinking, oh god, question mark, making a mistake there, you know, not making that push. They got 2 knocks and they didn't go full send. That did mean that one of them did get knocked as well, but honestly, very well played still from them. Yeah, I'm not sure what PNCR was doing there. I understood kind of trying to push up. She got 2 knocks, make the push up, but unfortunately, she just couldn't hit the deck fast enough, and that is going to be question mark taking a win much needed, by the way, because they didn't have a great first game. The second game was okay, but this is really what they need to get those points back on the board, and at this stage in the phase, we're looking at a big jump in points.
Indeed we are, and I definitely think with that shake-up, with those different teams that we looked at, while Pixies being one before you, also that third position that they were able to get here, all going to be shaking up those standings. I'm really excited here in Aptura to see how those standings have shaped up, because they have got to be even more close together than they were, or than we even could have probably imagined, judging by how the first two games went.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, 18 points on the board. Looking very nice. Very good indeed. I like it. I like the poses here by these girls.
Almost hitting my face in the screen. Coming through the screen at me here. I'm a bit nervous.
Yeah, same here. Oh my goodness. 17 total rescues, not many at all. But I tell you what, Lakers, Akulika, getting 291 elimination meters on a Sandhawk. That is pretty long.
Pretty long indeed. Maybe less. So on the healing, only 5,600. About half is what we saw in the last game. I believe I would also put that and $1 Million Babies and Wild Pixies there, getting 7 and 6 points respectively. They really both need to show us what they could do, and I think especially impressed with Wild Pixie, because this is really their first, I would say, bigger performance that we've seen so far in the tournament.
I would definitely agree. I think we've seen more Wild Pixies in this game than we've seen in them all tournaments. So yeah, definitely a good result from them. Very nicely done. I'm also really impressed with White. I mean, they had a little bit of a struggle in phase 1, but here they're consistently top 4 every single game. So very nice job coming in from them. We are seeing not 1,000 damage at the moment, but Kowalski in here at the top with Aquarius in the top 5, interestingly enough.
Yeah, I would obviously put that down, but even damage split, right? And that lower damage count to, as we said, the boot camp final zone, so teams getting blown up quite quickly. There wasn't a lot of fighting when it came overall to the teams in the early and especially even the mid game. So apart from those first few eliminations that we saw come through on hot drops, there wasn't really a lot until the immediate eliminations and those knocks come through that we saw in the end game.
Yeah, definitely. As we move over to the overalls, I think that's what we're going for next. Who's it going to be on top? Still TPES, but question mark. I thought they might make top 5. They do a fair bit better than that, Wolf.
Oh yes, second position for them and 1 point above Bonfire Female. They're two lackluster games, we could say, from Bonfire Female, putting them now down to third position. White also and the rest of these teams close behind them, a very close pack, with TPS Esports a little bit away from the rest. Also, those points do start to fall off a bit, though, on the bottom half. I think we can see a bit of separation beginning to show overall in these teams.
We can indeed, which is a lot faster than in phase 1, is specifically even with all the big teams, you know, the really successful super strong teams, we didn't see as much of a gap as is coming into light for this phase, which is interesting to note. But really like that Wild Pixies up there into 11th. So that's a fairly big jump for them. The top eliminations though for each overall in this phase so far, Susu, of course it's going to be Susu with that first win. A really good representation of how tonight's have gone.
Definitely, and we can see Shiva Susu up there, no surprise from the first game. Also Slytherin have also been very aggressive. Lisa there from TPS being very consistent team from the first 2 games, and now obviously our teams that we saw in the most recent games as well coming through on Sandhawk. We are going to be going to Miramar for our 4th game and our second time and last time for tonight. I'm looking at the rotations. Now, we mentioned it obviously before and coming into the first Miramar game. A lot to, I think, desire from some of these teams when it comes to their play on Miramar.
Yes, definitely. There's a little bit left, a little bit more work to do, I think, specifically coming into tomorrow. But yeah, I'm going to be interested to see what the zone is going to have an impact on that as well.
Yeah, we got to see if they can survive on Miramar one last time tonight, as we will be heading to a short break.
Hey, so this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move
Welcome back, everyone, to Game 4 here, and our second opportunity to jump into Miramar tonight. We're passing by Oasis. You know where it is, my favourite spot on the map. And straight past it, straight down the middle of Miramar for this one. And coming off of the Sandhawk map, where it was question mark to come with the win, up to now second position in the overall standings, just behind TPES Esports, is they too are going to be dropping off early onto La Cobreria. We looked at the second game, where we did have some issues overall with the dropping in the beginning of the game here, Neptura, and also when it came to, I believe, the sort of early to mid-game and the decisions that some of these teams were making. As we said, coming from the break, a few mistakes to be solved by a couple of these teams. When looking at these locations, I think we are a bit more teams now not in the play, such as Al-Azhar and Impala.
Yeah, I think it is nice that we're seeing a little bit more of a change up, of a switch up coming in here, especially with this zone. We should be seeing Impala and Al-Hazahar being swept up pretty quickly. Oh, the glider.
Nice.
What?
I like
that
glider. That is pretty. Yeah, I like that.
Nice.
I like that. Not glider, parachutes. That's the one I'm looking for.
Yeah.
I love the parachute zones. Do you know what I've been like super loving right now is the Halloween planes. I love the design of the Halloween skins on the planes right now. It makes it feel real spooky like, and real spooky here for Yakuza. Is they are also solo. They're going to open 5 of 8 miss. Big miss here from Corey. You don't want to be the one to miss on that. They'll jump down. They'll try to buy some time here for a team to be able to come and support here, but they are a ways away.
Wolf,
Yeah, I
did
like
you
the door.
catch that?
Yeah.
She tried to make him think she went inside. That's smart. I like it.
Yeah.
Okay. Big brain.
Yeah, I like the door. Big brain here, but coming through. But still we miss again. The second opportunity. Yeah,
How do you
this
miss
is
with
big
an
of
M4?
misses here. Yeah, I mean, just get good, right? says the professional bot killer, Highland Wolf.
Yeah.
Easy when they don't move and they just stand still.
Absolutely. Yeah, interesting. The rest of her team not really coming into this either, though. That's what's odd.
Yeah, definitely so much time Hikori has built here. I would really expected the team, especially because Hikori living here and buying so much time, that they can push down. You can see it's a 2-2 split, so I think they're a bit preoccupied, the other three here, with the 2 on the more northern side. Definitely, they would have appreciated if we could get another one of these players to shoot. Got a chuck in the pan in there. Looking to try to cook one of them up. We'll miss. Was a nice try. Imagine if they peeked now and he got headshot by the pan.
Yeah.
That would have been very funny indeed. Oh, they're trying. You can see they're trying to hope that one of them will peek. Unfortunately, not successful so far.
Yeah, this is weird as well, though. Yeah, here we go. Finally, somebody's actually pushing. I would have expected a push to be coming through here. They know it's a 2v1.
Oh, no!
I mean...
Oh, days. A bit of a mistake there. Yeah. I mean, yeah, they're falling apart at the seams here. They're going to lose one on either end. Nameli is in some sort of safety. I think Nameli, it's time to get on out of there. Your team is very much over in this team fight. And yeah, it is a solo endeavor in the desert for Yakut. It'd be like that sometimes.
Wow. It do be like that. That is true. It do be like that. And Question Mark aren't complaining at all. You know, they just come off of that win. They've gotten early 3 eliminations. They are happy. Or 2 even. It should be 3. It should be 3. We should be
they're getting out one.
Fruition. There we go.
Goodbye.
3 now. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. You could, I think, just way too passive. They weren't on the ball enough. Question Mark, on the other hand, are going to try and be pushing this, but I think they should know that she's long gone at this point. She has made a run for it for sure. Now she just has to not get caught doing that and let them just kind of scurry around in here for a little bit until their fingers get all pruny.
Yeah, I liked also the change, to be fair. If anything that did work out well is both these teams changing the locations to accommodate, of course, those changing teams currently playing in today and tomorrow. However, yeah, they get caught on each other. I definitely think that, as you said, you could have been pushing 3-man onto the 2 players of Question Mark. Really could have been much more aggressive to kind of force a move out of Question Mark. If you're going to fall, at least do it with some dignity and try to, I think, fight overall rather than just sort of hover on the edge of do we go or not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think you could solo as well. She had a covering angle and didn't use it. I mean, she either she missed while firing or she didn't fire. I didn't see her actually fire any bullets towards
she just missed they moved towards the door and then she was on her screen. She sort of just moved away from the door just a little bit so she couldn't see the door open or didn't hear it, and yeah, very quick and very smart movements, edging towards the door and then opening and peeking through.
I loved that. That was big brain. I mean, that was really, really a good play there. So everybody take note of that, I think, for future reference. Looking over to Women Moment, we're over in Los Leones. We are a full squad this time, which is nice. But we do see the Lakers over there as well, but there's no real threat at this point in time. Everybody knows how big Los Leones is, so they really can do whatever they want at this point in time. Everybody else, fairly chill. We've got a very slow start to this Miramar for the moment, Wolf.
I like it. I'd rather be more chill, and I'd rather be more prepared and sensible. We could use that word around some of the drop locations than being a bit chaotic in the southern Miramar. There's definitely no need. There's plenty of spaces, and you cannot argue that there is not space for yourself with such a central playing path going right down the middle. Literally everywhere is a possibility. In this game, yeah, sure, the zone has gone a bit towards more of that eastern end of Miramar, there's still plenty of ways to rotate into this zone. You can see the north, you can come down from water treatment. Crustaval, there's also a line there. You come behind the mountains and towards the north. If you're looking towards the bottom side, I really like KMG's rotation actually, that they should come up towards Puerto Paisio. We'll have a location on the edge of the zone there, and also have a bit more of a potential to loot further on into this game. So definitely looking at KMG as a very prepared team for the later team fights.
Definitely. I'm just keeping my eye on the Lakers. They've done a very aggressive 2-2 split, I think, here. So they've got one side up on those mountains to the north, just above Women Moment, and then, of course, you've got the other two down here. So we do have Women Moment kind of trying to get out of Dodge, which I think is fair enough, but they also have a 2-2 split going on right now. So the Lakers could be looking to be very aggressive, starting to get that preemptive movement onto Women Moment at the moment. But we did see someone go down there. I'm not a Wild Pixies, I think it was, did get knocked to zone for a second there.
Yeah, that's quite impressive to be knocked by the first phase zone. Must have been coming in on the later rotation. Yeah, okay, that's why. Yeah, you can see Onyx. So there was a reason why that they were struggling to get out of red zone. Onyx are there, going to be competing against them. Lakers, Monarchy, as you mentioned, they have come together a bit more now. And this final player here is going to be grabbing a vehicle for themselves, which I really like, coming together on the edge of this mountainside, really looking over towards those more open flats and the rotations of possible teams coming in at this point in the game, where those teams are making those first big moves, really makes a lot of sense to me.
No, yeah, it does. It does. It's a nice rotation around for them. They're not putting themselves in harm's way here. Women Moment wanted to just kind of stake it out a little bit, just kind of lay low and let them pass, which is fair enough. You know, you're playing for placement. You know you don't have that many points. Lakers have been a little bit on a roll at the moment. Wild, though, do end up keeping all four up, as do Onyx, interestingly enough. So looks like each have used those knocks to actually get out of there, crossing past Montenuevo now. The Wild Pixies do have a head start on Onyx, but what is with Onyx and their late fights in zones? Just stop it. Stop yourselves.
Yeah, Onyx have been struggling. I think we saw this from Onyx, especially in the second day, right, of their group. They did start to struggle with the rotations coming through and making it into the mid-game. They looked all right, I think, in the beginning, but as teams started to get adjusted and into the tournament, they have fell off a little bit when it comes to the decision-making on those mid-game rotation marks. The zone has completely been back towards the Lab Bendita crater in the dead center. Don't go near Lab Bendita, I think, first of all. If you are, hold on to around the edge. Do not go in to the crater on any circumstance. I really like the location of Before You right now, and those hillsides also coming up towards just the east of them. You could start to use them contest alongside Before You, a little bit of a position there, but definitely Before You, one of the best spots so far. Is Slytherin going to be taking out KYS, also NTX, even on KYS as well, Virtue, so a bit of a double up as KYS Virtue really struggling here to move out of this compound. Yeah, so you can see now in the early game we had a zone finish up here, but in the start of the game, right, it's a lot easier without loads of teams around you in the open to be able to just push onto this compound and start a fight on your own terms.
Yeah, absolutely. You can go all over the place, out in the open, wherever you want, because there ain't nobody looking at you. So that is a big shame for KYS Virtue, though. They could have had a really good game here, but Slytherin with those nays just coming in hot. So nice to see that momentum coming in from them. KYS, unfortunately, unable to keep that momentum going from the Sandhawk. But you know what? Like you said earlier, these things happen. It just do be like that occasionally on Miramar, especially. Onyx moved into San Martin, but question mark having none of it.
Yeah, definitely is Onyx Esports as well. still stuck, actually, as we mentioned in their rotations. This time, though, 2 question mark, as they have found both themselves inside of San Martin, but it will be question mark, meaning, unfortunately, at the door, but it was Onyx with the trigger finger a little bit more ready. Suit! Oh, no! Too long in the door, looting up as they do get caught. Nadia has to overlook this one as Marley going to create a few complications here. Both of them definitely worse for wear, though. I definitely would argue for Onyx moving out the backside of San Martin right now and getting as fast as possible to this zone. I mean, look at the distance right now, 1,200 meters. Phase 3 is already finishing into Phase 4. You need to get a move on. You need to get your feet moving.
Yeah, you really do. Unfortunately, they have to get their feet moving because it's the only mode of transportation they have. They don't have a vehicle, so getting up that cliff is going to be really difficult. At least they do have one up top here. She is being spotted, but she can probably provide some sort of cover. But honestly, question mark need to as well. There's the entry knock. I think this is it for Onyx. Honestly, well, it's not looking good. They've got nothing left. Down goes one. Now just the spray to get the other. They have to get the other there, but do miss. They do have one up on the top, though, so Onyx could come in here and clean them out for good.
Yeah, definitely Onyx just really looking like some trouble. Thankfully for them, thankfully for question mark, they do have the vehicles and they were able to clean up Onyx fairly quickly on that exit out, so they can get themselves potentially to the next shift. Is KYS Virtue Slytherin, you can see here, right? Bonfire Female coming in as that third party are going to be the third problem for here. KYS Virtue, question marks, slowly making their way through, but look at the healing crucially on these teams, right? There's not a lot of utility. They need to make sure that Onyx does not do the damage here, as they will be able to definitely get them down. Very crucial no shots went in here to question mark because they do not have a lot of healing to work with. They've got a lot of distance to close, and still, never mind the information they need to gather and the potential fights that they've got to take later on if they want to survive.
Yeah, absolutely. That was super crucial that the DPS went straight to the face and nothing went back at them. But interestingly here, we do have Bonfire trying to move in. They're going, oi, this was our spot in Phase 1. Get out. And Slytherin's kind of like, you know what? It's actually kind of toasty in here. We do have a squatter upstairs, but we'll get rid of her pretty soon. Otherwise, it looks like Slytherin do want to stay here for good, but now White's over there as well. These are two teams that have been having really successful games so far. Slytherin been good in their own right, but will that momentum from those other teams be too much for them?
Yeah, Lake is also here looking over, as she said, at Lost Lure in his position. I'm very curious to where actually that does cover. Is KYS it's going to be able to be put knocked down into the face by Slytherin, but that is also important to clear out that extra straggler there, as Slytherin will now be able to move further down south. You saw Bonfire Female, I believe it may have been moved now also down to the south to adjust to that zone. Yeah, it has gone away from La Bandita Hill. So PNCR, they are going to still have a hillside to work with. The compound there as well, if a team wants to try to hold up an area, it's a bit more centralized, could be really useful. Down towards actually where Bonfire Female are, though, I actually think that hillside that you've got there and a little bit of blockade also against the road to the vision line of those on the hill opposite, that's actually also a great position for those who will struggle to cross that zone.
Yeah, definitely. I was just making those noises because question mark are going down to the zone and going down hard. I think she's going to try and get this res, but with that zone just picking away at her health, I don't think she's going to have enough time to do it. She's just going to have to heal up and go, I think. Yeah, 7 eliminations, pretty good. But Bonfire feeling the heat now. Whose Bonfire is it? I think it's theirs that are cooking. I mean, who did that? Was that KMG onto Bonfire?
Yeah, KMG definitely for sure has to be. I mean, also could be Slytherin from behind. The only teams, that are there. Woman moment, though. They are entering into the compound. This is about the most aggressive I see Woman being all tournament. We've got to see if they can take it to KMG. Definitely not a team just to be run over themselves. This Woman moment. moving around the compound. I'm really hoping that we can see something here from them. You want to see them be able to push for themselves with 4 players, but the Pocky will be the first naded down inside the building. Piper's outside, but trying to find an angle. I think they need to try pushing a bit harder here. Allow Rin to get in as well. They're being a bit too passive. I think they really have allowed... Oh, never mind. It's actually, well, they're just going to get popped. Never mind. Is KMG. That is what you needed. Those extra knocks to come through. I wanted them to be a bit more aggressive because you can see now... KMG, they've allowed the time for them to set up, right? And they're going to get all 4 players, I believe, back up here. So, yeah, it was a lovely push to begin with. His Bonfire female also will fall down to question mark. It'll be wild. Pixies to take that elimination up, though. They'll take the point. Meanwhile, a fully back set up and rejuvenated KMG is waiting as question mark will fall down.
It will indeed, but again, 7 points on the board, not half shabby at all there. Yeah, this is really frustrating from Women Moment. They've had this was a really bold push. I liked the push, but they just didn't follow through.
Stopped.
They got there.
Like I love the idea, but it was like they lost confidence in immediately, and especially considering we had a double knock. That had to be the time. You go in, you knock 2 of the members. Do not let them come back up and regroup in the back building. I'm a bit confused by one moment, honestly.
Little bit.
Really confused. Yeah. KMG, though.
But
they could still take them out.
At least they could do. I mean, at least it's improvement from Women Moment, right? We wouldn't have seen this
it's improvement.
Yeah, it's just a bit by bit we're getting there. So we'll see how that ends up going. Lakers down to 2, though. This is interesting for them. We haven't seen much of them yet. A little bit of movement, but not much fighting going on. How did Slytherin get up to 8 eliminations while we weren't looking, though?
Yeah, Slytherin, the duo here, they've been able to do a bit of damage. I mean, yeah, of course, they took through, I believe, 4 it was from the KYS Virtue squad, so that was a number of points into the bag here. Whoa! KMG, I missed it! I can't believe I missed it!
We missed it!
I wanted to see Women Moment do the deed, finally, that we've been waiting for him to do. I am so mad right now in the camera. The camera operators. Inner hatred is coming out. I've been waiting all tournaments. Yeah. To be fair, though, Women Moment did stop, so I didn't think as much as a camera operator there that they would have pushed at that moment. Lucas Monarchy also moving in. You can see Slytherin also trying to angle out position past this sort of hillside that we said, this sort of little dip which you've got going on for these teams to protect them, but as you can see, the moment they come into that zone, the moment they leave that security, they are in some serious trouble to those teams already in the zone. PNCR Destiny moving into the smoke before you. They have got those revives back up. PNCR also get Creasy back online. Before you coming over the top, and PNCR, they always turn their back to the shots. But they don't go down. They don't lose another for now. Before you go very hard up, but it's not enough for now. PNCR Destiny as well. You can see them almost get hit by the nade, but they don't find a return. They lose only a second. There's the first one to come through. Slytherin also, Falega also losing their lives to this side of Wild Pixie. PNCR grabbing Ara back into the fight. Drive on in. They're going for the knocks, but they get them. They look for a 1-for-1 trade. PNCR is going to struggle a little bit here to get themselves back up. Creasy back for the moment. Adaka trying to defend the position here on the backside. A fruitful but difficult effort here so far, as they have been able to at least gather still 2 eliminations of before you. Or one, should I say here, is that the knock has been revived, should I say. We're coming back in. 2 of them have been knocked on the other hand. Is A2 coming in from the tractor. A difficult position.
Ooh, just a little too long cooking there. That would have been beautiful from Cupquake, though.
Yeah.
By the way, I love saying Cupquake. That's such a fun name. it's great. But, also doing great things.
Look, don't make me
Interesting,
hungry.
they're about to abandon it. Yeah, same.
Don't make me hungry for cupcakes. Don't do it. Yeah, I know, right? One more game after this. I know, right?
One more game,
and then we can get the cupcakes. Yeah, the cupcakes,
Right.
Trust me, that's where we're going after this cast ends. As Piper are lining up here with one moments to try to get themselves in. TPS moment also going to move forward in, but they get immediately knocked. One of them does hit the floor in time. White, really the team here also coming in. Who is that in the middle? That's $1 Million Babies in the middle. They're the ones to defend their position right now. And look, all the teams moving in on the moment. There's so much opportunity, but so difficult to control. Everyone's trying to move a step forward, a little inch into the zone to survive. A little hill, a little hay bale here for woman moment. As Lisa's going to be the next one to move out, but hay bale, they get behind that line of sight in time, they get into the smoke. Piper as well, going to use the smoke there, laden down. It's BNCR Destiny moving in themselves, trying to go for a little bit of a blockade here behind the vehicles. Is Wild Pixie though, inside the smoke, inside so many of these different squads. The eyes on top of them as they will fall, so will TPS Esports. As they are down to only Cupquaker 1v1. Can they find it? As Carrier stepping over the top, will be able to get it. Akira grabs it, and Cupquake gets eliminated as it will be White Esports. Now up to 5. Lakers up to 6 as well, trying to keep themselves alive in this game somehow. On the edge, women moment the same. 6 there for them as well. As Wild Pixies grab both the one for themselves. And now to our final 4.
Women moment, great result from them. I mean, I think that's nearly, if not equaling, their entire performance all night. So very big GGs to them. Unfortunately, it's so open though, Wolf. This entire zone is just a nightmare. But you know what's not a nightmare? Getting 1800 UC on a Saturday night. It's great. So go ahead and check that out quickly before you listen to the rest of the game. Wild Pixies, now another great game from them.
Yeah, Level Up gonna go down now here. You can see Wild gonna lose themselves as they will fall away down to our final $3 Million Babies. This is also a huge game for them. They had this one shack to their name, but it was a shack enough for themselves. And the nade gonna get out. Lakers Monarchy bounces on in. As that will be a balance on your end to try find an angle, but yeah, it's not happening. It's a shed, it's a zone. $1 Million Babies, there should be no way that they lose this fight. The only thing I can see that White do is they drive in. They have to use the vehicles, but that zone is moving on in now. You can see the smokes being laden down. Ballon's going to go on by foot. They have this dip. They get down in time. Ballons needs to get into the smoke. They need to find some way to heal. But they will find Mira in the back. That's a crucial knock for Kitty. Kira
Beautiful.
also going to fall. That should be the nail in the coffin. They're going to find Ballons through the tree. And that will be $1 Million Baby is their second chicken dinner at the tournament. A very welcome one here in Apertura for them. They are back at least for this game.
They are so back. I hope this continues. We need them back in our lives in that top 5 space. That was such a good game from them. They kept it fairly quiet, you know. I think they had 8 eliminations in the end, 3 of those being the second place team. So I think they had a very quiet game. They kind of kept to themselves, just kept enough going kind of game that a team like them in their position needed.
Yeah, and I mean, props to them as well for keeping it, because you can see the positions, right, of so many teams. I mean, definitely you cannot hide in that position. If one team gets close, they chuck a nade through that window, everyone falls down. You cannot hide in that position. So they still had to do some work towards the end. Definitely.
They were one of the teams where we kind of said, there's starting to be a bit of a gap coming in here. We've only had 3 games, but still there is a gap forming. And the $1 Million Babies have bridged that gap most definitely, I would not be surprised to see them in the top 10 the way that the points have been splitting up amongst the teams. I would like to see that for them, for their sakes, honestly, because it's just been a big upset for them so far, I think. But, what is with Miramar and this healing? Because this is the second Miramar now we've seen over 10k healing. What is going on?
I mean, okay, yeah, there were definitely some healings coming through for sure. I think that zone definitely had a big effect on it. Coming through from Mir there as well. 339 meters, pretty decent through from them as well. The $1 Million Babies, though, they get their 18 points. White as well. I think they've been pretty consistent so far on Miramar, at least these last two games. When it came to their performances, a second, another second for them. They just need to finish it off, but Lakers also getting 12 points total with those 7 eliminations. And one moment, as we said, right, this was their biggest game so far. And I think, yeah, definitely has to be their biggest game of the tournament.
It really does have to be, and it's one of those things when Women Moment need to start pushing and shoving, and it's a really good time for all. In fact, they're even top 3 here. I think that's the first time we've seen Piper up here, but gotta give it to Lena 6 here. Ding, ding, ding. Bell of 1,000 damage with 1,005. 6 eliminations coming through here. And just to keep it into perspective here, Lenu and Kitty, both 6 eliminations. The top 5 elimination players overall have 7 and 6, so they have equaled those top 5 in this one game. So really, really good stuff from them. Look at these overalls, though.
Yeah, definitely closing up that gap. TPS struggled, I think, in this game. Question mark as well. You saw what happened to them. So that does give way to White there. Very close behind. $1 Million Babies straight up to 6 as well with that win. Lakers there too. One moment. Yeah, they're rising in the standings. They'll need another big game alongside Wild Pixie there. I think, too, to be fair for Wild Pixie, did get a fair number of points. You saw them in towards those final moments, so they did get a couple more points inside of now that 10 position, that cusp of elimination where only the top 10 will make it through. The top 5 eliminations, though, belongs, as you mentioned, 8 eliminations straight up there. Nuzix as well, in question mark, in that third position. Lisa knocked down and Susu there to the 4th and 5th positions. They'll need to do more to stay inside of our top 5 next game.
They will indeed. Girly, step it up. You got to do something. You've been dethroned for this game. But, we still got one more. Wolf, we still got one more. There's time for them to get those back. They're not that far behind.
Look, we got to see what they can do. The final game of the first day here, Phase 2, a wrangle after a short break.
So this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move So this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move forward.
Welcome back, everyone, here to the final game of the first day here at FaZe. It's time now. Open playing path here. I'm going to start off because I've been holding these notes all darn day. Okay. And that Lipovka, shooting range, quarry, as I said to you off camera earlier, all are open. Severny, to an extent, as well, is open.
Yeah.
Not sure about Zaki. Don't quote me on that. It is a possibility with this playing path. But my point is that there are loads of different locations that these teams can play on. There is no need, this time around, for teams to be fighting around the early hot drops. Because if they have done their research, they should know that these spaces that the top teams occupied last time, earlier this week, are no longer available.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. You'd think they'd give themselves a bit of a break on phase 2. You know, they could go, well, we're just going to keep to our spots, so we're lots of practice in. It's like, well, but you could just have like a much easier time, you know, coming in. If you go to Gatka, go to Quarry instead. If you go to Pachinki, go to Gatka instead. Something like that. Just kind of give yourselves a little bit of a break. We do see teams going to Severny though, so we do see somebody going there. Oh, it's weird. Wolf, there's Lipovka as well, but we see like 2 teams going there.
Yeah, I mean, Lipovka was one of these locations that didn't get touched at all last time around. Now, the playing path was a little bit of a factor towards this. This time, not so much. There are teams going to be going around there. Lipovka, interestingly enough, has always been one of those areas of contention. NTX also going to be up against here KMG, as they are around this Severny side, if I am not mistaken. So NTX Lady will be moving back here a little bit. It just unfortunately looks like a case of 3 players, 2 got knocked early on the drop. KMG were able to capitalize, and Crystal gonna have to pull off a miracle here to be able to take out KMG. Is it? That's only one.
That's one.
But where's the other? That's the other jumping over. Oh no! Oh, if they were quicker. Oh, if they were quicker in the reaction, they definitely could have got 2 right there.
Yeah.
I think KMG
should have been knocked there.
yeah, for sure. I mean, KMG, big mistake there, the way that they tried engaging. The other 2, as you saw, weren't even there to follow up if those 2 went down. But yet, I think lack of reaction speed, the worst mistake there for the side of NTX.
Yeah, that's such a shame because they've not been doing too badly today, have they? They've had some decent pointage, a few ups, few downs, nothing too crazy, but it has been points on the board. So for them to go out first off, within the first 4 minutes of the game is a bit disheartening for them, especially when it's the last game of the evening. But now they get to go early, they get to maybe go to bed early, have some more rest, and perhaps be a little fresher for tomorrow night. But we will see how that is going to be going for them. I'm curious to see where DLR are after that win. They do have one player who is a little bit injured. I'm just wondering, did they go to Lipovka or did they go down to Pachinki? I can't quite remember where I saw them last.
That's a good point. I would have to check the map. If we can get back to $1 Million Babies, that would be lovely. Right now we are on PNCR, just around the George Pole side is where they are currently, based on that minimap. we'll be looting around the crates locations and just continuing. There is a team up there, TPES, if I'm not mistaken, just above them. So there is a bit of contention on the other end of that bridge, but I assume there should not be any closeness towards either of them. They'll continue their looting phases up with respect to each other.
New zone has come in, though, we're seeing, and it was only 400 meters from PNCR's location in the South Georgia Bowl area, so I think we're looking for either a center or more northwestern zone coming in here, so fairly chill, fairly easy for these teams before you are currently in zone, if I'm reading that correctly. So they should be good to go as well, but looking potentially to finish up their looting phase and start looking for those early rotations in to a better position, perhaps. Pachinki is a difficult place to be actually holding on to. That's why I like Church more, or those hills. A little bit more of a high ground. You get a little less stuck than in these compounds. So I would see them even just move up to Church, right? Just leave Pachinki alone and just
even
go to Church.
A
small
Church.
Rotation like that, that's all you need.
Yeah,
so
even
I would prefer to say that.
Information. Definitely agree. That's some money right there. Do you know what they missed production? You missed the credits, but that was the opportunity. We were like, that's some money into the credits. I know. Yeah. Do you know what else I like in terms of a game though? When it's gonna pop up is this mini map in guessing where all these players are. I'm quite enjoying it until I miss out on where I don't know where they are. Then it's not enjoyable. But I like stretching my knowledge again, coming back into casting and seeing where these players are on the mini map.
Yeah, it is fun, isn't it? Yeah, it's cool. I love that we caught Lisa in 4K answering a text message or something like that, just going AFK for a second there. Lovely, love to see it. Lakers Monarchy, looking around. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so DLR are up in Zarki. They're way up there.
Yeah, they are on vacation this game. They are gonna be arriving about stage 3, I imagine, unless they do a quicker rotation, and we'll see them a bit later into the game. Lakers as well, loving this rotation again, coming through to South Northca. I think just being the only team there, it grants you so much vision, and always with a stage 1 like this, they'll stay there to see where the stage 1 zone shifts into stage 2 with, and if they need to stay on South Island a bit more, or if they need to make maybe that more easterly rotation. I assume they will do the Eastern Bridge again. It would make a lot of sense to me. I don't see why teams, especially within the same day, would start to cotton on to the idea that Lakers are making this move.
Yeah. No, absolutely, I agree with that. I think the preliminary spot is to kind of take something a little bit closer to the Western Bridge, just not to cross, just as they're doing, to actually just kind of get that information, go up there in case the zone does go that way. That's when teams are going to start to want to come in, so they'll have a head start on that gatekeep potential. If the zone moves away, then it's not that far to the other side of the island to kind of just do a little bit of a wraparound and go onto the Eastern Bridge, or even take a botation across onto Ferry Pier. That's a bit more risky. So I like what they're doing here. This is what I would have asked them to do if I was coaching them. I would kind of go, you know what, no, you need to make sure you're there for the gatekeep. If not, you've got time to go elsewhere.
And in the terms of the specific positions, where would you put your 4 players now on around that bridge to make sure that you cover the most angles possible?
I mean, I think they've done a pretty good job, to be honest. I would probably like 2 on that hill right in front of the bridge. So 1 at the bridge, 2 at the hill on the right side looking at the bridge, and then 1 on the hill on the left, probably. I think that would probably give the most coverage. Maybe even the one on the left hill actually in the compound to really get some teams who may have missed, the other teammates might have missed. So, I think it's a great place to get a little bit of a spread going and really get that ground covered. So I like what they're doing. Yeah, it's looking good so far.
Yeah, definitely think it's looking like a strong performance in terms of positioning for Lakers. Agreed, definitely with what you're saying here. Also, I think in terms of those teams coming in from the eastern side, I definitely think that I would like to also see them follow along that coastal line. Interested to see where Stage 2 has gone. If it has still concluded a little bit of that South Island in play, I definitely would agree that, yeah, we need some look towards the southern coastal line and wrap around, but teams are moving in up towards this hillside. Lakers have moved past, so definitely a sign that the zone has moved quite high up towards the northern end. Is TPS are going to cross straight over on top of the Lakers. They're going to maybe look to stop to catch a couple of bullets into them. Solgov's going to drive by the Lakers, and I think, yeah, they definitely just don't want anything to do with it here. At least they're also going to do a curve around. Going to stop at the petrol station. You know, it's hard sometimes when we run out of gas, so it has to be done. Even if you are, in the midst of a potential enemy team nearby.
Yeah, you definitely do. I mean, you can't go anywhere without some gas, and as long as they got good prices, you are good to go.
Yeah,
I
she
love
heard.
this from...
That's the price.
Yeah, she did. Car montage, let's go!
Yeah, they're gonna need some. Oh no, they're gonna need some money to repair that vehicle because that car just got burnt.
Oh no! I mean, kudos to whoever. We can't quite see who that is. There, you could. Is it? Not sure.
Oh, TPS! What the heck? Oh, they're all fallen. Wow. Yeah, I mean, TPS, Lisa just said, well, thank goodness I want to take that one, that Jeep further into the game. Gonna be a tricky one for Lisa here as a solo player. Just gotta hope that the zone stays with her and that she doesn't get spotted, basically.
Yeah, basically. That is rough for TPES, and so unexpected as well. They just ran straight into KYS there, unfortunately. KYS, though, not having a great day either. Bonfire Female having a little look-see, getting 2 of their players done and down. Before you as well, going into PNCR, Slytherin are behind Bonfire. It is all going down right now, but I gotta love the DL $1 Million Babies sneaking in on the western side there, unhurt at all.
Sorry, should I say, really is just going to go down. Yeah, you've got to get in. I mean, Lakers, come on. Do they not have a vehicle, or they must not do, because you can see the revives now coming through. Yeah, Yakut are so low, but they just can't get it. Unfortunate, but it happens.
That is unfortunate. It's definitely, thinking back to how the Lakers usually perform, they must not have a vehicle because they would have been down there in a heartbeat. So
yeah,
that is really frustrating that they were able to do that and still can't do much about it. But it does give you a little bit of a warning and go, hey, you know what? You might want to be a little more careful playing around us, even in fights. Bonfire got a great spot. I really like this area in general, but for this zone, could be very, very useful. Yeah, we still got a couple of teams gonna have to come through here, so could be very nice indeed. DLR starting to make some moves now. They have to get closer together. It's the north that's gonna get crazy.
Yeah, PNCR as well, taking up this Pachinki hill that you talked about earlier, that other high ground there, really is going to be a big spot for these teams. A lot of those fields in the south aren't really usable at this point in the game. You can see Yakut and Lakers there, as you mentioned. We saw earlier, taking up that hillside towards the south. So you really only have a southern position. So this is why we see a big congestion of those teams towards the north, because the north really is the only utilizable space. Therefore, this zone actually is a bit harder than stage 3, what it makes it out to be. Hoping for these teams we can get a little bit of an easy one going into the night here with a southern shift. Dangerous for a lot of these movements teams.
It absolutely would, but I think Bonfire and PNCR would have an absolute field day if it did, because it'd be a lot of things trying to go through them. It looks like DLR and Question Mark both having a little spat over onto the western side of zone. I'd love to see how that's going, but for now, we do have KYS Virtue looking onto Onyx. Now, Onyx, definitely a team that need to pick up some of the slack they've been having in recent games. But the kill feed's just going off. We've got Slytherin, we've got KMG going off, DLR and question mark going down.
Lakers even going to take another question mark as well. So it looks like a bit of a kerfuffle down towards that southern side. If Lakers are involved, it's Slytherin, KMG, not on that second floor. Will miss for now. Pmmi though looking to pincer here at KMG in this compound. They've already got the first initial knock. They're of course here Pmmi trying to prevent the support of the extra one. They're going to spray down into smoke. They see the position, but they lost that person they're recovering. Pmmi just completely forgot the man that, or the, what a woman here that they're recovering. And yeah, KMG take advantage of it.
Yeah, they absolutely do. That was a big yikes. She just overpeaked completely. She must have forgotten, because otherwise that's just complete nonsense. But okay, that is a shame. One down for Slytherin. Slytherin continue to fight this.
Protosovka. I had to wait a minute to see how I could pronounce that one, by the way. Sesha also going to be moving on the back. Yeah. Sometimes a little hard. Sometimes we struggle.
Yeah.
Small brain moments.
Listen, it's all cats. It's all cats. It's confusing.
Yeah, that's exactly. It's always their fault. It's never my tiny brain.
Never.
The one brain cell that we combine into two working. No.
right. No, never that.
Never. It's chaos, but look at the zone. The zone will do it. Yeah, that's going to be Slytherin there. Going down, is that with a fifth elimination going through also. Sesha did get knocked, however. I'm curious if they will make a revive. It's upon by a female jumping into your wild pixie. Is level up going to be to tracking down fire into fire themselves? Oh, this is not where you wanted to be, and they're going to burn down. Oh, the sliver! They survivor, a sliver of health. Can they get it off though? Can they get the full heal? His balance will also go down. PNCR is going to lose themselves to the side of white. Is they moving onto the rotation on that northern end of the zone. Kira coming up now to the rest of their team is now the other two are PNCR also moving towards it. But look at this third team entering into contention. You can see them in the back. And this is going to look really dangerous here for white. If they stand on this side of the hillside more. Yeah, you can see Kira coming in behind. There it is, before you. They are the ones here to start this engagement. And you can see now white in a real pickle here. The smoke also on the front really halting their movement, their possibility to get away from the pincer. They're not really slowing them down. They're looking for ice pack on the one. They need to try find this, but they're taking so long they won't even get it. And now the name over the top. That's gonna surely spell here white into a solo, into possibly here a retreat. Yeah, absolute full go stations. Get out of there. It will be before you jumping through to finish off those knocks that they did succeed with. $1 Million Babies also inside the smoke, inside those fields as the zone has cruelly gone down towards the south, but Mia will not be able to survive. Battle Blue White going down, and Kitty as well.
Oh, that was a big yikes for white. It's really unfortunate because it looked like they were going to have a good game there, but before you, just spelling disaster for them. You could now ruining $1 Million Babies game. I mean, they both need the points here, but it feels bad when, $1 Million Babies just had a good game. They need another one, but it doesn't look like it's going to be happening anytime soon. PNCR now eliminated with a great name from before you, so that fight up on that hill is done. The zone has moved away from this house now,
gross.
back to the hills. It is.
That is absolutely disgusting. Yeah, it comes out of the field. GG. It comes out of the fields on that western side, so you've not got the grass there to cover you actually, and into the which is clearly just going to be a blocker or a pathway here, but it's going to be a blocker either way for these teams from crossing from one side to the zone to the next. So all of these squads are already in an absolute unmovable position here. You can see Yaku just cannot get out of his shed. They're not going to be able to move further. I mean, you can even see where Pmmi here, they got 1 first aid. I'm not sure how much the other has. They have 3 first aids, so they've not got a lot when it comes to only 4 first aids to heal here either. They're going to have to see if they can survive, what they can loot up as well from that side. Otherwise, they might just be falling out here once this zone moves in. Once they start to get put inside of the blue and the damage starts ticking away, stage 5 is closing in. And it will close in pretty quick by the time these teams get there. Yeah, unless $1 Million Babies make a big move. This is very bold by $1 Million Babies right now. So is Yaku doing the same though. Both teams know that they have to get out of here. So they're going up to the hillside. They're going for that position. TPS gonna fall. In the meantime, Yaku jumping straight in clearly onto a team. They've got to fight. They knew they would have to fight in KL. Tree is Tree Gaming right now. They get it off. How, though, did they manage it? They reload back in onto the open field. They'll get rid of $1 Million Babies. No idea how they got it, but that'll be the finisher, as they did not hit the floor. Well, Pixies put them there in another way.
Wow, this is all going down. KMG just backstabbing $1 Million Babies there. Really nicely done before going out herself. That's 5 points total. Yakut with 6. Counting how they went out. Onyx still a full squad, as are before you, as are Wild Pixies. This is such a good game for those that need a little bit more of a point placement, everything. They need the points. That's what I'm trying to say here. Lakers still here, still a duo. Where's the zone going to go? That will decide the winner most likely, Wolf.
Definitely will. Where this zone is going to go, who it's going to favor. It's going to favor Wild Pixie inside of a building. I mean, you cannot get more disgusting of a position. Yeah. I mean, you're coming downhill, open ground there. It's not even trees. There's not rocks there to defend you. It's like grass. Wild Pixie, if they lose this game, it would be criminal. They should not lose this game. 4 players alive. Yeah, that's them. They get cheated. Into the PUBG jail. That's what happens when you win a game like this. Don't do it.
Absolutely.
I see you.
Don't do it. It's just not worth it.
No. Yeah. Before you... Yeah, Pixie lives matter. You know, Pixie lives matter. Yeah. Onyx. Onyx gonna be moving here. Nothing really going on here for the last minutes or so, as you can see. Lakers behind him could be a bit of an issue. Yeah, you can see them first not coming through. I'm not sure if that was the wisest decision. Overall, to be honest, I think Lakers had been aggressive about it. You see Onyx definitely preparing for a move. So actually making them aware of their position. Onyx, they're not going to push into that zone. The only other way they're going to do should be healing, but they may pop out once the first aids are gone. It's Wild Pixie. Yeah, I mean, it's hunting season. And and it's not Pokeballs they're going into, it's into the ground.
Yes. Ain't it just? Lakers do get eliminated. 2 eliminations, 4th place there. Not bad, not half bad at all. But it really is interesting that before you and Onyx have just both decided to give Wild Pixies the win here by going up against each other. Onyx being the losers of that fight. Not many points going in there for top 3, but top 3 is good enough. And now it's a full squad, a 4v4. But I still think that's not going to go to before's advantage on this one.
Yeah, I mean, they have to take a vehicle each. They have to drive in. It's the absolute only way you get into this game. I see the ideas. They're trying to set up a wider flank. They're going to set up the smokes. They don't have the smokes, by the way, to do it. They can set up a really far line, I think, of smokes. Especially if Lop goes down here to Ara. They cannot lose a player here. Yeah, I mean, Ara going down here. They should not have still been in that location. Big knock here. And not in the vehicle. Yeah, the flank was good. They're going down. You need that flank for when the vehicles come in. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
or even
without
just to
that,
use the vehicle at a different angle. Yeah.
no, I don't agree with this. I don't agree with this move. Yeah, they needed to drive in, trying to rescue a player at this point in the game. I think this is sealed the fate before you. They really needed to move in as a 3 at least. I mean, if you're going to fall, you need to do something. I see the idea. Yeah, you've got the smokes. You can set up a really far wall. But they know where you are. As soon as those smokes dissipate, you've got a zone coming in. You've still now used all your smokes that are going to go down by the time you're prepared again. You've only got one vehicle now, by the way, for 3 people. It's so much worse of a position.
Yeah,
They
the
have to
only
walk
thing
up,
is, it
yeah.
almost feels... It feels like actually they've drawn Wild out of those buildings. They've had to go to the new zone, but Wild has to be careful here as well, though.
Yeah, they're looking for... So what they're doing is they're looking for a knock, and then they're going to go in. But you can see here, like, it's not going to happen. I mean, if Wild Pixies have, quite frankly, any, like, teamwork here at all, they're not going to step out, like, far enough to be eliminated. Maybe knocked, but they'll just come behind a wall, and they'll still be fine. I mean, Skizz is playing a bit with fire here, stepping out quite far. It is a bit of a hunting season with the nades, and they are throwing them through, but down, and it wasn't a particularly difficult game coming through from Wild Pixies, but it was a win, and it was a fair amount of eliminations, and they did play it smart to hold the building. They didn't get baited out, at least. Before you, definitely could have contested that. They I think the moment, they go to Ara, it's sort of just a whimper that they fall away with, but it is what it is. There was a lot of pressure.
It is.
They could have been a bit more aggressive.
They definitely could have been. I think I could understand them going for Arya if they had a couple more vehicles, got the res, and then all pushed. That would have been fine, but they just hung around with one vehicle. They kind of doomed themselves doing that. But I tell you what, it doesn't matter because they still had 10 eliminations at that point in time. So before you getting a lot of points there, it just means that Wild Pixies got a few more. And to be honest, they needed them more than before you does. So a good outcome in the end, and Wild Pixies honestly have stepped up so much today. They have done super well to get that win for the end game. I mean, 23 points is exactly what they needed.
Definitely. I mean, Wild Pixies, I'm so glad they stepped up here. Quite frankly, they needed to. I was ready just to write them off after the first 2 games, but the last 3 games, it's been a steady incline for them. It's not out of the woods yet, to be fair. Also well played there to Skizov, getting the longest elimination takedown with 386 meters, and probably from that building, rightly so. And also, if they can keep it up, as we said, to these match standings, the same sort of results that we've been seeing now tomorrow, definitely Wild Pixies can make sure to secure himself a space in that top 10.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, as you said, just keep that consistency coming. Before you getting 16 points, so not too much of a difference there. It's just those eliminations and the placement, just a few. You could right behind them 9 points, and Onyx and KMG with 7. I do want to see a little bit more from KMG coming into tomorrow. They've done some good work, certainly. I think better than phase 1 even. But yeah, I think KMG are far more talented than they're kind of letting on at this point in time. I think they're struggling a little bit, which is a bit of a shame because I know how good they are. So I would definitely like to see more coming in from them tomorrow. But yeah, Wild Pixies just bringing it in fully there, and Skies first and third, but no 1,000 damage, but it's fairly even amongst all players here.
Indeed, it is fairly even. I think Wild Pixies though the movement a bit before you played around white, and you saw the way that they moved later into the zone. It was definitely a smart way in, so I still think props to the setup that got them to that second position for sure. You can see the amount of damage they did there to get in there. 2100 is nothing to be scoffed at, even they're more than Wild Pixies. Curious about that one on the right side, though. PNCR, a heck of a lot of damage, but for only 1 elimination point. That is about the harshest difference that you've seen in a long while.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I would be spitting nails if that were me. That's rough.
Yeah.
That is a rough thing to have happen. Interesting though, you see it across the board though. Every single one except Wild Pixies have more damage than elimination. So there's a lot of fighting going on, even if they're not getting that many eliminations. And looking at the eliminations per team, I think we can see why.
Yeah, I mean, well, when you count it up, right, that's 5 squads, almost 6 squads taken out by the top 2 teams alone. I mean, Yakut there as well takes out another one. You add the extras ones up there, that's about 8 or so, so that's half the lobby just in the first 3 teams alone. Wow, Pixies! Who would have guessed it? Not me, Neptura, at the start of today. At the top of the leaderboard. I mean, that's what 3 good games will do you. 27 eliminations, 15 placement points, 42 total, 5 ahead of here TPES Esports, who have slumped a little bit, fair enough, towards the end of today. White Esports in question mark are there, $1 Million Babies, even in 5th position, before you in 6th after that game 2.
I'm so surprised. This is such an upset from the beginning of today going into tomorrow. Definitely a lot to be happening. I just feel really bad for Women Moment there, because that last game, most of the teams around them had a really good day, a really good game, and they're back down to 15th place, which really sucks for them. But you know what? We saw there was a glimmer of hope for them, so I'm hoping that tomorrow they can just come back and continue that. But top eliminations, Wolf, give me your thoughts.
Top eliminations, I think Fully just absolutely stole the show right there in the last game. That's what my thoughts are. 12 eliminations after that top spot. Sesha is going to be there on 2nd with 9, and up to 8. So those that were there before knocked out just after that last game. I think also very exciting to see if these teams can, of course, keep it consistent. We've got 5 more games. Keep in mind, after those 5 games, same time, same place tomorrow. Our bottom teams that aren't in the top 10 will be eliminated. The top 10 move on to phase 3 to join those 5th, 8th place teams from Group A and B for a chance in the finals and those $7,000 prize pool, 80,000 UC. We gotta see what they can do. We'll see them, as we say, there tomorrow. That's all for me, Hannah Wolf, Neptura. See you then.
So this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move So this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move it's time for both of us to kind of just move forward.
So this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move forward.
PUBG Mobile fans, gear up for an exciting second edition to PMEWL Season 2 this October, following the conclusion of the first one in March, the PMEWL 2 Mid-Season Showdown. Mark your calendars for the epic kickoff on October 9th. Prepare to be part of this extraordinary event where 32 powerful teams will embark on a high-stakes journey, chasing a grand prize of $7,000 and a substantial 80,000 UC. This tournament spans for 3 weeks, which include multiple stages and fierce competition that will the edge of your seats. This time, the two formidable regions, Turkey and CIS, will be going head-to-head, adding a sense of rivalry and excitement to this tournament. The tournament has been carefully designed with multiple phases to intensify the competition. Without further delay, let's explore it in detail. Phase 1, the tournament's opening stage, will feature 32 teams divided into 2 groups, each consisting of 16 teams. The top 4 teams from each group secure their golden ticket to the finals. Teams ranking 5th to 8th in each group will forge their way to Phase 3 to continue their journey. But for the bottom 8 teams in each group, they're not out of the race. They will compete again in Phase 2. As for Phase 2, you'll witness the 16 teams that fought their way through Phase 1. Only the top 2 teams here will secure a direct passage to the finals. Teams ranking 3rd through 10th, they're not done yet. They'll advance to Phase 3, which is the last chance to reach finals. However, the teams ranking from 11th to 16th are eliminated. In Phase 3, the competition continues as the 16 teams from both Phase 1 and Phase 2 compete together for the last chance to enter finals. Only the top 6 teams will secure their spot to the final. As for the rest, they are eliminated. And now, the grand finals, where the climax unfolds. Only 16 teams earned this spot, comprising 8 from Phase 1, 2 from Phase 2, and 6 from Phase 3. Who will seize the moment, claim the title, and dethrone the reigning champions, Galatasaray Esports? Stay tuned to catch all the updates and exciting moments of PMEWL 2 Mid-Season Showdown. Ice Queens Unleashed.
Welcome everyone here for the second day of the second phase here at the PMEWL Mid-Season Showdown. My name is Highland Wolf. I'm joined by Neptura, of course, beside me. Neptura, we got to see our bottom 16 teams from the groups battle it out for their last chance survival yesterday. They've got one more day where the bottom only the top 10, teams should I say, go through. The bottom teams will be eliminated. It's high stakes today.
It definitely is, Wolf. I'm super stoked to see what we've got going because we did see a lot of improvement from some of these teams. I think Wild Pixies were a massive surprise coming into the final couple of games. They're topping the leaderboards right now. So I'm super excited to see how teams are actually responding to that in general. I think it's going to be a very interesting, very telling night tonight.
Yeah, I definitely think that we've had a couple of those teams begin to get themselves settled, begin to also top ourselves on the leaderboard. We also, I think, had a very varied mix of success from a lot of these different teams. Yeah, sure. There are a couple that are going to need to pick it up today, but it was very exciting. As we jump into as our schedule says here, our final day of Phase 2, Phase 3, and the finals. If you're wondering where those teams have gone in the top 8 of each group, we'll see the 5th to 8th place in Phase at our top 10, and also we will see our finals teams later on in the tournament for the 23rd and 24th. So those top teams from the group stage, they already get that direct pass through to fight for $7,000, 80,000 UC, and of course the title of champion.
They do indeed. Yeah, so Galatasaray were the champions for Season 2. They are here in the mid-season showdown. So it's going to be interesting to see see how in those finals, but that's something y'all are going to have to wait for, because right now we're in phase 2, and yeah, there you see it. Wild Pixie, they're up there, 42 points on the board. But you're also seeing TPES and White 1 point away from each other and not that far behind number 1.
Yeah, this was, I think, some of the variation that we saw was Wild Pixie. That team, they were they were at the bottom of their group in the phase 1 stage. Then in that last couple of games, I think Wild Pixie, ever since Sandhawk, it's been fabulous. That final chicken dinner at the end of yesterday to TVS Esports, they were struggling, I think, as well towards the end of the day, which is why I think you see definitely the end of the Thursday standings fairly low. Definitely TPS could have, I think, really raised that number alongside White. Question mark, $1 Million Babies were another one of those two teams that we also see with their chicken dinners being able to raise themselves in those final few games. Bonfire Female, our other chicken dinner winner yesterday.
Yeah, it's interesting to see as well that, in fact, all those winners are very, very close to each other. So they all had the same sort of day, a win each, and fairly consistent, a couple of bad games here or there. What's really interesting that I've kind of just noticed, though, Wolf, is look at 7th, 8th, and 9th. So far, they're coming into tonight all on 30 points. So they have a whole lot to play for because, of course, only the top 10 will be going through onwards into the tournament. So we are looking at KMG Esports fighting for 2 points behind us, trying to keep it 2 points behind Slytherin, and they're all tied up there. So it is very, very close right now, and only 5 games. I mean, I can't imagine the kind of pressure these girls are feeling.
Yeah, definitely 5 games to change their fate. Yeah, Neptura, they gotta be able to show us something, because if they don't, they are leaving us. Only those top teams that we mentioned before will be able to go through, really prove themselves once again, of course, after only 1 day break tomorrow. Long road for these ladies. The top 5 eliminations, those doing the most successful when it comes to the ranking, are fully there from Wild Pixies, no surprise to see. I also think Balance is one of those ones on the top 5 that we don't really get to see a lot of, but she is definitely very capable of, as you can see here, taking down names.
Yeah, definitely. She was really fun to watch yesterday. She was doing a lot of really good work for her team. Yeah, and it was nice to also see Lisa up here, in her group in phase 1. We were seeing a lot of Lisa end up going out very early. So she is a player who is known very well amongst the community. So it is nice to see her doing a little bit better there. Linu as well, stepping up for Slytherin. Yeah, it's really nice to see all these. Bully, I think, is doing super well, and she's just got to keep that consistency going now.
Definitely got to. I think don't give it up in these final 5 games. I mean, Wild Pixie, yeah, I think they showed us what they can do. They still got to prove it. One of these ladies for our final 5 matches, a lot can still change. And when we talk about those 10 matches, I think around now, 40 points would still be the cutoff that we would expect by the end of today around that top 10 marks. So they definitely still need to pick up some points. We've seen disasters happen already in this tournament, and it's not over yet.
Mm-hmm. It is not indeed. Map schedule, though, is going to be same as we've been seeing the last few days. Wolf, what are your thoughts on tonight's Sandhawk? Are we going to be seeing the same pattern as we've seen every day so far? What's your thoughts?
I think, yeah, there is a case being made, right? Sandhawk has definitely been a case for change in terms of how these ladies operate, how these teams play, going through into those final Miramar around games. I think as we move into these games, right, we're definitely looking towards Erangel and Miramar being a bit more controlled in the early game, especially Sandhawk actually as well. These ladies were fighting, I think, for the first time, I would say, without their research really being fully there, some of them, in those first initial matches. So now they will be hoping to utilize what they've learned yesterday to be able to survive a bit better in the early game, have a bit more awareness about where these ladies will be dropping as well. I'm curious in Erangel Sovnovka has been one of those locations that only the Lakers went for in both games, where there was definitely a case for maybe two teams, possibly three, it can host it to fight or even loot up a case, of course, round into that South Island. Curious to see if any teams will look towards the Novo, which is technically open.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see. I think, day one, they're generally not, research, but perhaps they go, there's going to be other teams going there, so we're not going to. Hopefully, if they've looked back on the stream, they will realize that no one actually went there. Well, we should be seeing a couple of teams moving there if they want. I mean, as long as there's not a contest every single time they're dropping at their location, they're probably quite happy to stay where they are. But I would like to see a little bit more adaptability, perhaps, to some of these zones, of a few more taking some secondary spots that they're not taken. Yeah, I think see, it's the last day. A lot of these teams have everything to play for and nothing to lose. So it would be interesting to see those teams in particular switch things up a bit.
Yeah, I think definitely going to be exciting to see what these teams can do to, of course, switch it up. We are switching up into our first game straight away here. A playing path that definitely would eye up that NoHo location that we're just talking about. I think also a case to be made there for some of those teams to be also moving into Lipovka and the likes. We saw a bit of a contention around that area. I think if you wanted to, the more northern areas, I think we saw a few of those teams also look towards Stalba, so potentially there is a case to be made where those teams would be competing on more of that western line. The quarry was one of those locations when I'm thinking about it now actually as well, right, that we mentioned. That's one of those spots that I think really would favour teams coming into the game, especially given, of course, the hillsides that you've got on the north and towards that more eastern end of Quarry. And overlooking Gatka, as I said yesterday, really would be a favourable position, considering that a lot of those teams in Phase 1, if the zone doesn't end up going there, do rotate nearby Quarry in some way and would be able to track a lot more of those teams on their rotations.
Yeah, definitely. It would definitely be a good spot to take now with this new zone coming in, but it does look like everybody's kind of each to their own. I'm not sure what's going on with Yakut over there. They generally are on their own, and yet they have decided, or somebody has decided to land kind of on top of them there, so we'll have to see who that is. I believe that's, KMG is over there, and Bonfire? I'm not sure what's going on. I can't really read that. NTX, yes, that's what it is. Lakers, again, only ones on the island, but this time, I mean, that's kind of fair. Everybody's kind of gone to the left side, and so that's actually going to work out for them this time.
Yeah, NTX, I think, have really decided that they need to throw something at the window and hope it sticks, realistically, because what they've been doing right now is been jumping through the window and not into anything good. So they need to be able to pick up some points here. Hoping for NTX that they can definitely show us something. Starting off, quite frankly, with 4 players, just going to say it is a good something, because they definitely did struggle yesterday without having that full squad.
Yeah, I mean, you always are going to, aren't you? I mean, some, only really the very, very best, I think, really don't, it doesn't matter if you have 3 or 4, but that takes a lot of experience, a lot of everything. A lot of these, the KFC place, I have to go. I haven't gone yet to the KFC thing. But yeah, I think, it's a much better opportunity for them. They've made sure to keep that full squad a priority. And we'll just have to see. I think we could be seeing right off the get-go, as you were saying, some teams really start to push up against these more successful teams just because they have nothing to lose and they only have 5 games to get that top 10 with. So definitely NTX has the right idea here, I think, certainly because they don't have that many points. So we will be looking at them really actually getting into Yakut's, being a thorn in Yakut's side here. They want this spot. They keep looking at him, but it's not going to be happening. Crystal knocks one down and finishes, so Yakut now off on 3.
Yeah, Yakut here definitely going to be a good sign for them. Unfortunately, it has to happen here. Sorry, should I say good for NTX, but unfortunately it has to happen to someone here. Yakut going to struggle. Around the Fairy Pure side, I think you can see they are just very split, whereas NTX actually focused on that solo player. So they're going to be able to naturally take out one of these players. I'm hoping now that as this fight potentially develops, Yakut are going to be able to show us a bit of more of their experience over NTX that we've seen so far in the tournament, and be able to look for these longer lines and extend maybe into a knock themselves. You can definitely see NTX are giving a position away, but as Yakut will give also that information away with the spray, I believe NTX here may understand that they are being looked at from multiple angles, and hopefully start to move carefully back outside of the fight with the loot that they've got and that elimination as well.
Yeah, I think that would be their best bet potentially here. I understand wanting to go for that fight. At the moment, Yakut are not really putting up that much of a strong show of force here. So I think probably NTX either are feeling confident that they can do this, or they're getting rolled into a false sense of security by Yakut. It could go either way, to be honest. Yakut definitely pushing in, wanting this.
Yeah, it's not an easy fight. It's a bit complicated here. I think the side of Fayana really has the complex factor in this engagement. You can't engage Fayana unless you find that long-range knock, so she's actually pretty safe here. It's the two at the front that really need to be able to push in an angle where Fayana can be effective as well, because Akari, they can lure, as we can see here, NTX further forward. We've got also that other angle of the player, but look at where they're looking. They're not actually angling a position. Of course, you want to look at teams around you. Realistically, no one's going to be diving onto Fairy Pier at this moment, so it makes it a bit weird that they're not really focusing more on this team fight and looking for a better position. Oh dear.
There we go. Fayano getting one now. We're going straight back over, just as they weren't doing a whole lot. Yeah, they've kind of gotten surrounded by Yakut here, and I think NTX have been drawn in by Fayano. They're trying to get that sort of short range a little bit more, but now you are seeing a little bit of a surround. This is really well played. This is a nice slow play by Yakut.
Yeah, I really like the position of Pmmi. I think it actually closes off the triangle, the pincer you've got going on. Also, Fayano is just playing really well. If Fayano gets picked, this position immediately falls apart because you don't have that extra really wide off angle that is stopping NTX from these movements. I mean, you can see they tried to go Fayano. This was their biggest mistake, two of them splitting up here. They needed to still stay as a four-man team and be able to push one of these players such as Pmmi here. While they're 2-2, it may work, but it's much more risky, as you can see. Pmmi definitely has potential to outplay here.
It really does. Oh, nice return knock, though. That's what they needed to get out of there. It is going to be a costly fight, though. I think they really just need to kind of make a run for it as much as possible, but they are making some good aim, some good shots back over onto Yakut. This could actually end up saving them. They are going to go for that one res. They can't go for the other, but Yakut have decided it's just time to push.
Yeah, I think Yakut here, they've done what they needed to. Fayano is going to go down finally. A bit of an over-aggression here. I think you could definitely have waited a bit longer for Akame also to come around the opposite angle, so it would guarantee that you get this kind of 1v1 going on. Now they're also going to have that heal. They have the smoke. They don't have any throwables. You can see she's really going to be a thorn in the side because you could have definitely thrown it outside of that window and gotten rid of your extra run. Now they're also going to be able to get their own revive off. They're going to lose potentially one here as they step up. And now NTX, for all that it's worth, for all the mistakes that they made at the start of the fight, they are moving in with 3. And without those extra engagements of the throwables, Yakut will fall. NTX, they, I think, had the wrong idea in the engagement of Yakut. Yakut did a good punish, but then Yakut also got definitely way too drawn in to finish that fight. They needed to continue to play that slow.
Yeah, they absolutely did. It was a really good start. It was very played at the beginning there. They just overcompensated a little bit for that initial knock. I think NTX's original mistake was to let go of that high ground. They all went into kind of those compounds for that hard cover, but then that allowed the opposite player over onto the eastern side rather, to have that high ground. So that was their initial mistake, but they did recover. They were not able to just keep that solid pressure going. I think it was one of those plays that you just could not get knocked in, and they ended up getting knocked. So well done to NTX for those sprays. I think they were very accurate with that, and that was nice to see. But they just made that out by the skin of their teeth just a little bit. It was a good adaptability, I guess, to bounce back from that sort of mistake.
Yeah, you also got a few of these other teams coming in that zone did wrap a bit towards the northern side. KMG, I think, definitely can look towards that Wizard Tower. Would be a real ideal location around that bridge that a team wants to take charge of. Also, the hill behind the compound is a secondary angle or position. Also, definitely could work. I wouldn't be surprised to see KMG actually avoid those 4 houses and the Wizard Tower in that location. Judging that they would understand more teams behind them are also going to be on their way. So opting maybe for a high ground position could actually be a better spot here for them to not get trapped in between more squads.
You could indeed. Women actually been here for quite a while. They got this 2-2 split going, which is interesting, but we haven't seen a whole lot of them. They've managed to stay in the same spot, and kudos to it because they've got a good spot here. The zone has gone their way. NTX deciding not to go through Lakers, which is a fair spot, to be honest. I think they're going to have to go around to the West Coast. If that's their plan, then I'm all for it. I like rotations. I like the West Coast, so it's a win-win for me.
Yeah, but look at their healing. It doesn't exist. So whatever his blue damage is going to do to these teams, they got to make sure they aren't inside of it for that long. Because, yeah, sure, it's only phase 1, phase 2. We usually say you can heal it out. But because, they were in that fight for so long, they barely got any loot. Remember the size of the location they were looting up? It really was nothing. So, actually...
Yeah.
To be honest, they are going to really have to be careful here in terms of picking it back up. I'm really concerned of do NTX, get those eliminations, but fall out very quickly after this now.
Yeah, that would be a real shame because they need that great start to the game to continue that momentum forward. So they need as many points per game as possible, and just going out to the zone is not going to... give way to that, I think. So KYS Virtue, on the other hand, they're another team that really needs some points. They are currently tied with a whole bunch of people. No, they're 2 points behind a whole bunch of people, if I'm remembering right. So we really do want to see them continue to stick it out in this game, get some points, and be able to kind of relax a little bit more here. But we are seeing several teams now losing or 2. I think these teams that are used to these larger rotations, that are used to being able to, kind of relax and spread out a little bit, I think they're getting punished just a bit here. These teams are finding these solos quite a bit here.
Yeah, these solos definitely going to be an interesting move. I want to see actually these teams moving in and one of them, but definitely one of those other squads in the north may end up looking later at that hillside as well if they can make it through clean enough. Those Lakers teams and NTX, as you can see, also will create a bit of the catalyst, I would say, that these other squads need. There aren't really that many spaces anymore for them all to survive. For now, I think they've managed it somehow. Stage 4, as soon as that moves, we're definitely going to see those team fights really accelerate themselves and see a lot of these players drop quite quickly.
Yes, indeed. I mean, I'm all for acceleration, I gotta say, Wolf. It's just a whole bunch of fun when teams start to really get aggressive right from the get-go. It gives us something to really watch and really look forward to in between games, so I'm always happy. We did see there just quickly NTX. They have made it into zone. They have gone via the land, which is interesting, but they have made it in alive. They are available for healing once they find some, at least. The zone is very interesting, though. Plays right into PNCR's hand, which is They're another team that needs these points, so that is a good opportunity for them. I would like to see KYS move up a little bit to the north, though. This they always come to this ridge, and it's just such an open position. With this kind of zone, I would prefer them to be a little bit more substantial up towards the north.
Yeah, I definitely think that when you're looking towards the more northern side, East realistically going to be the much stronger position for these teams. KMG do definitely have that strong side of a position for themselves in the zone. That southern side really will be contested, but shifting upwards to the northern side, naturally the congestion of squads has become on that sort of lower southern end. It's not to say though here that Women Moment are in a bit of a pickle, as here Bonfire Female have been able to arrest down Patoke, and Women Moment, they've only now just come together as that full squad to be able to look at the fight. Susu though, could be blown up. Yeah, that was an excellent nade as MEF, or MF should I say, does get there into the window a nade. Now it's going to be that 3v3. In fact, then maybe one moment can step out here. We have to be really careful. We do get out of the potential nade return in time. And I like that move where to be careful of the nade coming still in after. So Piper healing back up. One moment playing it careful for now. Playing it well for now. I would like to also see them move a bit together. Help Piper out. Because even a pinch is here. NTX really are going to be pinch indeed. Remember, they have not that much to work with here. They will just get taken down, though, by Lucas Monarchy quickly. And really sucks, I think, for NTX this location.
Yeah, it was such a shame. We didn't quite see what made them a solo, but it was just too much for him. Rin doing some excellent work there, finishing off Saren now. Gonna be able to get 3 eliminations. There's just one solo. I don't know how Bonfire have allowed this to happen, to be honest. Women Moment, they recovered well, again, as we saw with NTX, but the initial mistakes were still there. So how has Bonfire allowed this, allowed this to actually come into place right now? They were a full squad. They should have been able to really come through and take advantage of that low information of Women Moment before they ever got a chance to recover.
Yeah, and this is some of the mistakes that I think we've been seeing from these teams. I definitely think there could be some mistakes definitely being fixed. That would be one of them. Nev here as well going to struggle getting the car. Speaking of, his Women are a bit quick on the pedal. CPS Esports also going to be catching out there. One of KYS Virtue is not quick enough. Cupquake moved outside of that door, heard the vehicle's sound, and I get one knocked there for now. The elimination should come through. Still looking over, of course, down in the edge of this zone. Really crucial here at TPS Esports hold this position, this road. They're very excellent alongside Lakes and Monarchy, trying to fight across it here. To get across this road is going to be very difficult, especially considering that there just is no vehicles available and they are out of action, to say the least. They will not be used. So getting across here by foot and by smoke, where you don't have many smokes. NTX also didn't have a lot before you have tried that push with D vehicles, but you can see how quickly it can go wrong trying to fight without any information in the zone.
Well, it especially goes wrong when when your teammate falls out of the vehicle, gets out a little too early.
Yeah, that also doesn't help.
That doesn't help. No, it really doesn't. Oh, beautiful nade, though. She knew exactly where they were. I mean, it wasn't that hard to spot, but an excellent nade nonetheless. So Slytherin going to be picking up a couple more eliminations. TPS Esports, though, Lisa has been looking over onto them. She's trying to hold them off. Like you said, this is a critical position for them. And so far, they're handling it well. These other teams around them are struggling. They're all saying KYS, White, KMG. They're all up here now. We did see Women Moment go out in the end, which is unfortunate, but 4 eliminations. And I think, honestly, even if it doesn't reflect in the points, a good improvement from the last game. That adaptability is much, much better. So nice to see that coming into this. Unfortunately, though, Wolf, PNC are once again getting sidelined by the zone.
Yeah, they really are getting sidelined. His zone as well is going to move down towards the edge of that mountain. PNCR, while Pixies are probably going to be fighting here alongside this next stage, but that edge with the hill, they're still in play. That is really the position that you want at the end of his zone. The other of it is where actually $1 Million Babies are. There's a bit of a position also inside of that zone. It's not great, but it's something in this portion of the game to play for. That northern side really could send $1 Million Babies into a bit of trouble if you do see some fast movements from these teams down.
Absolutely. I do want to quickly mention, I think the way the zone has shifted, I think PNCR, it would be in their best interest. Oh, the Lakers, GG's. But I think it would be in their best interest to actually stay up there as much as possible, get as many knocks as possible, and do as much damage. Kind of ignore the zone just a little bit here. I think it's possible to do that. The only thing that's lying in their way is they're going to have to fight them first before they can look out elsewhere, which could delay them a little bit too much. But KMG and White now going head to head.
Yeah, these were the quick rotations that we had to see coming through from these teams. White going to be the first to do it. They have lost already one on the engagement. They have lost the second. Mia is about to fall apart as KMG have entered the building. I think White really will struggle to finish that one through. Slytherin as well. TPS putting a bit of a problem here for PPU and QSE. Calquake just doesn't have the damage though. Lisa wasn't there in time, so I would have actually liked to see Calquake hold that position, but kind of peel back a bit for Lisa to also have that angle as well. I think really there was a position where Lisa could have come in as a surprise, and TPS could have done a bit more there to be able to push in and bait Slytherin further.
That was a little bit of a false start there. I think they had such a strong going in that they could have done a little bit more with that, as you said. Wild Pixies, though, do go out just as I kind of saw them going low there, so they have not won against PNCR. I did see Onyx taking some shots against them as against PNCR rather as well, so it's nice to see PNCR doing some work, but Onyx definitely a threat to them at this point. You can see it there, very, very close to them, so PNCR trying to do as much as possible. This hillside's really difficult, though, because you are going to be seeing KMG now looking at them, so very, very open. If you don't have those vehicles, you're kind of stuck, and the zone is sticking a whole lot more teams, Wolf, because look where it's gone, straight to the middle.
Yeah, it's really favouring Slytherin here as well, with 7 eliminations already for themselves. Slytherin, I don't know what it is about day 2 in these phases, but they always seem to come alive in the first couple games of it. We saw that in phase 1. Lisa, she's gonna see her burn away. Unfortunately, KYS Kowalski wipes her out of this first match. PNCR also still here with 3. KMG, $1 Million Babies, don't forget they still got 4 players here to work with. $1 Million Babies are going to lose that, as I say, to Slytherin, who are on a tear. But they still have 3 more. They still got the players, and that player advantage here at this point of the game really is crucial. You can see that having those 3 players is vital here for PNCR to try and get over this hillside. But Onyx, yeah, they are blind somewhat, but now they'll come over the top and see PNCR move in. I think they just have done a bit of a switcheroo here. It looked like they were going to fight, but now Onyx, if they don't get anything here, they're going to find themselves in a really bad position with the last rotating team in.
Oh, here they come. Here they come. Oh, and here comes the code as well. 600, you see, go grab it. But don't miss all the action as Onyx get absolutely pummeled to the ground. KMG finding some very opportune rocks to get behind, taking out Onyx there. They had 0 chance with that new zone. I honestly think they waited just a little bit too long. PNCR are still alive. They are in zone, and they had that rotation just a little bit earlier. But now it is Slytherin's turn to kind of a little bit. They are in zone, but it's a bad spot.
Yeah, Slytherin here, still inside of that 3-man here. PNCR gonna fall down though, yeah. KMG, that nade straight through them, you can see it. Slytherin need to move a bit further on towards this ridge. You can see have a bit of an angle on top of $1 Million Babies. It's hard. They are chucking nades and the Molotovs. I'm sure that they have there for themselves as well. They're going to be later across when they need to. Pmmi also going down is big issue here for Slytherin because they've got this spot, but it's very vulnerable to being pushed on. If a team has a vehicle, they can definitely be able to get into this spot quickly and be able to assassinate Slytherin.
I just love this for KMG. They have been kind of struggling, certainly to what I was expecting, compared to what I was expecting. They have been struggling, and it's really, really nice to finally see a little bit of the KMG that I know coming into this. We got 11 eliminations on the board at the minute. It's about to be a couple more if they get these shots over onto Slytherin. They have lost one, it is true, but down to the top 3, they're looking the strongest out of the 3.
Yeah, KYS Kowalski, big issue for the side here of KMG. They need to get this revive up. I'm not sure why they're waiting on it as much. Maybe they just have got to them now. KYS Virtue are a problem, yeah, but if they can use that vehicle, we saw they had a couple there to actually push in onto Slytherin quick enough. They could be at an angle here to definitely rush into that zone. I would say definitely go for it. Now with that knock, yeah, you might get QS here through the smoke, but they're going to go for the revive. You need to be able to push. Nuzix are going to go back onto the smoke. Here comes also KYS Kowalski. They're not going to be in line to be able to see you as that solo player. They could definitely, get in this vehicle and be able to rush into zone just now.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, Kowalski, though, might be a little bit of an issue when it comes to Slytherin's rotation here. She does have that high ground. It's a great spot. I tell you what, Kowalski playing this super, super well. There she goes. Lunasix gonna be have to be happy with that third place, but 14 points total, not too shabby for the start of the day. And now it is just a 1v3. The problem is that KMG are all together, so Kowalski is able to potentially get this down. They have to spread out if they want to make this more difficult for it, but they're out in the open.
Yeah, this is the issue, right? If you had a vehicle person there, forward, you could actually be able to split up. You could come in from the left and right. I still want them to come from different angles. You can see here as they try to find the peak, how easy it is, though, for Kowalski to be able to take down the angle. Because it didn't come from that second angle, they looked like they might be able to get it, but Kowalski caught their looting up. The push through from Sesha was still enough. I think if you did, to be fair, arguably have a stronger player in that position on the tree line, I definitely think they could have 1v3 that position. I mean, you give that extra few seconds for the zone also to come through. KMG were not in a strong spot at the end of that game.
No, they weren't. It kind of felt like they had used all their options. They had this one last desperate play, and they had gotten so many points that while it would have been a shame to kind of throw the win, it did feel like they're kind of like either we win it or we don't, and we've done enough to do well for this first game, which is fair enough in some ways. In other ways, I'm kind of like, no, you got to play that more carefully. You didn't have to rush the end of that. But KMG, a well-deserved chicken dinner. They played that so well. I mean, the amount of times we've seen that kind of zone come through and just decimate teams left, right, and center. So for them to come out on top fighting like that with that much elimination, it's really a really nice start to the game for them.
And for KMG as well, considering they were struggling slightly yesterday, I would say they definitely didn't look towards the strong KMG that we've seen in Phase 1, where we know they can be able to put out these big performances like they have this game. 23 points here and those 13 eliminations, really going to help them secure a bit of a also between them and those bottom squads. To be fair, also for KYS Virtue, I will say they will also need those points. And for Kowalski to sneak into that second place really was well done to be able to survive. Considering you saw 5 minutes before, KYS Virtue were struggling to get into zone. They didn't have that many players. I think Kowalski was down as that solo for a long time in that game towards the end. So definitely props to them to be able to get to that spot.
Yeah, absolutely. They did a very, very good job there. Slytherin as well held on a lot. And we did see a couple of pushes up towards that ridgeline because it's such a good high ground. I'm sure they had to do a lot of defending, and they did it well. You know, it was just down to that solo. They had the low ground, etc. Points. We do see, you know, kind of a representation here. 9 eliminations from Slytherin, 5 from KYS, 5 from PNCR, 6 from TPES, but of course they go out just a little sooner. So, you know, it is a bit of a shame. Their big surprise for me, though, is Bonfire going out with 0 points.
Yeah, Bonfire really just didn't, I think, get the push for themselves well enough early on. They did struggle, I think, in that early fight, and yeah, they just got taken out. Sesha and Kowalski also around hovering close, 939 to that 1,000 damage mark. But KMG, no surprise still to see them with 2 fairly high damage counts here at the end of that game. They did pick up those damage numbers in towards those finals exchanges. Kowalski, Nuzix, and QSC, no surprise to see them. It's just the 5 players that we also the end of that match.
It is indeed. Oh my goodness, though. Look at the damage. 24-24. Yeah. They got 24-20 that damage. So they are finishing those knocks. They're getting those knocks perhaps in the zone, letting the zone finish them off. There's not a whole lot of chance for those revives. So it's the timing of those eliminations as well that will get you those points. So nice to see from them. On the other hand, you do see Slytherin with a little bit more damage. You see Lakers with a bit more damage. And you see PNCR with the same. So you do kind of see where that timing does come in, but the overall standings are out, Wolf, and they are spicy.
KMG definitely spicing it up here as we're heating it up towards Miramar. First position for themselves. TPS going to be still maintaining their second position, but Slytherin also coming there to the 3rd position themselves. As while Pixies gonna drop down to that 4th spot. They did have a difficult game here coming in. Yeah, I think, well, props to them. They can come back. Their position in this leaderboard, they get a few more points. I think they definitely already secured themselves from this first day coming through.
I mean, it would be great to see them come in like that, you know, that bottom place in their group back up into like top 5 for the next group would be really, really nice to see.
Yeah,
so interesting to see KMG. Yeah, but so at the top there because they were 13th, I think, coming into tonight, and they've just soared up to the very top of the leaderboard in just one game. So it really is a testament to how close it is. The top 5 eliminations, though, Wolf, looking very close as well, but we are starting to see Sesha move a little bit away.
Yeah, you can definitely see, right, because of that one movement of 23 points, that lobby is very close. I think there are a few teams really struggling here, which also have had it make sure to move to the point where these bottom teams are also giving more points towards the top, so that definitely will have an effect here. Now, sure, as we move on into those later points into the games tonight, on the other hand, though, we are also going to be looking at Miramar as we do move on into these future games here. We got to see what they can do. I am being told we're going to go to a break right now, so we will see you on the Miramar map later after a short break.
No. This is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move
Welcome everyone here to now game 2 of Miramar, as we will be heading to Miramar for phase 2 of the PMEWL mid-season showdown. My name is Highland Wolf, and also Neptura here beside me. Miramar, as we said, is next on the cards here, Neptura, and we saw yesterday teams really, I think, struggle when it came to the initial rotations of Miramar. I also believe we saw a bit better play overall from these teams when it came to the later portions of the game. They, for sure, looked like they had a bit more control. Now, also with some of those top teams gone, still some things here to be seen.
Yeah, it definitely is. I think you're making a great point about, kind of not wanting those teams to have some issues in those early rotations. We saw that a lot coming into yesterday. Definitely another one that I'm going to be talking to the teams quite strongly about just now is stop fighting those red buildings in Picado. It did you no good. I think it was Onyx and Lakers, and both of them went out early. So just stop yourselves. There's no need.
Yeah, and this also happened the same time around Fenerbahce and before you as well. Before you are also guilty of this. It is something that they for sure should not be allowed to do. Moving into this next game, they have to avoid it. If they don't, I really worry that they're going to struggle overall. You can see while Pixies, they're going to move past them over. Yeah, sure. I think without also Fenerbahce, it's a good read here playing against them. Without them, before you should have an easier time inside of Picado, so they will get that to themselves. They just have to be careful of dropping in there and looting up a bit slow. We've seen teams also be guilty of this in this tournament so far, where they need to be able to loot a little bit quicker and be able to move out of that compound and to avoid these teams with this zone who will naturally be coming into Picado and those hills as the entrance point into stage 1.
Ooh, some nice shots coming in over there. Just going to be saying, wait, this is ours. Stay away, back off, find your own turf. I do agree, though. I think a lot of teams that are, in fact, moving a little bit too slowly for my liking. I think they're just making it a little bit too relaxed in that early phase. That might even be contributing to those early losses on those rotations because of the mindset, they're not ready for the game right up front. But are you guys ready for this UC code? That's what I want to know. Type in chat if you're ready for it. If you lost it, because it's easy to lose. It's first come, first serve, and there's only one of them going around for this game. So 600 buckaroonies in UC, of course, gonna be yours if you can go grab that. Wait, no, there's more. 1800 UC. Wolf, who's gonna grab that? It's gotta be one of us if these guys.
It's like an auction. I know, it's an auction, man. Anyone for 600, anyone for 1800, anyone for a raise on 1800. Going once, going twice. I'm going to put the code in. That's when it's gone. If you don't, NTX not home here in this compound themselves, so PNCR Destiny also around the Minas Generales side, and really not great position for NTX. I think they're probably gonna fall down here. You're looking at likely PNCR cleaning up that solo player. Osmeg could be a position there. They could try to also take one. Zeshus with that knock though, and now with the third player coming in, as long as Osmeg doesn't get caught, they should be able to have a position back in with a 3-man here, an entrance into the fight. Sadai is also going to get behind the hillside. They're not going to crash for now. And PNCR, I was going to say that it definitely was a opportunity for them here in this fight to be able to pick up several different elimination points. But with that knock that they had initially, that for sure turns the tides and allows NTX here to take an angle into it.
Yeah, really nice, again, adaptability from NTX. I was going to mention that perhaps it was a bit of a lack of adaptability, a lack of judgment there for them to actually land in the way that they did, considering they would have seen that PNCR were there. So I would have preferred them to kind of group up a little bit, adapt very quickly to that. But so far, they're looking pretty good. I mean, that was a great knock onto them. They just have to get, they really rallied. My problem is that they've allowed one of the PNCR players to get up above them again. But again, a really nice knock here. Just as they get one up, another falls. So looking good. They do seem to be holding their own. My only problem is I'm not sure that they should have really pushed in. They should have used that knock to kind of push out.
Yeah, they definitely should have used that knock to be able to push out a little bit more. The biggest mistake that NTX also made here was that, they did end up struggling to, I think, solidify also a position on this top side. You can see PNCR is going to have that wraparound, and I was keeping my eyes on it. I also really love that Zeshus has moved over to this sort of, what should you call this? It's a little bit of an outhouse here that they've got for themselves with the staircase and the raised platform. That's it, raised platform. That's the word I'm looking for. English is PNCR. English sometimes, okay. Like, we were discussing it in the break about the different ways that we can use English to explain things, so forgive us if we are also keeping that in mind. As Onyx, they are going to have a 1-for-1 trade for now. Just going to be a trade of players. The elimination does come through, though, from Onyx Esports, and they will also look to now make that revive. Agnesa and co on their way to make that move onto the elimination, catch him out on a second. Is NTX also coming through for the back? I'm not sure Lucas caught it. Yeah, they only now notice it. That was a nice wraparound. They will punish PNCR Destiny for it. In PNCR here, Neptura, they looked decent when it came to that first phase of the tournament. This second phase, really, they have been struggling yesterday and now clearly today as well.
Yeah, it's been odd. They continue to look strong and then kind of seem to fall apart a little bit there. So, not sure what's going on with PNCR there, but I gotta say, NTX, again, they keep making those initial mistakes and then bouncing back. That's two different teams now they've done that against. It's not been a full wipe this time onto PNCR, but it's close enough. They did lose 2. It is a worse off result than certainly the Erangel was, but for now, it is going to have to do, and you know what, they're not out yet, so a pretty good fight from them.
Yeah, and around the mid game as well is where they have struggled equally in this game here in Neptura, in this tournament, should I say. So they really do have to be careful on how they now make that move. With only 2 players on Miramar, the rotations are going to be extremely difficult because you don't have those extra players to have used as, or in a way, a sacrifice if you need in a car rotation to scout out a location, or as a way to use multiple players to create more space around you as you move into those zones if you know that there are players there already. So only 2 players will for sure hinder them. I am curious, so if they can be careful and understand that those late rotations, or even if they wish to, an earlier rotation in could also work for themselves. They will also have to take a bit of a pit stop on that movement in. They definitely do not have also the loot inside of their pockets for now, with that 1 contested compound to be able to survive a longer Miramar skirmish that we could see coming out here.
Yeah, but I tell you what, who else doesn't have a whole lot of stuff going on is White. I mean, I've just been watching their kind of their loop situation going on here. Very, very little to speak of. Oh, car montage, she got it stuck on the ridge. Classic Miramar, oopsie daisy. But Mia's here to be fine and heal up and get her car and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, the heals just aren't really all there all that much. So bit of a yikes coming in from them, especially KYS, right on their heels. But we have to see how that goes. You could now Lakers as well as DLR, all three on these hills. So they're looking to make those positions early, get that foundation going. But Lakers having that foundation be a little bit wobbly for now.
Lakers do have to be careful. They won't make that same mistake again. Fusibar will get themselves back up. Not a problem here for Lakers for now. It is just an exchange of information from both teams. Stage 2, I'm curious whether it has actually shifted up overall. Is KYS Virtue going to meet them through the window side? Is that will just be one falling straight away down? BNCR also going to lose themselves in this game as they too will find the solo removed. Lakers Monarchy back up as well with a Kulka on their far side. There is a bit of a pincer going on here, and before you can see them trying to position to maybe punish, but also keep an eye here, back onto $1 Million Babies. KYS Virtue do survive that engagement versus their opponents around the position there. So also we'll be able to take down PMCR, be able to move further forward. $1 Million Babies just going to hold up here in the position. We're starting to see a few of these teams hold really finished yet. There is some finishing at a looting pace to be desired, and I'm surprised to see teams setting down so early, especially inside of the second phase. You could definitely be waiting on the stopping and getting that strong point in the third phase, especially with how the zone has been going and how these teams have been adapting to the zones. A lot of these teams really don't come into the center of the zone until that third or fourth phase even. So you would have more time naturally here to be able to loot up. And this is also something I'd admire from before you there, where they could have got sucked into that fight versus Lakers, like Lakers versus Million, but they don't. They continue on their way to loot up.
Yeah, that's really nice. I think we're seeing from a couple of teams here, actually, we're not seeing so much loot coming in from these teams, which is odd because they've had plenty of time. They all went to pretty well-looted areas, particularly someone was up in the military camp. We're seeing a lot of grayed out items in these girls' inventory, so I would like to see perhaps a little more dedication to some better loot before we get into this, but we definitely see a lot of teams deciding the zone is going to be centering up. TPES actually have just managed to get into zone now, so we've still got Slytherin there, we've still got a couple of teams just making their way in, and the zone is kind of gonna go psych, we're going over here now. White could have a perfect chance to grab that bridge first.
Well, I was really surprised as well that teams hadn't looked towards that Monte Nuevo side as well. They weren't looting up any of these teams Monte Nuevo initially. Now, this could have happened off screen with a team, and I understand that given their situation, they might have known that it might have been looted up here as NTX. They'll at least be able to loot up here KY's Virtue of that body, as they might not even go for it. They're looking to try position for another elimination, a bit eager, as they are already on their way out. TPS also simultaneously moving into the zone in their own way, further towards the easterly shift we saw it go to for stage 3. It was a fairly hard shift as well, and more so particularly towards that more open space of land that we saw just below the hillside of Picado. Definitely would say that it's a great position here for TPS to hold. It is contested, and Yaku here came behind, and they cannot be able to stop themselves to get the rest of the members in. Unfortunate, Yakut really are going to have a really strong position here inside of his zone with that compound, or that building, I should say, that they have. And here TPS trying to find something else, but you notice the problem, right? It's all now beginning to be taken by these squads moving in. Stage 3 has been here for a hot minute, and yeah, they just don't really have that much to their name. They will at least find this building here for themselves. It's a bit difficult to control, I would say, this building for 2 people. It is slightly bigger. At least it does have some loot in it, though. So that is the silver lining to an otherwise difficult rotation for them.
Yeah, it's just kind of heartbreaking, right, for TPES rather, because that zone went. No, not the zone. Because their duo were in trouble, they needed help quickly. But when we actually panned over to the rest of the team, they were getting stuck on some Miramar Ridge desert thing, and the car was really slowed down, so they couldn't actually get there in time because of the terrain. And that's what we keep talking about, right? These slower rotations, these plays that are interrupted by this terrain. So Miramar is very, very difficult even just to traverse, and it's something we really got to think about.
Yeah, something that they got to practice, clearly. You can see how this terrain really can mess you up if you aren't familiar enough with the locations. And around that Picado Hill really is a crucial movement and a rotation where you have to be able to know exactly how to move around this part of the map. Because if you don't, yeah, look at it, it's all open. It's a barren wasteland out here, and if you stop, you will be shot down. Bonfire Female is going to also be looking around their own buildings, slightly outside also of the zone here. I'm hoping they don't start to make this move because there's a team coming right behind them, KMG. They've not noticed them for sure. Susu, they haven't realized. They will realize now as the shots come through. They move forward into TPS. I actually think that it sort of worked for them. Ironically, they get themselves in. TPS just didn't have the numbers to control this building, but it was very risky with also KMG here behind them. This fight will slow down. We said it's a little bit of space there in the building to where these teams can start to move backwards, and TPS moving that towards the back end of the building. Bonfire Female, though, has to be careful here as KMG also, they have this solo player around. They also have to be wary that they can also press with a quick rush down into the building too.
They do indeed, but Wolf, I'm looking at Slytherin over into Picado. Looks like they've actually got a really far split going on. I don't know if Linu is kind of scouting out for Pew Pew here a little bit, but she was sitting there. They both were sitting in their respective spots. But we go back to Bonfire. It's not time for all that. It's back into the action. We got Bonfire, we got TPES, KMG moving up across the road, up onto some high.
Bonfire definitely struggling here. Is Uvis will be able to get the revive off. Ursa also now going back behind a difficult position to be able to navigate around. Of course, these players not wanting to step around and wrap around one side in the open does restrict you to those backside of the buildings and also that alleyway that you've got between the two, where you really can't do all that much. KMG gonna struggle here as Bonfire have elected to take down one of these players caught on outside the smoke. KMG gonna suffer, but still this problem lies here with TPS holding up, and as long as TPS are in this position, it makes it a bit of a pain for Bonfire Female to really make a forward decision where you've got still two players right beside you alive.
I'm surprised that TPS either have stayed alive or that Bonfire have allowed them to stay alive, right? There should have been some sort of push towards this.
Yeah,
I know they're
even using the boards, right?
Teams. Yeah,
they've got a board right above the alleyway. You can push on top of the building. It's in some sense you could use the car to also get up there too, with the way that Jeep was positioned. So the player pushing in later, that solo definitely could have put a bit more pressure down. KMG as well. It's a nice idea to for sure pressure KMG. Yet you've still got this problem. TPS are still here. You can see that they're now pushing up, but they're really not going to push up too hard here. You've already loosed up Ursa. They did try to move in too quickly. They got knocked down as that solo player in the 1v2. And some mistakes coming through here is kind of the play from moving very quickly from one team while the next team wanted to fight down TPS. TPS find themselves so caught. One player is down for now. And as that team comes together here on Bonfire Female, they should be able to pick up the last one.
I mean, they really should be able to. I think Bonfire have gone about this, in my opinion, a little bit all wrong here. It's just been kind of weird. It's been a messy fight where it didn't have to be. It was a nice knock onto CamG to be able to use that side effectively. That was good. But in general, I think it was just a bit messy, really. So hard to kind of discern what's going on there. Slytherin do, in fact, go out there. They've just been eliminated. 0 eliminations and 14th place. Not what they really wanted to see, but we will be seeing. Also, TPES go out there. Finally, they do go down. Bonfire have full opportunity here to do their best, and the zone has favored that. So we are going to be looking potentially at Bonfire Female, bringing this back just a little bit. CamG are going to have a problem, and they've got the back to look at.
Yeah, this zone really is in the open. Wouldn't be surprised with how many players are still alive. Maybe one player of a squad decides, I'm going to take the healing, I'm just going to sit in the blue and try to last as long as I can once it involves me. Because as you can see here, the moment you try to make this push, Onyx, they move in. They're trying to fight versus Wild Pixie. That would be simple enough, this 1v1 where you say, oh, well, we've got a high ground advantage. The problem is, they're so high up that the moment they step forward, you can see Lakers and everyone else immediately sees them. And with Nirvana on this flank for Wild Pixies, you've also got these 2 points of pressure where you are going to struggle with that solo around the side.
Yeah, Wolf, are you saying that there is high ground that's too high?
There is high ground that's too high. It's in this game, it's not an advantage. In this game, it's not. There are situations. Yeah. This is one of the rare exceptions.
Yeah, because I was gonna say, Onyx unfortunately losing that one. Yeah, high ground too high, girlies. You gotta go down a little bit earlier. I think you've really got to read the missions. The zone is about to pop. Where is it gonna go? Because if it doesn't go their way, they're gonna have a heck of a time. Oof! It's a little bit in the middle, and TX now going out 4 eliminations, 8th place position. So that's gonna be 5 points going their way. White right after them. We haven't seen much of White. They were up on that ridge, but I think, again, they fell victim to those rotations. It's all about those rotational kills when it comes to this kind of zone. It's so flat. It's so open. It's the easiest done with the least amount of risk. So you are going to see a lot of those fall as they make those rotations in.
Lakers actually have a great opportunity, so we can hold in this zone right now, and they can wait for the blue zone to come in. They have a great position for the moment. They are going to have some struggles coming across that road. The other end of the boat is these teams who have that advantage of the ridge behind the road are going to be fighting. You can see here they can't take control of that ideal position in the zone because they are against each other, and before you, they're going to fall down. A bit of a mess here with Shakute still inside the smoke coming in versus Ara for the finish, but Ara able to keep themselves alive. That's the 4 eliminations. They've got to shed right on the edge of the zone as well. That's going to buy them a lot of crucial time in this game. Yet at the same time, now Bonfire Female can come in. That problem of all those teams fighting on that ideal position that you wanted in the open, where you can fight against Lakers under the ridge and be able to avoid those shots coming through from them, that is now a possibility. Lakers, one down there also as Alicio is going to be knocked. It looks like they've got a problem here while Pixies Lop really just slowing them down, and that's something that they can't afford because that zone now, as it comes in, you want to be positioned in a way where you can move forward onto the rest of this roadside and be able to contest Bonfire Female instead. These 2 solos on our side, putting a big dent in that plan.
I gotta say, I love this from Bonfire. They've used those little skirmishes on the other side of zone to get this 2-2 split going. Yes, you do have one that has been knocked down before you. Ara doing some great work here. But I do gotta say, Bonfire playing this control game really, really well. I also gotta say, Wild Pixie doing some really good work there. The Lakers just down to a solo at this point. They were looking so strong, but it almost looked like, according to the kill feed, that Wild Pixies actually took them down single-handedly there a little bit.
Yeah, well, Pixie's Loplop really did just have a great position on that hay bale. It made it very awkward. They wanted with the utility. Akulka just wasn't there. I think also KMG Sesha really was another problem that they were very aware of moving into this zone. Is before you are is going to send out the nade. You can see how much damage also that zone does with just a couple shots going rogue from Susu onto her. Sesha as well. A very quiet game. Very well played here through from Sesha. The position is fine as is. Don't need to make anything changing from it. Akulka has also 4 first aid meds inside. Can survive a little bit longer if need be.
Can indeed. KMG, though, might be feeling that pressure a little bit to get those more eliminations. She's only got 1 kill for the team so far, but you're right, she just needs to do absolutely nothing right now. She does need to get in zone at some point, but she's got to let the Lakers go first here. She cannot go first. Doing so well.
Just let the rest of these teams fight. If you know there's still 6 players alive, you know there's other people that might get pressured into moving further forward. Sesha, you could saw that Akolka was looking there. Just unfortunate that before you don't fall for her before, just after Akolka immediately, will fall away. It was Bonfire Females game to win. Once they controlled that position on the other side, we said it was so strong without a team to contest you, and it is going to be them with their second win so far of this phase. Bonfire Female, I definitely think they made some mistakes leading up to this. They really took advantage of a Lakers that couldn't deal with that solo of Wild Pixies. On another universe where Lakers can keep those members alive, they can get rid of KMG quicker, they can also contest that roadside. Bonfire, I would have been curious to see how they took those team fights, because something about the team fighting in Bonfire, I'm still waiting to see that kind of all the pieces of the puzzle fall into place, as it were, for them.
Yeah, a little bit, but I really got to say, Wolf, we're really seeing today it is the day of adaptability. I mean, we keep seeing these bounce backs from mistakes, like big mistakes that we see coming in here. I mean, Bonfire came in, it was a good push, it did get interrupted by KMG, they did play it well, but it was just really messy, kind of half-hearted a lot of the time, and then they come in, they control the zone, they time everything correctly, and they win the whole thing. So we're seeing that in the Erangel twice. We're seeing it here now again. So definitely a lot of adaptability going on here, and it's a great improvement because adaptability is so important for these teams.
Yeah, I mean, okay, not to shame on their win. It's a win. At the end of the day, you got the points, but they definitely took advantage of teams, as we said, not engaging on them hard enough, and also. Yeah, KMG should have done that. I think they could have really pressured them. And also in terms of the side of those other teams before you, Yakud, both kind of cancelled each other out. So there wasn't a team there to contest Bonfire. It was only the solo left of Ara, which also meant that it allowed...
Nadia. 13 points for Lakers and Before You. I did like what I saw from Before You. It was messy just because you could already had that. They crashed in. There was a lot of, stray bullets going everywhere that did cause Before You to kind of fall down a little bit quicker than they may have should have. But I think they held it well. Ara did a great job in her position as well. She got 5 out of the 8 eliminations, so a really, really good performance from her specifically. So she is in that 3rd place when it comes to those points, and Yakut are nowhere near them. So a good response, I think. These top 3 teams, we're seeing a lot of points going their way. But what's really interesting as well, we're seeing some of those top 8 teams having 0 points at all. So we are kind of seeing a little bit of an upset when it comes to the left versus right page.
Yeah, there is sort of a gap forming here, as you said, from that left to the right. I'm hoping that we can see some of these teams who still need to be able to push their way up to and be able to. There are still 3 games left. A lot can happen. A team, for sure, anyone can get into that qualification zone with 3 games still remaining. Seren is going to be our top fragger when it comes to, and damage dealer when it comes to the player focus combined. Ara just, of course, behind her with edge play that they had with the Shack was well enough also to survive into that 3rd position. Lakers, Akulka also getting that 2nd. So still some placement points as we saw going through to them.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, it's my favorite. Graph Wolf. There we go. Elimination damage going through. Onyx actually being a big contender when it comes to that damage. $1 Million Babies, though, if we can just go very quickly to that right side. 0 eliminations for all that damage dealt. So even the teams without points are doing a lot of damage here. It is what happens, but unfortunately just couldn't make those convert into points there. But if we go back over to the more high-scoring teams there, a lot of damage being done. Again, our winners are equal, but yeah, very interesting to see a lot more damage coming in than those eliminations. But the overall standings, ooh, we have ties left, right, and center. There are 3 different ties in the top 8, Wolf.
3 different ties indeed, but the chicken dinners, of course, come first, and Bonfire Female are eating well first as well. KMG going to be slightly behind them with that same scoreline, while Pixies also still in 3rd there as Lakers Monarchy before you, very close behind. It's all down to, I think, when it comes to the closeness as well at the right side of that leaderboard, how some of these other teams can compete. Now, PNCR have been struggling. We mentioned 2 games now. They need some of these points to be able to show for themselves. Yakut didn't get that win in that team fight. That's also got to be affecting them right there in 13th. $1 Million Babies. We haven't really seen all that much from them again today. I'm hoping that we can see a bit more, because outside of that 1 win that they got, and that 4th game as well they had as well, it really hasn't been a confident, consistent showing from some of these teams when it comes to the up and downs.
No, it hasn't. It's been really unfortunate kind of to see $1 Million Babies specifically kind of fall down a little bit. They had a little bit of a rise. They did get that win yesterday, but we need to see more from them. The good news for them is, of course, that with 54 points being the top position, they can still get a really good 26, 30-point game. Yeah, that's a lot, but it is very doable. Even straight back. So for any single one of these teams, it is very, very doable to still qualify, at least, if not get into the top 10. But Wolf, we do see a lot of ties coming in on the eliminations as well, except Sasha, who is continuing that gap ahead.
Get those elimination points on their way. On the way, though, is also Sanhok next. And as we talked about redemptions of some teams needing to make their mark on that leaderboard, Sanhok has to be the map to do so. I'm curious now if we can see some of our bottom teams step it up, because they'll need to. 3 games are left before they could face elimination. Sanhok up next after a short break.
So this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move forward. Hey, so this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move Hey, so this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move Hey, so this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move
Welcome everyone here to the Sanok time 42nd day of the PMEWL mid-season showdown. My name is Harland Wolf. Neptura is also here beside me. Neptura, it's Sanok, as we said. We have the change, the point in which usually in the day for these ladies, some of these top teams start to struggle, and those bottom teams usually come up a little bit more. It's a very tightly divorce. It is also what we noticed from those overall standings.
Mm-hmm. We do indeed. I'm looking for some sneaky, snaky sort of things happening over on Sandhawk. I'm not saying snake. Don't here and be a bit sneaky. You know what? If you're a lower team,
I don't mind snakes.
Absolutely. I don't mind it.
Snakes are cute. You can like snakes. Snakes are around. Like if you've not seen I know they look so adorable, and they just like.
Love snakes.
If you ever had like a snake, like if you ever held a snake, I held like a pretty big snake once. Yeah.
My sister and I used to have wild snakes, which probably wasn't the best idea, but it was fun.
Yeah, that's also that sounds a bit more dangerous than like a veterinary person bringing in a snake like to your school, like showing. Yeah,
oh,
that
gosh,
sounds
Remember now, it's 5 or 6, and there was a library when our local library did that with the and we had snakes, and it was for that. But no, me and my sister, we found 2 of them, and I think they were vipers, and we put them in an old container thing, like a cement weird, like almost half pool. I just kind of, they just were there until they got out, and we would go in and look at them every day and just kind of go, "Hey, snakes," and kind of have
these
a stick
snakes
where we would
very
kind of prop them up
angry
and,
at you. Yeah.
Oh, they weren't. No, but we were like 8 or something. It's like, oh, snakes, great.
Yeah, they just mad sounding, but they definitely excited inside. Am I right? Like excited to bite your way out of there. Yeah. Also, my friend has a little like snake as well at home. It's so adorable. Like every time I go around, just you see him.
I keep seeing them on TikTok. Man, I want one. I really want one. But...
Yeah, although I would love to have when I get my own place later, I would love to have actually a dog, like a German Shepherd. I mean, while we're on the topic of snakes, while these teams are loading themselves up, German Shepherds are so adorable. Yeah.
Yeah, you and my sister would get along well. She loves German Shepherds. Anything kind of big like that, she loves those kinds.
Yeah, I could have a whole coffee shop meeting and only talk about German Shepherds.
Yes.
Like,
Yeah,
I
totally.
could go on about these. We could just have the whole Sandhawk be about what is your favorite animal. In fact, why don't the people in the chat viewing, why don't you show us what your favorite animal is? Yeah, well, I will look at it
I want to know.
in the break. I'll read through, and I'll be able to catch up later on this.
Yes, please do, everybody. Everybody watching, tell us your favorite animal. I'm more of a husky person myself, to be honest, but I wouldn't have one because, one, they're very loud,
They're so
high energy.
Like,
And they are. They're so fun, but I don't think I'd be able to stand it for more than like a day.
The novelty wears off.
Exactly.
Great
to visit, hard to live with.
I imagine every time you go around to a husky like owner, they are very happy about it, like in the visit, and then in the moment you walk out the door, it is like the smile wears off.
Absolutely. Yeah, definitely. But I just love them. But you know what? German Shepherd's a lot quieter, man. A lot quieter. Dobermans, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, that's true.
So less drama. It probably like the same amount of fun, I would guess, but just less drama. Because every dog is fun. Our dog is fun, but he doesn't know how to play. He kind of just chases us around, and that's his game. So that's kind of fun.
Wow, that sounds like a great way to do your athletics in the morning.
Oh, yes. Oh, definitely. He'll always run alongside. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Chases us around. Oh, yeah. It's always fun because, you go in one direction and then you just quietly sneak off in the other direction and off he comes bounding down this road. Oh, my goodness. So he enjoys that. But, yeah.
This first phase zone also shaping up a little bit here, Neptune. That bike, I don't think is coming out. We'll see. But the zone is shaping up down towards the main island, though, as we said, a bit of that southwestern in play as well. So around Painan and those hills as well, I think teams coming from Boot Camp Hill, these locations, all going to be very useful. These high spots, these crucial compounds, crossing the river as well in the stage 1. Bonfire female. In a bit of a problem here, though, is PNCR, that nade you can see on the edge being held. They're going to jump over the window, won't get caught for now. Ursula does need to be able to find one here. Can they look for the flush? They won't go for it, because here comes the second. They're leaning to reload. They get around the corner, but not quite enough into the next. And there's the support, but yeah, you can see the angle, right? They had the nice angle on Krezi above. They just couldn't force the play through fast enough. Now Seren is here. They're looking for the revive. They will be able to crucially, get that knock eliminated through. So it will retain a 2-member squad here in the building. I wish, though, that we see all of these Bonfire female members come through a bit together on the push, though. Serena hopefully doesn't go too fast. That looks like a bit of an issue. Is they will need to move around the nade. Susu's here. Now as you start to set up the numbers advantage, you have these 3 players, you push them back into the one room. You know where they are, and now you will be able to catch them. They look pretty nice angles. They're going to try their best here at PNCR. There is a possibility for it. The one elimination will come through. They'll step outside to try and give the information through the window of the position. Now Brewers will be able to step forward through the door. They will be able to find a shot. PNCR will fall down. I think PNCR, they had the opportunity there to move away as the 2 players who stayed for the fight. They did manage to lose themselves at the start of that game. While Pixie as well will fall. And here on the bridge as well, between a curious engagement here is Kitty just has to hold these players. Easier said than done. There is support on the way. You can see it behind. They will actually be able to find one. There it is. That's the support you were looking for. And now they find the angle. Pew Pew's on their own. And Kitty just needs to put an initial 1v1. The damage is done to help her. But Pew Pew, just cannot find the shots, cannot find the angle. Really smart, well played there. Kitty holding and the patience, pulling off a win. And a few elimination points there for the $1 million babies.
Yeah, very, very nicely done there. We lost 4 teams in about, 45 seconds, something like that. So very, very quick succession of teams going out there. Unfortunately for them, it is a few teams that were in the top but have started to slip down the last couple of games.
This is the Sandhawk effect.
It is the Sandhawk, isn't it? Yeah, definitely seeing that already. And then you've got teams like NTX who have been a little bit better in the last couple games. 6 eliminations already with 5. So you are starting to see a few of these teams already crank up those numbers for the mid-game, getting ready for that mid-game. Because honestly, we're still in looting phase. This is very quick from these teams.
Yeah, and I think for $1 Million Babies, I mean, look at how much they also have available in terms of space and looting capability. There's so many options, and I think I'm curious for you and Jakut here are going to push in. I will hold my thought on how $1 Million Babies move in to this zone, so have a think. But Jakut, they are going to be on the edge here of TPS. You saw TPS 1 down at the beginning of this engagement. Did they get them back up in time? I have to see here as TPS are struggling. They do find though too, almost, is that Jakut just aren't all there. They have still one more player on the walk forward, and without the vehicles, you can see now it comes down to this 1v1. Corey has to get him, but he survived! Oh, 1 HP though! Emergency molly to burn him down, but it's not enough. As they don't hit the floor, and here in the melee, Sogo has to heal up. The molly hasn't been enough damage as well. They're trying the best to 75% HP. The nade into the door. It wasn't cooked in time, though. They couldn't get it off in time with enough opportunity, as Nameli will be able to find a shot. So through, they punish him into the corner. TPS Esports eliminated.
Honestly, Wolf, that is a really, really well, but yes, they should have evolved. They did get caught a little bit separate, but honestly, they played that super well. Corey there, getting that molly down, even though she did go down, it gave
that was
the rest
crucial.
Of the team some time. And the nade as well, just to flush him out a little bit. It wasn't cooked quite correctly, but it didn't matter. So they do only lose 1, and they will be getting back up as a 3-man squad. That was very, very well played from Jakut. Big brain.
Yeah, Jakut, that Molotov really just made so much of a difference. I mean, that is about the best that they probably could have done in that one position for themselves. I think you could have even mollied a little bit closer to themselves. I mean, it was a split-second decision. That would be the only small criticism. Would have maybe got them a little bit lower. Sedai just gets blown up into the face. I mean, there wasn't really much play from that. It was just Ramon cooking that nade. It came straight into the face of NTX, and that was the end of that.
Yeah, it was indeed, wasn't it? But Women Moment, nice reaction to that initial knock. You saw them push immediately into the compounds there, so that is nice for them. So we will be seeing what they can do with this. NTX ladies, though, they are going to be trying to defend this as best they can. Another one goes down, though.
Women Moment, definitely a team here who have been improving through the tournament. I think that Women Moment really are one of these squads. These ladies have been growing more comfortable in terms of their play, a bit more confident. The second chance is where you, I think, really see Women Moment coming a bit into their own. NTX
Definitely.
down also to 2 players. Is if they just need to hold the push, don't run up. There's one person. Don't jinx it, because I just placed you. Wait for the team. And now as they can come in 3 players, there is absolutely no way it's happening with the numbers. NTX down to 1 player. You can see them already moving out, so the rest of those eliminations will be flushed through. One moment, controlling Painan for themselves, and I think a very crucial position for themselves, I would say, given the zone still being split a little bit here around phase 2. We'll have to see now, though, given phase 3, where that zone goes and how it affects these teams.
We will indeed. Unfortunately, NTX just unable to hold it down there. Not why we can on the middle of that fight. Kira, why are you nading yourself? that's an interesting play from you, and she is gonna get yeeted for it. Pinky gonna take advantage of the free kill there, and Balance another solo who has to just get out of dodge, but this time away from KYS Virtue here. It is both these teams been doing super well, and then they just kind of fall apart a little bit there. But Women Moment going back to Painan, a really nice play from them. I think that was well executed. It was nicely done. KYS as well, moving in quite strongly from the looks of. But NTX, with their 6 eliminations, they still are alive. They still have that opportunity for more points. And I tell you what, Wolf, from what I've seen of these girls in previous seasons, you cannot discount the solos. They come in and win the whole thing sometimes. So we'll have to see.
The solos are always going to be a factor on Sandhawk, especially. Balance is going to be hunted down, I imagine, with KYS. I would assume KYS will move down towards that south side. It'll be safer for them with the information they've got, and also to finish off that solo moving in. Yakut, they are the other team here on the south that I'm really interested in. $1 Million Babies, I assume they're probably going to go across that southern bridge in the way that they're moving. So there would be a skirmish now between Yakut and $1 Million Babies crossing in. I like the idea of $1 Million Babies. They, of course, are trying to take the widest point possible, given that they have the least information possible in the zone. Yet also, they could have just moved in on the other bridge, the thinner bridge there, but I do see why at the same time they're moving into Yakut. Yakut going to be the advantageous one with the information of the area and the high ground, though, on that bridge.
I mean, yeah, that is very true, but we did see what the $1 Million Babies did on the last bridge, so if there does end up being a bridge skirmish, we could see again. We'll have to see. Lakers, we haven't seen much of them, but they are down to 2 at the moment, but the rest of them are fairly strong still. Before you, KMG, KYS, Women Moment, they are all full squads at the moment still, but most of those don't really have as many points, so you are seeing this kind of trade-off of points for fewer teams, or fewer players rather, on each team. But we'll see how that changes. We could see teams like Women Moment and KYS actually come into their own towards the later end of the game.
Definitely, and also with only 29 players remaining, of course, this portion of the game, make that maybe 28 heroes before you. They have found one hero of Woman Moment on the push into Painan Hill. Just a formulation of 2 teams trying to go for the same hill inside the zone, and unfortunately Women Moment do lose out here on the play with before you just being a bit ahead when it came to the walk further in. Patoke moving backwards here is maybe looking for another angle. I'm not really sure what Women are doing here. It looks like they would want to make a wider rotation round. That would be the only reason why. I'm hoping also they avoid this nade that's being cooked up as well. You can see will damage them a little bit here. Smoke gonna come through behind as well.
Yeah, I can definitely see why they wanted that spot. The zone has gone straight. I almost wish they would actually go the opposite way, go to the south side, but I don't think there's enough free space for them to do that, so they're just trying to find the closest way. Unfortunately, I don't think they've really gone fast enough. They've been very halting with this retreat, obviously, trying to keep that cover and making sure each step is okay to go, but Bonfire is taking them, of course they're going to.
The thing is that they had, I think, the better position still when they were on the hillside. Because, now that you come down, look at it. You can see NTX Crystal, they were still there. They take now another knock. Before you are still going to be there, and they'll finish it up. So, really unfortunate from Women Moment. I need them to really work on their mid-games when it comes to finding that spot. Especially around stage 4 just seems to be the point where it falls apart, even if they have these great engagements that you saw around Painan, where they were able to dispatch of NTX so well.
Yeah, it is interesting. Maybe they do better when they are the aggressors rather than the defensors. It is interesting. I don't know what goes on. I think their rotations need a little bit of work. Their awareness in those rotations need a little bit of work, because we're starting to seeing a team actually come out of this roster, right? They're playing very much as see kind of what their strategies, their style is. So that's really nice to see. But there is definitely a lot to be desired when it comes to those rotations, because that's where they keep getting all this trouble coming in. So it is a shame. I wish they could fix that. Unfortunately, I think it's just one of those things that takes time and experience with each other to actually get done right.
Yeah, Ballons here as well has done an excellent job of just doing nothing. But doing nothing sometimes is the best thing that you can do here. Will be able to hold themselves inside the blue and hopefully move in a little bit. It's going to be hard, but there is a position here on the edge of these buildings where you can start to move in. The hills do protect them slightly with the terrain. It won't be an easy spot down through from the likes of Bonfire Female. Only the Lakers possibly could see Ballons realistically come in. DLR even wouldn't be able to see them if they do wrap around that little bit of a hill. The zone is going to move in and favour Bonfire Female here, as they will have the compound before you with the split. Definitely do have a position for themselves, though, still too.
They do. They have quite the monopoly over here. I'm just wondering, you did go out in the end, and it must have been $2 million babies here. So again, seeing them continue that trajectory of having some really good engagements going down here. So are officially out. So they have the south side to themselves, apart of course from KYS over there, but they do have eyes on them. They're trying to get as much info as possible onto them. White do go out, so that is $1 million babies. Even if they don't make it to zone here, that is another placement for them that they can get above at least. So looking pretty good. They just need to get into zone, but it is a long way. Fortunately for them, Wolf, I don't see many teams actually looking to the south side.
Yes, around that south side as well, there is some opportunity for a team to make it in. It is realistically only KYS that can do so. They are the only team. They have enough players to contest that south side moving in without that much information. Before you as well, going to struggle here a tiny bit, as they have found a knock against the side of NTX, getting one for themselves. Bonfire Female defending their position here against the Lakers. That's going to be the nade that will finish one of them off. Alicio, without that revive coming through, will just be a case of waiting to wrap around here with a couple players. Gotta do it quickly.
GG's.
Yeah, there it is. Because they do need to move it into the zone. Yeah. That's fair.
Okay.
This kitty there also will fall. So now, Bonfire Female going to need to move in. You saw the knock coming through from them. Before you, Andrea is going to be able to find KMG coming up to the top of the hillside. That will be two coming through from them. And now the third, will it not come through though? Is it Nicole down to the only solo player here? KMG up to 2. Have the man position advantage here, as they will be able to now move forward back. Nicole have a bit of an option for Ara to be revived. KMG, they have to go for this. The zone's pushing forward. They need to punish this revive. They cannot allow it to come through. The nade will miss a bit. And that will be the final one to come through, as they will fade off into the night. KMG, yeah, and they might even get these revives off. You can see they're managing it on the edge as well. So that will be a full squad of KMG back up. Yet look at where the zone has gone.
Oh, that's gross. That's just bad, man. But you know what? $1 Million Babies and KYS figuring out how to coexist with each other.
Yeah.
And DLR 9 points, and that's just eliminations. So they're doing super duper well here. Again, another Sandhawk where they're doing well. I believe they won the Sandhawk in the yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, either that or the Miramar right after. So we are getting to that point in time where they can win, and you can win too, chat. 600 you see quick before the game ends, because I'm sure it will be gone either to someone else in chat or into Highland Wolf's pocket. So be careful.
It's going into my UC bank account if you don't get it. That's where all of them are going if you don't pick it up. Is KMG. They are looking to pick themselves back up here on the edge. That smoke, a nice distraction actually, is here as well. That 1800 UC is distracting my eyes as I'm looking into it. That code, make sure to get that for you as well. And I've lost the distraction to the double nade. The 18 baited me. Is that will be 3 going down. And now KMG. The solo might even be finished off by KYS Virtue. They're stepping up the confidence as they saw them here, looking to punish and rub salt into the wound of KMG Sports' downfall. KYS Virtue Delicia, the only one left. They know it's 2 players. They will knock one, though. And as we said, they have Kowalski here as well. Kitty, another Molly behind that rock could be crucial. Kitty's going to look in, find Alicia with the high ground, bring it to the 1v1. They should know where the extra player is as well. Kowalski, they have to do something here with the low ground peak, but it's not enough as they will fall. $1 Million Babies grabbing themselves that chicken dinner win. I don't know what it is about Sandhawk, but it seems to be post-Sandhawk $1 Million Babies. They just look like they come out with a win here, and yes, the second time they do it. And also, could they now continue it? Because this is what we've seen before, where they come a bit alive when it comes to the end of the night.
Absolutely. I loved that for them, from them, about them. That was a really nice game. I gotta say, I didn't see really any mistakes coming in from them. They had a nice initial fight on one bridge, then they got rid of Yukut on the other bridge. They continued their way in. KYS were not able, either didn't or wouldn't go after them. They had a nice little bit of a fight against KMG, who also played this game really well, but you know what, just $1 Million Babies were better in this instance. Really, really nicely played. They played together, they played quick and efficiently. A really good team when they want to be. It's a shame we don't see more consistency from them.
Yeah, $1 Million Babies, really one of those teams that have the high highs. They do also have those low lows. In this inconsistency, they've got to be able to fix it coming in. I mean, excellent win here on Sandhawk for themselves. They are in only phase 2. We saw how they can be oppressed in those against those higher placed teams that we will see again in the finals and in phase 3. This is, though, the welcome change that I'm hoping we can see for $1 Million Babies again. We saw it in the first day a little bit. Hopefully now again in this day as well. 24 points for them. This should also be, with the points they garnered before, a pretty fair solidification. With still 2 games to go for themselves to get into that top 10. They will need maybe a couple extra points as well, because we do have to look at the standings being very close together here as well, Neptura.
Yeah, we do. We really have to put that into consideration, especially when you see the teams in 2nd, 4th, 5th place even, also having some really high eliminations, high point game. I mean, TPES went out a long time ago and they still managed 9 points. So when it's this close, you do have to think about really most of the teams in this game specifically, because I did notice most of the teams did have at least 3 eliminations. So it is looking...
We'll get the longest elimination distance in this game with 368 meters there. But as we switch to our match rankings, $1 Million Babies do come out at the top there. Of course, but NTX, KYS, Virtue, and BEFX, Bonfire Female, is going to be our next 3 on board. Big upset here for PNCR and Onyx. Now, these two teams, we said they are in the bottom elimination or relegation space, should we say, and they need these points. They did not get them here in Sandhawk. 2 games to go. This is getting scary for some of those squads at the bottom.
It really is, because especially when, you know, they were top 5 at one point. I mean, yes, I know it's only, you know, a couple of games away when we had them at, you know, it's only 10 games, right, for phase loss. So, yes, they're all going to be 5 in the top 5 at some point in time. But still, when you have these kinds of teams that were doing super well for a couple of games and it's super close, and then they just can't seem to make even 5-6 points a game, and they end up slipping down when they were doing so just a few games ago, is very upsetting to see. So, you know, it's one of those things where you really, really want to make sure that these last 2 games you give it everything, which in turn, Wolf, I gotta say, will make things a lot, very interesting for us, because things start getting very crazy now. They got nothing to lose, man.
Yeah. Very close together, these teams at the middle portion as well. As you said, we will see our player focus of these teams. To go back, though, to that point, Nevture, yeah, around that middle, it is very scary and close. There could be those upsets, as you said, of teams now dropping on each other. If teams also feel maybe like they are struggling, but they want to take out another team, they could also come down on the change to our last 2 games. $1 Million Babies, 1,700 though damage and 14 eliminations, of course, topping the charts here.
They do indeed, but is that NX?
NTX, yeah.
There? Second? Wow. Because they went out fairly early. So that's crazy to see them in that second position when it comes to that damage and eliminations. I mean, that's crazy to see them, because, again, like TPS, they went out fairly early on. I think Women Moment got rid of them in Painan, if I'm remembering correctly. So they were gone a long time, and they still managed to do a lot of damage there. So kudos to them. We're seeing a high damage, high kill game for the Sandhawk, but let's see those overalls coming in. Who's on top? It is Bonfire reclaiming their throne from yesterday, and $1 Million Babies in second place. You love to see it.
Yeah, $1 Million Babies in second now, contesting, of course, Bonfire Female. It's all pink and purple, we could argue, at the top of the 3 standings and those podium positions, while Pixie down to 7th from the start of today. As we said, they needed to continue that consistency. They really have been struggling to do so. Is at the bottom, though, of the standings. That was where we got to look, and there is a bit of a gap here between White and PNCR Destiny. 13 points, a comfortable buffer for now for 1 game for White Esports. If White get more points in this game, are we looking at PNCR or those teams close needing a big game now to really boost themselves back up?
I think to be safe, you're going to want a big game, but if you want to play it quietly, if you don't want too much, then absolutely go for constant 2 good games. Now, the problem with that, of course, is that you're leaving things to 2 opportunities to do badly, not just 1. But, you know, when pressure is such a thing, then, you know, you got to go with whatever is going to make your mentality the best you can make it to actually get that win.
Yeah, they've got to be able to prove themselves here, because it's their backs against the wall. PNCR and those teams at the bottom still need those points. Can White, though, defend their position on the cusp of elimination? We'll see on Miramar after another break.
Hey, so this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move Hey, so this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move forward. Hey, so this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move Hey, so this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move
Welcome everyone here to PMEWL Mid-Season Showdown, where myself, Adam Wolf, and Neptura are heating ourselves up to get to Miramar. We're putting on the sunglasses here and getting the sun cream ready. I mean, Neptura, we've got 2 more games to go. We've got now an eye on these bottom place teams because they have to step it up. They have to get into that top 10 position. White are holding it right now with 43 points, I believe, and there is a 13-point gap between them and PNCR. Yeah. PNCR, on that last game, it did not go well for them, Neptura.
It didn't, and it was sad, and we didn't like it, and we want to see them do better, and you could as well. NTX Lady, to some degree, have had great games, but also kind of bad games tonight so far. So, honestly, anybody down in the bottom, they all have potential to have really great games, these last 2. I just need to see it from them, right? I need to see that action coming into play. Now, the good news is that we are in the last 2 games, so we're going to be seeing a lot more action, I think, from these girls. This is generally when we start to see these teams kind of just go, you know what, we've had it with strategy, we've had it with playing it safe and all this, let's just hot drop a team and see what happens. I'm not sure if these lower place teams will maybe do that as much, just because they have been improving and they have been having better games as the games go on. But I will be curious to see kind of where this goes into play, and as we look kind of even kind of the 6th to 12th, 6th to 10th mark, rather, we are only seeing a difference of 7 points. So it's very, very close. Any of these teams, if they go out early, could lose this spot.
Yeah, we could lose their spot. I think, judging from those teams, it do have quite a gap though between the elimination and the non-elimination spot, you could say, at the 10th, if for lack of a better word. They do have a gap between them, and it means that those teams that have already successfully made their way into the top, so Bonfire Female actually at that top 3 position for themselves, they should be fine. It's all about, for now, these last 2 games, as we were saying, right, enjoying yourself. You could top out this phase 2 standings. I think that would definitely also be a showing of strength. Yet they also have a 1-day break, and then they're going to have to go back from 0 and against some of these teams who have had now multiple days of rest and preparation and VODs against them. So it really is just about stepping it back and relaxing and thinking about how we'll make strategies, how we'll prepare, and using this as some experience for coming into phase 3.
I personally, to be honest, if I was coaching any one of these top 10 teams, Women Moment not having a good run so far, getting caught out in the open there, but if I was coaching any of these teams that do make it through to phase 3, I would definitely be advising them to not play tomorrow. It would be a VOD review day. It would be a meeting day. It would be a discussion day, but it wouldn't be a playing day. They need a break. They need to chill. And then just have a strategy day, and that would be it. I hope these girls actually do that, because I think that would be in their best interest for sure. If they did want to do some extra practice, they can always enter a scrim, Tuesday afternoon, something like that, just before the event to kind of warm up and get those tweaks. Yeah, exactly. But tomorrow should be a rest day for sure.
Yeah, I think they could do 1 or 2 casual games or ranked games just to warm up the fingers a little bit coming into the final phase 3 couple of days, because obviously phase 3 is going to be a really important point and a bit more pressure for these ladies, because they will obviously have the finals on board to get through to that from. Gonna leave both through phase 3 because we are still finishing off phase 2 here. One moment, one of these teams who are so desperate to get these points, only 19 points right now after 8 games. They looked like they had a good team fight performance on that last unhooked match. Did fall apart after trying to retreat from before you. Now TPS going to catch him out as well. Lisa should be revived here by Soul Girl as well, with that extra initial flush through to a second elimination point from them. Woman moment, you got a feel for them. I think given some more time, this team could be a bit more prepared coming into the next season. They could be a contender. For now, though, I really do worry that we may be seeing the last of them in these last 2 games.
I hate to have to agree with you, Wolf, on this one. You know, it is very unfortunate they end, or they rather start this game with a duo. I mean, it can happen. You kind of get caught out in the open there. The other team have had those compounds you were trying to get, so they have loot you don't, and then they just decide to push you. It does happen, but unfortunately they weren't able to convert any of those knocks into points for themselves to kind of combat that, and now they're getting shot some more. So definitely some great evasion maneuvers coming in from Piper there. But yeah, it is very, very unfortunate. You've got to feel for them, especially when they've been doing tons better, certainly, than in phase 1. But I do agree with you that there is some potential here. There is something to be said for perhaps a little more practice, a little bit more of preparation, and coming in next season. I really hope they don't disband or kind of switch up their roster, because this could
definitely. Yeah, you really do see the improvement just from phase 1 to phase 2, and their confidence in terms of being able to take a team fight, be able to prove themselves in some better form of rotations. I edge around better because there's still a lot of mistakes being made by women overall that we can definitely look back at, and then we can of course improve from. Is a crucial thing to look at in this, and there really is, as you say, so much room for growth for this team. White Esports, another one on the edge here, really debating why they decided to jump down onto Picado, considering that before you have always been a team in the tournament so far that love this compound. White needed these points. It's a risky play to now contest before you, who are comfortable also into this top 10. And White, yes, it's a 13-point lead, but one big game from PNCR, for example, and suddenly White are fighting on the cusp.
Yeah, this is an interesting move from them. I would have thought they'd have known that, you know, Picado was going to be busy. I just don't understand why teams insist on dropping on the red buildings. There's an entire city that you can use.
Exactly.
Like, there's a whole gas station.
Yeah.
There's the other 5-stack across the way.
The flats, yeah. Yeah, I mean, even the casino. You can start to edge back and force the team to come into you on the casino and use those different layers that the casino offers. It's White Esports, another big knock. And now with Ballons down, with Sirak down as well, Akira and Shara, the only 2 left. They are not the fraggers as well, crucially. They're the support players. Of course, they have the ability to take out players, but they're not the ones that are flashy and the ones that we know to do it.
No, this is unfortunate. Now, Bonfire are looking at them a little bit. We did see a rotation coming through there. We could have possibly had something there, but I don't think so. And it's all 4. Oh, my goodness. Finally, before you, playing as a team. I don't think we've seen that so far today that much.
Yeah.
And they will do it against White, so big risk from White. Unfortunately, it does not pan out for them. What I do appreciate from before you, though, is that they didn't hold on for ages and ages and ages and ages and ages, right? They got the job done. They moved on. So they now can move into zone properly.
Yeah, they have maybe been guilty of that mistake once or twice before you. So with this zone being, of course, so far towards that northeastern side, that's only phase 1, by the way. So phase 2 is still to split. Yeah, so we still to see some big rotations. Of course, $1 Million Babies and KMG, another 2 of these teams that we really are going to have to keep our eye on. It does shift up somewhat towards the northeast. This is a bit sketchy now. You're really looking towards the mountains that you can see just below Al-Azhar. The mountains are also, is that NTX, I believe, on the northernmost point there as well, have there too, the mountains. The very wide eastern portion of that zone isn't in the mountains. That's all fields for the people watching here. So there's actually no space, realistically, that they can be able to rotate through, unless they wrap right around the very edge of those fields, just to make a bigger rotation to the mountains up north. There's no way that you would be wanting to rotate in that location.
Absolutely. TPES, though, find themselves on a little bit of a downward trajectory as they try and move up. I think they just got a little bit too overzealous with that rotation. Didn't quite have that information. They do now, though. Before you as well, losing one. Down, I think just jumped out of the vehicle a little too early, not sure why there. Maybe a misclick, but will have to be revived there. That's going to take a toll on those meds, which could, in fact, impact the rest of the game. It's these tiny little micro things that you got to watch out for, right? You know, you can think about the game and strategy, rotations, things like that, but it's just these tiny little mistakes, these little accidents that end up, you know, potentially deciding whether you win a game or not. It's crazy how minute you can get. And it's an interesting rotation through here. Please don't. There we go. Okay, almost stuck the car there.
Yeah. We're improving from the second game. Thank goodness graciously, Lakers Monarchy are going to be in the midst of the Onyx here in the mountainside. 2 behind. Navisti is going to have to here help Gutenberg, who looks to be engaging already into the 1v1. They will be able to find it, but they have to get back under the ridge here. There are still more coming, and I like that they get behind there indeed. Yakut also within the area will be able to hear his shots. Onyx already trying to escape out in a very quick but very smart here also retreat through from Onyx. It may just be, though, into Yakut's hands.
Yeah, not realizing, I think, that they were right there. That was a very tricky rotation through the valley there, but it works. She got through it. We're all good to go on that front. I am seeing, though, a lot of teams with very low health, KMG being one of them. Of course, it's going to be KMG and DLR. I just really hope they have those meds to back it up, but I they must do, right? KMG got massive splits, though, coming in here. I mean, you've got one almost in zone there over by Impala. The other 3, 500-600 meters behind. DLR somehow worse.
Yeah, so what this has to be is it has to be healing. I mean, they have to have an issue with healing and looking for more loot within the stage 1 to 2 phase, because there's no reason why they would be stopping within the blue otherwise and being so split with about one inside of the zone and the other still so far behind. I definitely understand that obviously teams want to send one player forward to scout for the information, and oh my days, that zone has just gone into the point of death. So yeah, a lot of this zone also isn't usable. Keep in mind that rock face that you see on the east, that is actually a huge cliff that is not usable in any way. So the compound even in the north, that mountain really doesn't offer a lot onto the northern end. It's really this place that Slytherin have control of right now. It's going to be a firefight, you got to believe, to be able to get control of that high mountain. That's clearly by and far, other than Al-Azhar teams probably going to dive on into the city to get a position there too, are the 2 spots that you're looking at.
They're going to have to, right? I mean, I do notice, though, there is a compound just below that cliff you were just talking about, the one that's unusable. There are 1 or 2 compounds.
It's more of a shed, though. It's a...
It might, that's true.
Yeah.
It's true, but it's up on some high ground. If KMG could sneak their way past Slytherin there and get that, they could see the zone be continuing a western trajectory, or eastern trajectory rather, and we could see some good stuff from them. Possibly.
Yeah, you can use it. If it's a rectangular one you're talking about, it is just outside of the zone. So, yeah, I definitely agree. It's for sure usable right now. Stage 3 isn't going to hurt so much. And you can also use it just to allow a bit of respite from El Azahar. And also that south end is going to be absolutely nuts in terms of trying to watch teams fight for only really a town. It's not even a city. So that will be an opportunity for them. There are some form of ridge coming down from that rectangular building as well, where we say obviously you can still use it. If you're on the very east side, you can block yourself with that little bit of a ridge and avoid the line of sight from those teams looking onto you from the mountain and from El Azahar, of course, as well.
It's interesting. Oh, KMG trying to make this rotation. Oh, get backstab though. You could. Nice backup from Sasha there. But is it going to be enough?
Yeah, Yakut here barely on the edge of life, but the 1 HP is enough. They grab themselves the elimination, but only for KMG. Here, still the one behind, as well, as they will be able to finish there off the second one. NTX Lady as well, going to struggle with a 1 HP TPS as they try to find it on the drop shot. They get it! Lying down is enough for Lisa to find 2, but they cannot find 3. The health bar was just not enough to take down the third. It was a valiant effort, but have they bought enough time? The damage has been done. You can see Samina moving in. There's another one as well coming through from the mountain. The revives look like they'll come through. Lisa still alive there, though. I'm not sure, so still the extra one alive, not Lisa. The second player still within the vicinity, so they will have some information. But with Samina now the only solo, will decide to back off with that information being given away, but the revives have come through.
Definitely, yeah. Good idea on TPES's part. They do have 3 eliminations. Again, it's not quite enough. They need to continue having some good games. DLR, though, also struggling. Razdva has gone down to the zone, so you're right that healing, those meds just aren't there for them, which is really odd considering, there goes another one, very odd considering they had all of Valle Del Mar to themselves, right? They had that entire place to themselves, but this is just what happens when you decide to take it a little too far. That late rotation goes a little too late, which is very unfortunate. Another one goes down, and DLR immediately just get taken out by the blue zone. Again, the blue zone is going to be having the most elimination points this tournament.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's a rookie error. I'm just going to say it. There's no way that you should be losing yourself to the blue zone. I mean, it's all about rotational timing. This is basically the essentials of what is this theme of game, if you like, like this is what a battle royale is about. It's about the zone coming in, and if you can't answer the base, but more towards that eastern portion, which I can see definitely why Slytherin aren't moving right now. It's all about using that position here as $1 Million Babies will fall down to that blue zone, but as Slytherin, they move further in. It's all about just waiting and holding their position for now until they need to go into that really dangerous open area inside the zone.
Oh yes, that compound has now moved away from the zone. We haven't gone back to the west side, so KMG will be for a while there trying to get inside zone. Women Moment have done themselves some favors there, getting on top of that hillside, but the fight still is down to the south side. Lakers and Kowalski in particular having a little bit of a spat there, but KYS trying their best, but Lakers, I think, actually have a pretty good control over this. They've got that ridge, they've got the back angle. It's looking fairly good for them. I do notice, though, we are seeing a much slower game coming in from these girls, right? I was kind of expecting a little bit more of quicker action coming into the Miramar, specifically the Wrangle, even if it's not so much the Miramar, but this is actually kind of the opposite. This is much more careful plays.
For sure.
Who's doing anything too drastic, which is kind of nice to see. You know, they're aware of the points, they're aware of what's going on, but that will be a push from the Lakers, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, we can really appreciate, I think, the improvements coming through from them, and yeah, this episode should be the Lakers moving in. They'll get the information at least on it, but they're not going to go for it. Yeah, a bit of an interesting decision. I understand in some way, yeah, because look at the zone now move. So with that zone shift, they say, actually, you know what, this is a potential fight we could take, but the zone really is going to harm us if we take this fight and we don't have the players to enter it with. So we've damaged KYS Virtue for now. NTX are also here. Futaba stepping a bit over, I think, too much on the ridge there, but doesn't get punished. Woman Moment on the other hand, though, with KMG. Piper on the edge of the zone. One player remaining. KMG should be able, they only have 2 players, but should be able to close out this final elimination for themselves.
Yeah, you'd think they would be able to, but KMG lose 2 in the process, so that's not going to be the optimal outcome for them either. NTX still up as 3. Bonfire now in a world of hurt, it seems, and before you trying to make their way into zone bit by bit. It is getting pretty crowded, though. I think we're going to start seeing a lot of teams fall quickly. As you look to the right-hand side, we have a lot of solos. We have a lot of duos coming in here, especially as the Wild Pixies move in because they've got that knock.
Yeah, big elimination. PNC, yeah, gonna fall out. But Wild Pixies needing these points, needing to show us what they can do today. Is before you stepping up, but they just wipe away the Pixies, squish them into the ground, and solidify a position down. Is Nirvana now the only one left? Nicole down to the 1v1. They've been able to hold for now. It was health advantage, position advantage for the Pixies, and they find it at least barely. Nirvana is able to grab it. They will get Skiz back into play with the revive as well. The damage, though, is being done, and Wild Pixies, they're still not in this zone. Keep in mind, they need to move continually further. KYS, the next to fall, though.
Honestly, I gotta hand it to Wild Pixies. Time and time again, we've seen them come down to a solo and just wipe the whole team as that solo. So I love to see it from the great. You just need to work on maybe keeping your team up a little longer, but Bonfire Female now going to be falling down as well. So we are starting to see these teams go left, right, and center. We've gone from 14 teams to 8 in just a short span of time. TPES being the 7th to fall. So now we just have the top 6. KMG down to a duo. Onyx just stuck behind this little rock here. This is about the worst possible spot in the whole entire zone. That smoke all over the place. But what is going on here?
Well, they've got 20 seconds of hovering that rock, and as soon as that rock disappears, they better put all of their med kits onto one player and pray so much that they get someone throw that at hill. I really don't think it's going to happen. Just heal as long as you can. You know it's going to be a tight change with these players moving in. They're going to do it, actually. Monica's gonna move in. They're gonna have to, see actually how they manage it. The zone actually, look at Monica. Look, the zone has gone down to Onyx, so they can get in. The zone is trying to counteract how difficult a position they had. NTX are also busy with the Lakers slivering there as well, so they're not going to be diving too quick into this zone either. The Lakers are moving the other way. Onyx could steal this one if they can get the rest of those players into this zone.
NTX keep moving around for info and just getting way too much of it. I never thought I'd say there's such a thing as too much info, but when you're getting sprayed in the face, I think that's too much info. They're doing their best here, but it's only Lady left, or Sidai left, so that's going to be them out. But 4 eliminations, we've seen them consistently 6-7 plus points per game, so that's looking good for them. The Lakers, though, on top of it. Slytherin and Yakud still a full squad, but the Lakers do have them in terms of points and the high high ground when it comes to the Lakers versus Slytherin. Slytherin don't matter, though. They don't care. They want those knocks. They're going to grab them. Yakut now moving in on the side of Onyx. Onyx is Monica's the only one in here, so going to have to just stay very, very quiet, but I don't think she can while the full squad's there.
Yeah, she has the smokes. I think Monica really needs to start putting those smokes down. That tree's not going to defend her for long. Trying to put the smokes, trying to delay, I think, as long as possible, to hope that Slytherin and Yakut can maybe come out where a fight is the only option here for Onyx to realistically look at. Is Yakut going to be able to now take one down? They've left Monica. I don't think maybe they even spotted Monica.
They did, yeah.
Yeah, surely they would have, with a buggy even there as well, but nevertheless, Slytherin are going to be stuck in the fight and all the way down to Pew Pew. It will be the end here of them. They're trying their best. Yeah, the zone will move down. Yakut is going to be able to finish this one off. Monica sending out the nades. Will not be able to find anything from Yakut, and this will be, I think, doors being shut down from Onyx. They try to find one, but they won't be able to grab the elimination point. That will be Yakut finishing up the match for themselves. And yeah, Yakut, one of those teams that we came in saying they needed this point. They were in the elimination space, Neptura, and that win will help them to solidify their position. And White, crucially, now the onus on them as well to see what they can put out.
I mean, with Yakut getting that win and those amount of points, I mean, they're definitely back up in the probably top 6 area. Very, very nicely played from Yakut. They played a fairly quiet game. They were very much threatened by KMG on that initial rotation into the final phases of zone. But they've played it super well. They played quietly. They played carefully. They got the eliminations where they needed to, not necessarily where they wanted to. And it did pay out for them in the end. They really did a great third-party move onto Slytherin there for that final big fight there. That was a really nicely timed play. Slytherin had zero opportunity to even get up on top of that ridge they had just won. I didn't like that she threw a smoke there. That would have been easily seen. She threw a smoke up that hill. It would have been easily seen, and people would have known that there was somebody there. And I think that tree was not going to do her any justice in the long run when she starts looking downhill again. So she needed to be a little bit more on equal footing, maybe in the middle of that fight. But otherwise, a solid second place from Onyx. They desperately needed that. So you know what? Play for placement. What's your second place? If the 1v4, hey, why not?
Yeah, I think Monica definitely, if she was going to throw smokes, just throw a bunch out, and even throw them far into Yakut, I think she really could have disrupted Yakut in that fight as well. If she creates a smoke line for herself and then starts and with Slytherin shooting down, it could have really stopped Yakut from being able to do as much damage, and maybe then it brings it down to a 2v1 or so, and from that point that would have been maybe the way that Monica could have done anything to win that game, which was going to be very
new longest elimination. So nice improvement on that. Going very quickly back to Monica, though, would have been a really fun play, not necessarily one you want to see all the time, but one in that situation. And then it has, you said, go down to 2 or 1, 2, 3 players, something like that, and then she can take advantage. But I think that would have been really funny to be in those comms and kind of listen to Yakut go, what, where, who is doing that? Stop it.
Yeah. Yeah, I get there's like the safe play, right? Like the second position you can guarantee, but you could go for the first if you risk it. It's a risky play. She went for the safe play. She gets still those second position placement points. So props to Onyx, I think, when they needed. So should I say, and Onyx to get their points. Also, Onyx another one of those teams to be able to make it still into that top 10 position. They're still going to need at least another 5 points, 6 should I say, to beat out White, not regarding any of the other points that White still got or will still get, should I say, in that final game coming up. So more work to still be done, but they have laid in that a possibility path for themselves.
They have indeed. And I tell you what, Wolf, what's interesting, I think these teams being a lot more efficient kind of with their damage and their eliminations and just generally how much ammo they're using. We have not had 1,000 damage yet by any one of these players. We are sticking around the kind of 500 mark, even 400 down here. And that's by Lakers and TPES, who did a lot of work there, a lot of eliminations and, you know, a lot of fighting in general. So very interesting to see that individually there's not really that much going on with these teams.
Yeah, individually these teams very much more about the quieter play, coming later into the fights and making that one big fight at the end for themselves. These teams starting, as you said, to not just run in and be that aggressive squad that we kind of expected them to be. It is very welcome to see that more informative way of playing and careful way of playing. That's not to say, though, that before you still aren't topping the damage charts here with big numbers. 1,897 coming through from them, and still the Lakers very close behind with an 1,800 around for them as well.
Yeah, it's a very interesting one. Rarely do we see a consistent more eliminations than damage across the board like that, certainly in the top 3 teams. But yeah, it's a nice show from everyone. You gotta love Wild Pixies doing 500 damage for 5 eliminations. You go, girls. Efficiency is key, but we are going to be looking at the overall standings. And you could, interestingly enough, only get into 10th position with that Onyx. Also, just narrowing the gap, not really doing anything different there. So this has helped, definitely. I mean, a win always helps, but not necessarily enough here. So interesting, they still have to have a really good game this next game to actually make sure that they get those that qualification.
Or we just drop on white and get rid of white. That's also the That's also the other opportunity. Yeah, let's just get the 4 eliminations, boost us up to 50, and get rid of white. Our team closest to contesting us. That's clearly the big brain IQ. Nothing could go wrong. You definitely also couldn't get taken out by white and lose your position there, because 4 eliminations from white would also put them at 10. So yeah, it's a totally foolproof strategy.
Oh, exactly. Absolutely. Sesha, though, from KMG, got to step it up a little bit if she wants to keep that number 1 spot, because Kitty and Ditami, there we go, and Ara, Pew Pew, all of them starting to move on up a little bit, 1 and 2 eliminations behind her. So, Sesha, you want that number 1 spot, you better keep on. But we will be seeing this, and we'll be going to the next game fairly soon. So that's going to be a really fun thing. We will be seeing where these teams will go. Of course, it is the final game of Phase 2 in general. So we will be saying goodbye to the Miramar. We will be going straight into a break from here, and we will see you in the Erangel in just a few minutes.
So this is a little awkward. Things that happen best to kind of just move forward. Hey, so this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move Hey, so this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move forward. So this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move
Welcome everyone here to the PMEWL Mid-Season Showdown, the last game here of Phase 2, and it is Elimination Station here in Neptura, and my name also Handwolf if you are just tuning in. It's between a couple teams here to be able to get to that next Phase 3.
It is indeed. Don't let me just getting directions wrong. It's difficult. You're over there. I'm looking at you all sorts of different ways. It's weird. But anyway, yeah, down to the final game. And this is where it all goes down, right? Because, again, still, we had some teams in the last game do really well, some teams that needed points, and still not quite be very safe at all. So, again, they need to have a really good game again. We're looking at other teams that could still have a really big game like we saw in day 1 of Phase 1, and yeah, it could go either way still. I think as we've been discussing, Wolf, that we're kind of seeing maybe the top 5, top 6 be fairly confident now. They can't really do a whole lot to get disqualified. The other teams would have to have phenomenal games to actually bump them down low enough. So, yeah, I think we're looking at a pretty safe top 6. We just might see a bit of a switch amongst them, but they're not going to get eliminated. We're really looking at that battle for 10th right now.
Yeah, you really are looking at that battle for 10th between White and Yakut, should I say, is going to be the two teams, 3 points between them. So those are 46, I believe, for Yakut, and 43 right now, yes, for the side of White. White have been struggling. Today is my only concern, is whereas Yakut have actually been showing a little bit more when it comes to their team play. Obviously, just coming off of a chicken dinner as well. A bit unfortunate for Yakut, but again, a chicken dinner is not enough to secure their position, but it did give them, on the other hand, the opportunity here to still qualify.
It did indeed. Sorry, I'm just scoffing slightly at, finally we have more than one team on Sosnovka Island, and the zone said, you're going to wish you hadn't done that, girlies, because I'm going the opposite direction. So we are going to be seeing Yakut maybe making a beeline for their original spot. I don't think they really want to keep onto the island very much, because you could see the likes of Slytherin, or is that Onyx? I think that's Onyx there, move in and kind of take that spot, gatekeep that space. We could see that happen. Apart from that one hot drop over by Novo, we are seeing only a hot drop in Yasnaya, but is that really a hot drop when the city's so big? I don't really know. I don't think so.
Yeah, it's a little bit tricky here in terms of Yasnaya really being anything. It is a bit scary, I think, if you are the side of White. White falling down. I was going to say the side of Yakut, because White could take advantage of a unfortunate one moment, just really struggling today. But when I say that, and one moment take down White, that's going to be a second knock. So White really struggling here. The pressure on them, as here, one moment, yes, they will not qualify to this next round, but they can take White down with them.
They absolutely can. Again, we're seeing Women Moment play as a team, play organized, play well. White, I don't know what's happening with White. Yesterday they were looking so good. They looked like they really had this one in the gonna have to just try and survive on their own, try and get those placements maybe, but I don't think that's gonna be enough even then. NTX and PNCR, these two teams really gonna be battling it out, I think, because both teams.
Oh, Crystal almost going down there to PNCR Destiny. Yeah, PNCR, another one of those squads on the cusp of making it through. They're a little bit behind now. When it comes to the points overall, you're looking about a 10-point gap between them and Yakut, at least, maybe even more. So PNCR really, to be fair, only to their deficit in their performances earlier, really do need to come out with a big performance now. NTX, they need to take them out cleanly, because they will need all 4 players alive to continue to fight and continue to get these placement points, elimination points, should I say, so crucially, and the placement points. Later, they jump back down, and now Yakicheva will be moving around on the ground here. Another nade from PNCR, really pinning down NTX on this other building. They cannot use this roof. Out of nades now, but the damage was done there. Crystal is well still alive. Crucially, Crystal did not go down in that damage encounter we saw earlier. Yeah, however, with Zestrich going down now, Usman going down as well, it really doesn't look great for NTX.
No, we're already down to 2 solos right off the bat, just like that. But I tell you what, Women Moment, PNCR, 2 teams that need points the most, and they have them. So not the absolute worst, there's always a silver lining. The other teams that do need points, it's not like it's not like it's who's on top right now, DLR or KYS or KMG, not KMG, TPES even. It's not like they who don't need points are already getting them and getting more. It's these other teams that do need help. So if they are going to go down, at least they can help their fellow lower bracket teams actually end up possibly qualifying, but we'll see how that goes. Another one I think to watch out for, to look for, is Before You. They've been doing well. They probably are safe, but they do get into a lot of fights with some of those lower placed teams. If they do go out early, it could be some very helpful points going up their way.
Yeah.
There we go.
I definitely think Before You, they should be safe. I think, because you're needing two teams realistically, right, to knock them down, and there's such a gap already. It does big elimination right there. White go down with 0 points. So as long now as PNCR, Onyx, don't get these points. Don't contest here Yakut. Yakut should be qualified for it in that 10th position. White, I mean, I don't know what happened to them. But they are just stuck, I think, in a bit of a rut here today, and unfortunately it was not the day that you needed to be stuck.
Yeah, it's such a shame because, again, they were doing quite well yesterday, but it happens sometimes where you have those bad days that end up being the final day where you need those points, and it's just one of those things. So, unfortunate, but White will be the first to be sure to leave us at this tournament in Phase 2.
Yeah, one moment here. Gonna take the vehicle, move away down from Yasnaya, deeper into this zone. Look for a hill position and a bit of a higher ground now that they've got their loot, now that they've got their eliminations coming through, and now need just to see where the other players are coming in. Also, you do see a couple of those teams on the other end of Yasnaya, Pollyanna, coming in from that northwestern point of the side of Yasnaya there as well. $1 Million Babies, KMG, both going to be there on the fields as well. You've got Before You, KYS Virtue as well, going to be contesting each other on this location. Lakers are making their own rotation on the south end of the map, past Yakut here. Lakers could look for this potential solo player. It looks like they may have identified a position advantage there, so they will be going into their tree line to look for that. Otherwise, just rotate past and into the zone later on, because they are, all of those 7 teams, a tiny bit outside of that safe zone right now.
They are indeed. Hey, who's not both in the safe zone and definitely not. These two teams looking pretty scary against each other. Before You, been on a little bit of a roll in the second half of today. They've picked themselves up, dusted themselves off, and they have done very well for themselves. So it would be nice to see them continue that. They do lose one, though, and it will be to KYS. So unfortunately for everybody else, that point does go to a team who is actually already safe. So it's one less point for them to be able to take. The Lakers, I like this from them. They're just going to be scouting a tiny little bit over onto the Chinky Hills. Still outside zone, but they know there's teams coming in behind them. So if they can just hold on a little bit more, get maybe potentially a few more points, that could be a really good play for them.
Yeah, Lakers here as well, really. I think could put out a bit of an upset here onto Yakut. You would need them to take down Yakut alongside TPES to really stop them gaining any points here in this game. That is also the only way that also Onyx and PNCR, despite even if they have a good performance, would be able to catch up, because they would need that gap to be closed, and it is a fairly sizable gap. And with only one game to go, it's going to be really difficult to do so. They're going to need about a 20-pointer to 30-pointer if you could do decide to, or do manage, should I say, that everyone wants to decide to live, but if they do manage to make it into those later phases.
They do indeed. We're just getting into Phase 2, or almost the closing of Phase 2 into Phase 3 here. So we're just ending the early game phase as we get into phase 4. That's starting to be where we kind of get that mid to late phase of the game going. And so this is the final countdown. This is where you want to be getting your foundation set up, get that position, choose your character, choose your spot, and you will be good to go, hopefully, if you've chosen correctly. So I'm gonna see a lot of rotations. Whoa, hello, saved it. Very nice from Futaba there. But I think that is one for the montage, doing a little bit of front end skipping on that road there.
I mean, I'm just disappointed we've not seen more flips. We saw it once, I think, on Miramar. We saw a lovely, was it around 1080? We got to see a flip around. We've also seen, I think that one time as well, where they crashed a car and it all went wrong in the open and they got picked off. So we've seen a couple, but there's not enough disasters. They need to become worse in car driving. We need to just forget the skills of how to drive.
Totally
For the
agree with you.
montage.
Girls, get bad at driving.
Yeah, if they could just move their driving skill into the rotations, the other things that they could improve on for sure, or the team fighting, little micro adjustments they could make. By all means, let's transfer the driving skills into those areas, and then we can have more possibilities of failed driving montages. This is exactly how it needs to work. Yeah.
Yes.
That's how Highland Wolf coaches you. You don't get any coaching on driving. Just everything else. But the driving is you have to look good for the camera. That's the other part of it.
Yeah. It is definitely, as Women Moment did think to maybe push up there, that would have been a good spot for them, but the heat was just a little too to really do anything with that. They can just move on to a different area. The zone will go their way, so I think the other teams are going to be preoccupied to the north side. Hopefully they can get a couple of pot shots and mainly play defensive for this. They could see a pretty good game coming in here. Interesting to note, though, Wolf, that the KYS and Before You Fight that was happening, or was it Bonfire? It was Bonfire, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a bonfire here, getting a little bit of a skirmish, around the Yasnaya Polyana, should I say, position. A woman also rotating back here to Yasnaya Polyana because the zone has shifted towards this city. This city also very capable, by the way, of holding a fair number of teams, even 7, 8 teams, 9 even, and they still wouldn't be fighting, only picking at an angle for maybe one knock or two. There's so many different positions when it comes to Yasnaya. I really like the more hospital side here on the eastern end, before you are controlling this 4-stack, one of those crucial locations, especially as an entrance point in, but these teams can control. Often the only real way that teams can contest this location is opposite the roadside, right, where you can start to throw in the nades from the second floor, or you can start to look over onto picking off players standing up here on top of the roof. Otherwise, very strong location here before you.
It is indeed. Bonfire as well, looking to contest Onyx here, but I am seeing Slytherin and Wild Pixies both in the kill feed. They're two teams, again, that could use a few extra points. Oh, that could be a nice little nade. She does get it off just before getting a little bit too low health there, but that's going to be good to go. But Wild Pixies, what is happening with them? No! You just knocked your own player!
Yeah, I saw that on the elimination feed as well. It's not great from Bonfire, we'll just say that. It's Wild Pixies. Also, Blob. I mean, this spray is not there. I'm just going to ignore what I just saw on my screen. It's Wild Pixies are going to fall apart, I think, today. Thankfully, they had a really good performance yesterday at those final games. They do get themselves also, I think, safely through to Phase 3 for another opportunity. Women Moments also going to find a knock there down onto Lakers. Curious to see how Women Moment are dealing. Still with 4 players on these other teams engaging back into Yasnaya Polyana on their return back into the city. Bonfire Female still defending all the while. against here Onyx on the other side, close to them.
Oh, this is interesting from $1 Million Babies and KMG. So we are looking at a solo on an off angle and 2 more in buildings. Not seeing too much going on from her teammates, though. So it really is just FQ here as KMG decide to disengage. They do need to move to zone, though it goes to South Yasnaya. So $1 Million Babies, I'd like to see them actually make a wraparound rotation. There's no way they're going to get through the city at this rate. So if they can choose a moment when the teams over in the police station or, even just the north side of Yasnaya are busy with each other, you could see a nice little rotation coming in from them.
Definitely. Also, you can see that this really is quite a classic zone. I would say that it's ended up with for our final game here. It has gone to Yasnaya Field. So, of course, I've forgotten the specific name for it, but the craters, the dips that you have on the south of Yasnaya, that is also really crucial. A location, if that is going to be on the southern end of the zone to be able to hold. I think teams, as we start getting to the final skirmishes and those final fights, those positions really do become quite valuable with that low peak and that ability to hide away from those open flats that teams can be able to easily shoot you down from, because yes, it still is a bit of this Yasnaya in. Lakers going to be taking the shots through. KYS Virtue also going to find one of $1 Million Babies on their movement round. Raspa as well getting caught by KMG. It looks like they've made that move just now. It hasn't worked out for them. They are crashing. They are burning. $1 Million Babies down to 2.
They are indeed, but after that win earlier in the day, I think they're fairly safe now.
Oh yeah, they're for sure.
It's looking, they're fine. So they have done enough, even if they don't have a fantastic game here today. For this last game, at least, they should be good to go. Women Moment, on the other hand, have much to play for. You get the one, don't get the next, but quickly followed up. Oh,
yeah.
Wolf.
Yeah, one moment has to go on the most giant killing spree ever that we've ever seen in the whole tournament to be able to pull out a 10th position here for themselves, which I think about says it all after 9 matches. One moment, as we said, we know that what we can do with a bit more practice. I really think this team could be able to pull through and challenge some of these other teams in the next season. They just have to really hone in on the essentials, I think, on these rotations, to be really letting them down. But on the other hand, team fights have been better for them, and I really do like this confidence that we can see on Women Moment. We can really see them starting to come a small bit into their own in these micro engagements. As you see, Onyx as well, another one of those teams that need these points. They need to really be securing some form of fights, and I'm hoping that Onyx will be able to get those eliminations, because without them, they're not going to be able to surpass here Yakut, who are still in this game.
They absolutely are, and doing quite well as well. No points on the board, but they are full squad, which is a hot commodity when it comes to the final game. This is unfortunate from Women Moment. This is really unfortunate from them. They had Lakers basically in the palm of their hands, to be honest. They had a really good thing going. Lakers were trying to get those revives. It was just down to 1 at one point, but they've allowed them to get res back up. They had a duo. They could have 2v2'd it even once they had at least one knock back up. So just Women Moment, just unfortunately unable to kind of cleave as efficiently as I would have liked. They just allowed that res, and then what are you going to do? It's a 2v4. So Lakers do win that one, and now they have a whole other fight. I mean, unfortunately for them, they only have Crystal and Kitty either side of them, so there's 2 solos, not the worst, but they do have PNCR ahead of them. How are they going to get into the zone?
This road really, again, is another splitter. This often happens when we come to these roadside finishes. We'll just divide the map into 2 here, so before you will have a nice position. It really is down to whether it moves away from that location. Again, Onyx and Bonfire Female are going to be in those little bit of the craters of Yasnaya Fields, so they also are slightly stuck in their location for now. However, they will be able to move further forward later on. So I'd say the houses, should I say, that's not Pollyanna, but they will be able to move out with time. On the south, this side of Crater is slightly out of play, should I mention here. So it will be a sense of these southern teams maybe looking more towards those hillsides that you can see on the southern western portion of the map. You can see here Lakers trying to move around to those more kind of side hills that you can see, take advantage of those and move in through those craters as we've been talking about into the zone.
Yeah, I'm really glad that they added these sorts of things to Erangel, because these fields were just fields, and then you added those little craters, those little bits of cover. It makes it a lot more dynamic to play with, which is always much more fun, you know? But KYS Delicia gonna be taking a big old knock on to, I think that was Yakut over there. So they're currently fighting it out on the edge of zone on the eastern side. Lisa going down to another great nade. Delicia with these nades, man, looking really good. It's just down to Soul Girl as far as I can tell. This should be where they push this, but they may be a little bit pressured by the rest of Yakut there.
KYS Virtue as well, stepping up onto TPS inside the smoke here. Looking Kowalski for the nade in. How much damage is it going to do, though? Will be able to find one. That's Lisa back down in a big point of power for TPS. Is Slytherin. They too on this more easterly end, looking for an angle themselves into the zone. Not sure quite how they're going to have to do it. It's going to have to be maybe from this more northern entrance and try to find an angle through there. The southern side is just packed with players stuck in this sort of medium between the edge of the zone and these craters, that medium into the zone itself. And TPS Esports absolutely wiped from every angle the moment they step up.
Yeah.
Is Slytherin will finish that off. 8 eliminations for Slytherin, who are being quiet here but efficient in their eliminations so far.
They absolutely are. I'm not entirely sure. They're on the other side of the road there, so a really good spot for them. KMG though, being that post of kind of just, you don't want to be here, right? Just really being that outpost of foundation where they're really looking to make sure no one else gets in here. Even PNC are now going to have a little bit of trouble. There is going to be the DLR going on out there as we see them fall. The Lakers have also gone now. PNC are now having their turn of the spotlight as they continue to have their angles taken out one by one. They could now Falling Wolf.
And Slytherin, them too as well, going to be taking it down. KYS, as they will fall straight after taking out Slytherin. Pew Pew is going to find a return. 6 eliminations for them so far in this game. They have a car, which is a really crucial position here. They haven't blown out tires. They can be still shot from underneath, as hard as it would be, and also could be exploded here. I like that they haven't gotten rid of it though, with the zone being so volatile. The zone, they're inside of it. KMG have the man advantage though, as that will not matter. 2 big nades, that will sort it. Is KMG almost a triple nade there, but 2 will be the damage enough, and now the zone gonna engulf. Need to be careful here, they won't lose the players, and that will be them falling down. That's vital for PNCR to get these extra 2 elimination points on, but they need to survive. They need these placement points. It is so important that they do more in this game still. Down to 1 is Sesha, still looking to deny their spot in this game. They've got no healing left. They only have an energy drink, a smoke to their name, and it's a 2v1. They can't get out of this hay bale. They're running out of potential opportunities. The healing starting to come through, and just that tiny little bit. They're going to dodge out an nade for now. Another one's being cooked, so you can see they will change back to the gun. Is now Slytherin also 1v1. be one position. KMG get another position, they get another elimination point. That's crucial, but they dodge out the nades. And now Blue, they wrote, is it enough? We'll have to see. But they get 11 elimination points. That's a lot.
Nice.
We've got to see if it's enough, though, to be able to secure that position. It will be close. Before you, still alive here, and still crucially here, KMG with Slytherin. 3 teams alive. PNCR will not get a lot of placement points in this game. But before you are looking to continue to climb just that little bit more in the standings. Slytherin here to try find one more Erangel win. Before you...
Gosh, it's all very quiet now.
Have the advantage. They've got 2 players this road. Oh my days. This is literally zero sneak right now. But they're making it work. I mean, surely as they get across this road, they got Pew Pew, they got the angle.
Got to see that, right?
If we get Pew Pew, that could be it. That'll be the extra elimination point before you. They might just take down KMG. They still got a backpack on. They really need to get rid of that backpack. That blue inside the grass is a dead giveaway. They get another one down. But the position has got to be there. Yeah, they can see them now. And that will be KMG taken away from the game. Before you, the extra woman advantage there, taking the game for themselves. Before you, it's looking strong. I think coming in when they do have these big games, they can really take it to the top teams in the lobby. Yeah. And that'll be another chicken dinner for them under their belt. Curious to see how all of these teams, with that last chicken dinner, move into the standings and how those qualifying teams will fare, of course, into Phase 3. Because now is where we start to see those teams who did perform and did get close to almost making it to the finals. So a bit of a tougher competition here for them as well.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, looking like some really spicy stuff happening in that final game. Very quiet, I gotta say. I mean, obviously, there was a lot going on, but there wasn't a whole lot of full sending. There wasn't anything silly going on. Every single team was playing, and I think that really comes down to the points being so similar. There was not a whole lot of gap between any of them, so they still theoretically could have done just enough before you getting 16 total points on that game. A very good game, solid game from them, very nicely played indeed. It's gonna do well for them. That just makes sure they're extra solidified in there, because of course they didn't really have any doubt that they weren't going to be qualifying for the top for Phase 3 rather. So it was a nice bit of win for them. Nice little what's the word? Motivation. Kudos. Confidence. There's the word. Confidence coming in there for Phase 3 coming up soon.
Yeah, Faleka also going to be able to get the longest elimination distance here in our final Phase 2 game, 327 meters. Swiftly, though, through to the match rankings, 15 points for PNCR. I have a feeling it's still not enough. It's going to be so close. They really needed those placement points. If they got to the 20 mark, I would have said for sure they're in, but this is too close to call.
Yeah, especially I don't have the overalls with me at the moment, so yeah, it's really hard to say. It's possible, but it's going to be down to like 3 or 4 points, I gotta say. So it's going to be a tough one for sure. Lakers, Onyx, even Wild there, particularly Wild, is going to be really heartbreaking for them. I think they've just missed out. But the player focus will be on Pew Pew from Slytherin. She's back, and we have our first 1,000 damage. Ding, ding, ding. Bell of 1,000 damage going on there for Diakisheva. I'm sorry in advance. But yes, 3 eliminations for 1,000 damage. That's not a big turnover. So lots of just defensive shooting going on.
Yeah, you can really see it, right? Especially in those final moments, a lot of damage coming through. The eliminations did come through also to their teammates, 2,200 damage. I mean, KYS Virtue as well were also very much up there. these two teams, KYS should be their qualified. PNCR will be the ones still to struggle. We've got to see where they place. That is the most exciting and interesting thing of all of these teams, I think. They are the only ones to contest versus here. They are 1 point for placement, so that 1 extra point does create a little bit of a softener here. The heartbreak got to be here for White as they will fall down. PNCR Destiny, 1 point. 1 point. You know, they're going to be kicking themselves because that point, you know what it is? That is, if they took down KMG in that last fight, they get the tie, they get the extra placement points. That would have been it. That would have been enough. That one extra team wipe would have been enough. But it's not.
Physical pain.
Yeah. 1 point, you could save it. Obviously, unfortunately, PNCR Destiny, GG's, PNCR Destiny, White Esports, Onyx Esports, NTX Lady, and Woman Moment. This is the end of the road for all of these teams. They will not be seen again this season, but it was a valiant attempt. But for the rest of these teams, a lot of potential coming now into this phase 3. The top 5 eliminations at the end of our phase 2 will be set to topping them out, tied with Pew Pew for those 20 eliminations. Ara, Kitty, 18 to 16 respectively, and Kowalski still there in the top 5 with 15 eliminations.
GG's girl, Sasha, able to step it on up for keeping that premium spot to herself, but a really good job from all these teams. It's been so fun watching them. I think they just did such a great job. So much improvement, so much consistency across the board from a lot of these teams. And every single game, we have somebody different in those player focuses. So some really good individual skill as well, Wolf.
Yeah. Definitely the individual skills and the team focus, I think, has really improved. The team play, especially the team fighting, has really been something that a lot of these teams have been able to work on through these 2 days. Also, there has to be still some of these teams who, yes, have showed stuff on the first day, but really need to press down on the pedal when it comes to getting those points now, phase 3, because all of those qualified teams, we'll see them next Tuesday, next Wednesday, where they will be starting again from 0 another time to have to fight through these teams to get it to the finals, where there they can compete for those $7,000 and 80,000 UC prize pool. You know, every single one of them are going to be fighting for that spot.
You absolutely do. Gonna be so much fun, Wolf. I can't wait for Tuesday and Wednesday. How about you?
Look, I'm excited. It's a stressful time, though, this tournament. I mean, you gotta admit, Natura, it's 8 days out of the last 10 that they will be competing. So also exhaustion will be something definitely to keep in mind for these teams, because it is a lot of games and a lot of tenseness coming through. Where the phase 3 teams, they've had some time to, of course, chill and study these teams also in phase 2.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to have to skedaddle for the Monday for our break, for our day off, and then we'll be back. Well, you'll be back, and we'll have somebody else coming in. We'll have Kate coming in, so super excited to watch you guys do that.
Yeah, we'll see what me and DK can do for the rest of the tournament. It's been all from me and Natura. We'll see you phase 3 Tuesday evening, same time, same place, and have a good night, everyone.
Hey, so this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move forward. Hey, so this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move Hey, so this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move Hey, so this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move Hey, so this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move forward. Hey, so this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move Hey, so this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move forward. Hey, so this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move